Recording in progress.
In this one,
Yeah.
when they use this, it's unmuted. Another mic, it's mute.
Say again? Hello. Hi, good morning, everybody. Hello.
Good morning.
Great to have you all here in our session today, Workshop 162. The theme for our session is community networks, rural community networks, electricity, and digital inclusion. We're looking at the case of the rural and underserved areas with an emphasis on impoverished communities in the developing countries. My name is Kweku Entry. I'm with the African Open Data and Internet Research Foundation, and we are proud to host this workshop in conjunction with Syracuse University. And on my panel today, I'm going to have Nazare Nicholas from Tanzania. He's with the ISOC in Tanzania. We have Professor Lee McKnight. He's from Syracuse University. We also have Professor Danielle Smith. She's from also Syracuse University. And our last but not the least, Yusuf Abdul Kadir. He's also from Syracuse University. And what we aim to do today is to have a very interactive session. And we're not just going to have an interactive session in helping connect people who are in the rural communities, but we plan to also give you a real demonstration of what is possible, what we've done, and also the potential of how we can also get people connected. So we're all here at a Global IGF, and there are various sessions which are going on, but most of the important things that we're talking about is in the name of what we are here, the internet. And there have been various initiatives by both government, private sector, and other policy and regulations. But usually what we find out is that a lot more communities are not connected because of the lack of investment of infrastructure. This usually happens in rural communities, and these are left at the mercy of either our universal access funds, who would be able to provide infrastructure, but also this infrastructure is put there at a cost. And the cost of this infrastructure also tends to have an effect on the end user and the ability to be able to connect to it. And it's important that we are more realistic and more real about what is happening now, because from the latest statistics from the ITU, we see that they said it's about a third of the world population is not connected. But when you go into real terms, we're having in countries people who have more than triple internet connections, whilst other parts of the country in rural community, somebody doesn't even have an internet connectivity. So it's important that we look at this thing very holistically. We look at it very realistically. And what is important here is the solutions and also policy and regulation which speaks to what we are doing, and it's also very interactive. Without much ado, I would move on to I think what I'm going to do is initially we can just have a brief opening remarks by Professor Daniel Smith, and then we can continue. Prof. Smith.
Thank you, Kweku, and good morning, good afternoon, greetings to all. First, I would like to begin by expressing appreciation for the speakers and the panelists today, and to the IGF organizers for giving us this forum to share our work. I am a sociologist at Syracuse University in Syracuse, New York, and our research, which we will discuss today, focuses on providing internet connectivity in remote and underserved regions globally. And that is partially implemented through deployment of the Internet Backpack. And so with that context, I would like to open the floor for our panel discussions. And we will begin with my colleague at Syracuse University, Dr. Lee McKnight.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Smith. Thank you all for being here in the room and online. And again, my appreciation to everyone for their time and attention. We're speaking of community connectivity for rural areas, but often it's forgotten that you need power and energy and electricity to connect or to sustain connectivity, which we will talk about as well in this panel. And furthermore, we don't always consider at the same time the affordability and financial and digital inclusion, what is realistically feasible for low-income people in remote communities, which is not the same as folks living in large cities or with higher incomes. So I want to start by saying we need to think about all of these things together: finance, electricity, connectivity, because without all of them, we're missing some of the challenges for both policymakers and for community members. So down in front of me is on display something that we've been working on. I didn't realize, I was carrying 3 laptops around in one backpack 18 years ago, and I didn't realize that was the product until about 5 or 6 years ago when we started working on the Internet Backpack, which has evolved to the point that it is in over a dozen countries, both in urban areas that are underserved as well as in remote communities, in multiple African nations. And what our challenge was from the original research was to make it possible to connect no matter what. And that, as a theoretical research question, was quite interesting and challenging, but we think we have cracked the nut, so to speak, and have something that can make a difference, because realistically, this Internet Backpack anywhere can be sort of opened up, turned on, and people can be connected within minutes, anywhere, except the North and South Pole. Furthermore, they can be connected indefinitely, sustainably, because it's also its own. Now we get to the level of the energy sector I want to speak about a little bit, where it's also a microgrid. It's its own little energy system with a foldable solar panel and a battery, and that can store enough energy to power all the devices that come in the pack. And overnight, with some sunlight, everything can be recharged. Now, of course, if you can plug in and recharge the batteries from a larger grid, that's better, that's easier. But this can sustain connectivity anywhere on 95% of the planet indefinitely. Now, that is not done through one mechanism, because some places it's possible to connect through Wi-Fi, and that's, of course, probably at higher speed, and that's great. And other places you can connect through the cell network, and that could vary, right, depending on the location, whether it's 3G, 4G, or 5G. And we can't control that, but we can make it possible, and we do, to connect through the cell network. And but if you're some places very remote and you cannot reach, I should note that when our cell phones get no bars and have no signal, the Internet Backpack has a cradle point router in it and has built-in antenna, so it can pick up a signal from a further distance and replicate it and boost it and create a local hotspot for that community, for it to be shared by multiple people. So it's designed basically to extend connectivity, again, to 95% of the planet. Now we get to the one that makes it possible for me to make that outrageous claim. If nothing else works, there's a satellite internet antenna in the pack, which, you know what, it can connect, and it will. It's super expensive. It's not realistic for low-income people to use very much, but it can connect. So and beyond that, one more level of technology in the pack to bring into the is off-grid wireless mesh networks. So say we're just trying to communicate in a region, but we don't actually need to reach the internet. That's also possible across the devices in the pack. To summarize here, okay, now so this is like, okay, we have a microgrid, we have connectivity, and we have a community network bundled together that can be, basically, it's a standard package that can be adapted and adopted for different communities and different regions around the world, and it has been to a certain extent already. If we take that same thinking, though, when we talk about electricity, usually we're thinking about the major, utility operators, but we don't necessarily need that. We could have microgrids. We could have locally generated fuels and supplies that could make it possible to build a more powerful network, one that has more infrastructure than just this little backpack. So I would just leave it there, saying think modular, think connectivity anywhere, think also for finance, think decentralized access to resources, and that we'll touch on in our themes later. And for that, I'll pause for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Lee. I think it's quite real for us to be able to do that. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our Honorable Member of Parliament from Ghana, and also who sits on the Communications Committee of Parliament, Honorable Sam George, who's joining us on the panel. I also want to recognize Onika Makoka. She's also be joining us later on the panel. And also online is Dave Ackerman from Mobile Coin. We also recognize you, Dave. He will be speaking on finance. Without much ado, I would want to move to Nazar Nicholas on spectrum issues in connectivity. Then from there, we go to the Honorable Member from Parliament from Ghana. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, moderator. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. My name is Nazar Nicholas Kirama, and I am from Tanzania. I also serve as the president of the Tanzania ISOC chapter, and also the coordinator for the Tanzania IGF. If I were to use a very simple language to describe spectrum, I think everybody in the room came through some airport, and there is that conveyor belt that you put your luggage, and it is actually scanned. So if spectrum is the conveyor belt, and the data and is like that luggage which goes through the conveyor belt. Now, the spectrum allocation and its regulation has become, if you may, the oil of the digital world. You can't talk about connectivity without talking about spectrum and spectrum allocation. So you find the spectrum allocation to telephone companies and those who are carrying data has become a very lucrative for governments. That is where they get a lot of money. For example, in Tanzania last time there was an auction. There was about 800 megs. They were sold for 10 million US dollars. So it is very expensive. So when we are talking about the rural communities and underserved in terms of connecting them, there is no segmentation of spectrum which can assist, you know, the small timer internet service providers. And it will take ages if a village in a certain village in Africa was to, you know, come together to pay for a 10 million US dollars spectrum allocation so they can have affordable and meaningful connectivity to their village. So in the whole of Africa, I think what we need to do to connect the rural communities is to make sure that we engage our policymakers. I think Honorable Member from Ghana will probably allude this later. We need a policy which can recognize small timer operators like community networks. For example, if a village wants to associate and to put their own infrastructure, it must not be seen as a competition to the telecom operators. Why? Because in most cases, the data that we have is that the telecom operators shy away from investing in places which has less than 5,000 people, because to them, that is cannot return their investment. So what our argument has been, even in Tanzania, is that let us regulate, it's okay, but these regulations must recognize that we need to connect all people. And if we are to connect all people, we have to discriminate, to have the spectrum for the big guys and the spectrum for the allocation for the for small time operators, like the villages, like the cooperatives. If you have a cooperative that wants, to connect to the internet, let them, be allocated a spectrum without, making, without for them going through all this expensive affair of trying to use the current spectrum. I don't know how much time I have, but I think I'm going to end there. The most important point is that we need to connect all people, including all schools. And if we are to connect all people in the villages, in the telecom dark areas, those areas that have less than 5,000 people, those are called telecom dark areas. If we need to connect those people, we must make sure that there is a policy and regulation that can actually recognize these telecom dark areas and these small-time, operators, so we can connect, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nazar. And I'll hand over to the Honorable Member of Parliament from Ghana.
Thank you very much. I'll just need guidance specifically on what exactly you want from me. I have a sense you want me to talk about everything.
So we're talking about community networks, and basically we're speaking on policy and spectrum management. And we're looking at alternatives in terms of policies which speak to our small-time operators, like community networks, and also non-governmental organizations who want to be able to have their own networks which are not comparable to the big telcos and the ISPs.
All right, thank you very much, and a very good morning to everyone in the room and to my fellow panelists. I believe that spectrum is a finite national resource, and let me issue the caveat that I speak as someone who's served in government. Today I sit, that's in the executive, and today I sit in the legislature. And so I have a view from both sides of the divide. Whilst in government, serving the president as his communication specialist and having to work with the Ministry of Communications in Ghana, the regulator in Ghana manages the spectrum. And spectrum is seen as a national security asset, which is finite. And so it's a matter of national security. You see governments, especially on the African continent, see spectrum as a critical way of raising revenue. And again, I'll use a lot of examples from Ghana. The government I served in had to comply with the ITU digital switchover, the DTT, from analog television transmission to digital television transmission. And to finance that project, we basically had to sell licenses on spectrum, 4G spectrum, and set a floor rate of 62.5 million US dollars. And so only one of the operators in Ghana could bid for it, which was the biggest network in Ghana today, MTN. At that time, they had a 52% share of the market. For one whole year, they were the only ones who were running 4G. And within 1 year, their market share grew from 52% to 73%, literally a monopoly. But that's what the power of spectrum can do. Now, with completion of the switchover, or the digital switchover, you then have what you call the digital dividend. And you'll then expect the regulator to begin to use that to support community networks and support rural connectivity. And we saw that clearly during COVID. Because when COVID hit, you had asked schools to shut down and you decided to go digital and online. Now the question became, how did you get communities that were not connected to the internet, or communities that were quite rural and didn't have your traditional MNOs present in there, to connect to these online classes? And that's where we saw the failure of our system. Because we could have simply deployed TV white spaces and used that spectrum to transmit lectures. Because for the DTT rollover, you had to give them set-top boxes. And on the set-top boxes, you could have put a channel that the students could have lent on and use TV white spaces to send signals to all of those classrooms. But that's something that the regulator is not interested in, because it really is not a cash cow. And so the reality is, as governments and as Africans, we need to begin to realize that we have a lot more communities in the rural area who are not connected. And because we don't have that connectivity in our rural areas, it's going to be important for us to create that balancing act. You make money from the big telcos and the big ISPs, but you also give some back to the very same people you're serving by having these community networks and licensing them. We do have a challenge, and again, I speak from both sides of the divide. You do have instances where we've given licenses in Ghana to non-governmental organizations and CBOs, community-based organizations, and they tell you they're basically going to use it to offer services in rural areas free of charge. And then when they go and deploy, they begin to charge the local communities there. And the regulator feels like, we gave you the spectrum for free. So if we're giving it to you for free and you're going to monetize it, it creates a disincentive to give more people that spectrum. So we'll need to have that balancing act of us being honest and true with what our desires are. And also governments need to have that policy decision to say, we're going to improve our coverage of community networks. When you look at Ghana, what we've done is we have a bureaucracy called the National IT Agency, NITA. And NITA is supposed to have done a lot of this connectivities, both for government agencies and to the rural communities. And so you have the Eastern Corridor Fiber, that basically is 708 kilometers of fiber, 48 core fiber that was deployed across the eastern length of the country from one end to the end of the country. But then the issue then became last mile connectivity to the villages, because this runs along the main trunk of the country. But what happens to the last mile connectivity? And so you try to use NITA's resources, because NITA as a government agency has spectrum allocation, which they're not necessarily using, because it's supposed to be used for national security purposes, for ministries in deprived areas that are carrying out operations. But then you can also put this to good use. And so the ministry started what we call the Enhanced Community Information Centers, ECICs, we call them, where you basically put up this building, and do last mile connectivity to it. So it becomes more or less your digital hub in a village. So government has piped last mile connectivity from the main fiber link of the country to that community center. And you're supposed to have training programs going on there. Training programs that are teaching skills, software development skills, hardware development skills in there. Those are supposed to be centers where kids can go in. It's basically your community internet cafe, if you want to call it that. But you can have access to digital tools in this community information centers. And because it's a government-run center, there is no charge for it. And the whole idea of this was to have digital material put on government channels where students could go in. For example, if you use the idea of Coursera, that's what we really had. And so you could have master craftsmen who would come on there maybe once every week or twice every week on a channel dedicated in that center, which that center would link up to. And if you wanted to learn how to be a carpenter, for example, you didn't have to go to a major city, but you could go to your community information center, and there's a schedule of classes. So there's a classroom for a master craftsman who is a carpenter. There's a session for a bricklayer, a session for a cook, whatever classes you wanted to pick up, so that we could give people employable skills. Because for me as a member of parliament today, I'm really not too interested in just having the connectivity. I'm more interested in what the connectivity does for my constituents. Because sitting in the executive as a member of government, the priority was to get connectivity, because then that was a campaign message. As a politician, that's a campaign message. We've connected this number of communities. But then the real thing for me now, having a constituency, is how does that connectivity affect my constituents? How does it affect the ordinary Ghanaian? How is it changing the economy, the economies of scale in that, the local economy in that area? How is it affecting the ability for them to learn employable livelihood skills? Those are the real things that we need to begin to move from, because it looks like Africa is fixated on just connectivity, and we're not really looking at how that connectivity is going to transform the lives of our people. Another critical issue we have to look at with connectivity is power. Because if people don't have access to the national grid and you give them connectivity, it's like giving someone who doesn't know how to drive a car. He can't drive it. He doesn't even know where to put in the ignition because he has no devices. First, he has no power to power his devices, even if he had the devices. And so we need to look at power. Again, one of the lessons we can learn from Ghana, both positive and negative, and deploy across the continent, is Ghana has what we call the lifeline electricity tariff. So if you buy a certain amount of electricity every month, and you are within a certain earning bracket, you're giving a special tariff, which is a lifeline tariff. Now, that's a fantastic initiative if you're able to deploy it well. The failure of that system in Ghana is you then have communities where individual households are supposed to qualify as lifeline tariff payers, but because there are not enough electricity meters to give to every household, you then have a cluster of households being put on 1 meter. Now, the meter is programmed to read with thresholds of usage. So if one household is supposed to use, say, 10 kW per hour for a month, which is supposed to be the threshold, when you put 3 households on 1 meter, it reads it as 30. And so then those households no longer they no longer qualify to be called lifeline threshold people, and that becomes a problem. So you then realize that a good policy, because deployment has not been done well, people who are supposed to be beneficiaries of it are not benefiting. The last point I'll make, and I see my time is literally up, is, again, we have to look at the cost of devices. Because when we do connectivity, there are communities in Ghana that had connections, but the people just couldn't afford the smart devices. They used what we call the YAM phones, the very digital analog phones, you know, that you can really, the only thing you can do there is USSD. But when you need to, maybe that's okay for farmers who you need to give weather information to. That's okay for people who need to check what trading rates for their produce is. But when you then want to begin to use them for educational materials, people need to have devices. The cost of these devices are inhibitive, because the cost of a smartphone could be the actual cost of living for a whole month for a family in rural Africa. And so for them to take that to buy a smartphone for a kid or a tablet is a no-brainer. That won't happen. And so we need to begin to look at how we can drop the prices. And one way of doing that by governments is an initiative that we're pushing in Ghana to take off all tariffs, all taxation on the importation of devices that are going to target the rural poor. And it's possible because if you run a registry of the equipment, you can tell where that device is. If that device is brought in and you find it, you track it, and you find that it's being used in an urban area and not in its traditional area, you can block that device. So we need to have initiatives, innovative initiatives, and forgive me, I'll sound very, very controversial here. Our innovation must not be on how well we can rip the taxpayer as African politicians. Our innovation must be on how well we can better the lives of the people we've chosen to serve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member of Parliament. And before I hand over to the moderator, is Dave Ackerman online?
Yes, indeed. How are you?
Good. Dave, do you want to give us some opening remarks before we go into the next session?
I feel almost at a disadvantage after going after two such honorable guests. So I want to thank all of my fellow panelists and the Secretariat. And I'm going to apologize in advance for the size of my head on the screen behind you, probably. There were a couple of things that I want to dovetail off of what the honorable gentleman from Ghana just mentioned. And I think it's something that we in the United States, and just like my colleagues, Dr. Smith and Dr. Lee McKnight, who are fellow New Yorkers like myself, there is always that question of, so what, right? How do we get people connected? And just as the gentleman just stated, so what? What is that next step? And I think part of this process and part of what we need to take out of the discussions that we have here today are, let's start thinking about ways to combine a lot of these different initiatives to prove or answer questions that we may not necessarily have answers to. So for example, for the honorable gentleman from Tanzania was speaking about spectrum allocation and regulation, and giving the NatSec or the national security implications, how this is a finite resource. How do we prove, or how do we show that connectivity is going to support the constituents, as the gentleman said, and also support the national security implications and the finite resource and cash cow that a lot of our governments are facing right now? This is where showing value and showing the answer to that question, so what, can be very powerful. And as Professor McKnight had mentioned earlier, things like the Internet Backpack are a tremendous resource. And there's an opportunity there by deploying that into some of these regions, which may not necessarily be ripe for specific government use cases or specific government allocation of resources. We can show what getting connected actually means. What does this do for a community at smaller scales and then at larger scales? So for example, I come from the finance world, and I come from traditional finance. I am an attorney in the United States, and my background is in fighting fraud, financial crime, anti-terrorism financing. And if that's not interesting enough, a lot of what I do is now being translated into the cryptocurrency industry. So what my company is trying to do, and we have proved to show that this technology can be used for a good with refugee use cases, with people in rural communities, people of concern. We have been able to show that in areas of South America, for example, on the average of monthly volume of 250 million US dollars, supporting 70,000 individuals who are going back and forth from different areas, how digitally they can have a bank in their pocket, a bank that is connected to the internet using cryptocurrency technology, not as a scheme or not as a buzzword or a marketing ploy, but thinking about using cryptocurrency as an implementation detail, how we do it. Okay, so let's put all of these things together, everything that we've just discussed, and how does that make sense for what we're talking about now? How does that increase connectivity, and how does that answer the so what question, right? Or what does connectivity do for my constituents, as the honorable gentleman from Ghana had mentioned before? When you can deploy something like the internet backpack, which gives instantaneous connectivity to a region or an area with power, as mentioned before, now all of a sudden that you have the connectivity, you can actually deploy a digital banking system that we have proven can be used by, I mean, currently in the areas that I'm talking about, it's being used by 27,000 merchants, plus or minus. And when you combine those two technologies together, you can go into a rural area in Africa, in the Sudan, in anywhere, deploy an internet backpack, get people connected, and then instantaneously give them a digital banking economy like that. That is transformative. That allows for a lot of possibilities. And it answers the question, so what? How does this help my constituents? Why should we care? Why should we dedicate resources to this? So what I'm going to ask that each of us do when leaving this forum is to think about the lessons that we've learned, all of the different talks, all of the different technologies, all of the different questions that are being answered, and start thinking about how do we connect them together? When does 1 + 1 = 3? And how can we answer some of these tough questions? For getting people connected in the telecom dark areas, I think it is more than just simply how do we get them connected. It is how do we make their lives better with that connectivity? How do we get them educated? How do we get them additional resources? And one of the areas that we are seeing tremendous amounts of progress and tremendous amounts of promise is the idea of digital banking in your pocket, in a smartphone. And it doesn't have to be particularly sophisticated. So I can definitely see that I'm coming up on time a little bit, and I want to make sure that I leave time for questions at the end. But again, just kind of putting a real exclamation point on this, we have shown that and this is a very small deployment, we've shown that you can create a digital economy in areas of tremendous poverty, tremendous concern, tremendous migration because of not just people in rural communities, but people of concern, refugees moving back and forth from different areas, where you can safely and securely give them a digital banking system that merchants will automatically incorporate themselves into, so long as that connectivity is there. And using things like the internet backpack, or using questions like spectrum allocation, why is this valuable? How does this help? You can combine all of that together and have a truly provocative and profound use case with proof attached to it, not just theory.
Thank you so much, Dave, for that. And I would like to introduce our moderator for the next panel discussion. She's in the person of Zaniwe Asari. At this moment, I'll hand over to Zaniwe.
Good morning, pardon me. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you to our contributions, and I will be opening up the discussion. So I'm going to make it, we'll go straight to it. I'm going to ask Ms. Onika Makwakwa from South Africa to join us on the floor and really just give her take and inputs on this topic.
I'm here. Good morning, everyone. Onika Makwakwa with the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, the team that was behind the Alliance for Affordable Internet. So thank you so much for organizing this session. It's a very important issue of connectivity for rural areas, in particular community networks in rural areas, as well as the issues around electricity. So some of the work that we've done on affordability has really centered on this intersection of how do we get the kind of policies that enable affordability. And later on, we developed the matrix and the work around meaningful connectivity. One of the things we found in our research is that communities, rural communities that have community networks, actually have a higher meaningful connectivity score. So, Honorable George, you will be pleased to know that when it comes to rural communities, it's not just about connecting communities. What we've actually seen, especially where there are community networks, is that we see a rise in digital skills, we see a rise in literacy, and we see a rise in people using their connectivity for things that are able to help transform their lives, such as education, accessing healthcare information, and all of that. So one of the policies that I think we have been also pushing for is a lot of countries in Africa in general have rural electrification projects through the World Bank, that there needs to be infrastructure sharing between these initiatives and making sure that we're getting access to these communities. So the infrastructure sharing doesn't necessarily have to be within one utility, but we can begin to look at policies that enable cross-utility infrastructure sharing to speed up access to the rural communities. On the issues of spectrum, while we respect the fact that spectrum is a major national asset, can I just give you just a quick picture of just sometimes how prohibitive spectrum can be. South Africa just recently sold spectrum to 6 bidders at the value of $1 billion US. And of course, naturally, it's the big three, right? It's your Vodacoms, your MTNs, your telecoms. And that at those kinds of prices, it just really doesn't create the kind of, on paper we have competition because you've got 3 operators. But when it comes to consumers, you actually have a monopoly. And in fact, our consumer tribunal has ruled on this issue and said that Vodacom and MTN are indeed a monopoly. So we need to begin to think smartly around how we enable allocation of low-cost spectrum to community networks in rural areas, because these, remember, are areas where the networks told us it is not commercially viable for them to operate. So on principle, I think it's really important for us to understand that. But I think what we forget also in not getting that is that rural areas is where we have an intersection of poverty and all these other social issues. That we are not just saying provide this to rural areas, but actually the intersection of poverty with health, with education, with all other social indices actually lives within rural areas, which makes community networks really an opportunity for us to bring disruptive technologies to ensure that we are connecting people there, but also it allows us to bring a different kind of economy, so disruptive financial model. We have to accept that when it comes to rural areas, our financial models are violent at best, and I hate to use the word violent, but it's a very capitalist system that is violent to the poor and keeps them even more impoverished. So we can't use the same template that we've used everywhere to be able to get them out of there. We are not, as Africans, we are not going to entrepreneur ourselves out of poverty. It requires systemic intention for us to disrupt the systems that hold us in poverty. And so allocating low-cost spectrum to community networks is one way, but also being open to different technology, a mix of technology style, but most importantly, financial model. I don't want to belabor this, but I think, I would like to invite you to read some of the reports we've written on meaningful connectivity, and especially for rural areas. We have a specific paper we've done on that, as well as a framework for rural broadband connectivity for rural areas. We absolutely have to agree that it is not business as usual when it comes to connecting the rural areas. We have a responsibility to connect everyone and make sure that we build an inclusive economy. And if we don't do that, then our economy will continue to be quite violent to a majority of the citizens in this continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anika. I was about to violently stop you there, but you stopped just in time. Thank you for that. I think you did touch on really good points. The key word here is meaningful connectivity, being the focal point, ensuring that this manifests into something tangible for people who are not connected, people who have not sipped the sweet juice of what being part of the global community means from, I guess, a revenue generation perspective and changing their own lives. I'm going to ask us to just also acknowledge Honorable Neema Lungungira from Tanzania. She joined us. Thank you so much for your presence. But I'm going to ask Honorable Samuel Nate George from Ghana just to give his input on this discussion. I'm going to ask you all to be brief, or I will violently step in. And let's have the discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Seems like I'm getting a double bite of the pie. But it's good to hear the point Anika made, especially about what is tangible evidence of what connectivity can do in rural areas, because connectivity, like we've already stated, is critical. And those are the kinds of papers that governments need to begin to look at and see, because at the end of the day, it always comes down to the bottom line. And I keep saying that when you look at these things from the perspective of governance or governments, and then from the perspective of civil society as well, you get a better view of what it is you're looking at. Civil society has an interest in making sure that the communities that they serve get better connectivity and better access. Governments want to win elections, bottom line, okay? And the people who live in these rural areas are voters. And so if we can all find a point of convergence where as a government, we will, or as governments or as parliamentarians, we have legislation, government has policies that support the connectivity, affordable connectivity of rural communities, and civil society have these leverages that they can use to impact the lives of the people positively, then it becomes a win-win for all of us. And again, I mean, yesterday I sat through the session where I saw the backpack, and what the backpack can do. This is a place where I think that one of the takeaways from this session is that we must begin to individually ask our governments to, through the African Union Commission, consider the backpack solution. Because the economies of scale is going to drop the price, because we looked at the price yesterday, we're looking at, with the satellite pack, about $15,000. But I believe that if the African Union was placing an order for that backpack based on requests from individual member states, and you have volumes, we can make a case for assembly on the African continent, we can make a case for reduction in the unit cost of each, and then we can have faster deployments than what we're trying to do using our universal access funds. And the question here is, it's not as though governments will have to find new resources to do these purchases, because almost all these governments have the universal access funds. We're using the universal access funds to buy laptops and desktops into urban areas and not really dealing with the real challenges why the universal access funds were set up, serving underserved and unserved communities. And so if we pooled together our resources as governments and channeled them in the right direction, there are solutions out there that could be a win-win for governments, because if we have constituents, if we have citizens who are getting a better livelihood, I mean, a kid who can now begin to, in this world of COVID and working from home, get a job online where he stays in the community and he has a work schedule that he can earn some money from a company based even outside of his jurisdiction because he has access to the internet. These are life-changing interventions that we can make if we work together. And so for me, I believe that, are you about to violently interrupt me? Well, let me violently end here by saying that I believe that it will be important for us to look at workable solutions that are practical and use the leverages of civil society to engage with your members of parliament. The African Parliamentary Network, which is here, doesn't have all the numbers of members of parliament across the African continent, but you as civil society organizations also do. You can complement what we do by speaking with your MPs and carrying out the sensitization of these things, because trust me, many of our colleagues who sit in parliament don't appreciate and understand what this really will do for their constituencies. But if you let them understand this, you will have several champions who will then force the hands of government and ultimately the African Union Commission to take serious step in connecting the underserved and unserved communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Honorable. And I think just to summate that, we'd be looking at what's your why? What is, what's the bottom line? Whether it's government, civil society, or private sector, and really talking about what that sweet spot looks like from a Triple P perspective. Thank you so much for that input, really looking at that convergence. And I think the point is well taken, the AU really being that mother body, convening everybody and understanding that this is a need, and looking at bulk orders and, looking at what is that sweet spot and how do we make that happen for us. Dave, I know you're online. I hope you can hear me. I'd like you to give your input on this particular topic. Please do keep it brief. Please take the floor.
I will make sure that the violent stoppage is not necessary, I assure you. I want to dovetail off of what Anika was saying earlier about how the connectivity can lead to some amazing things that have already been discussed and have already been documented. So like higher literacy rates, but now taking it to that next step. And, as the honorable gentleman from Ghana just mentioned, getting the champions behind these initiatives. Interestingly enough, if you can show value and you have areas that you can target, which for whatever the metric it is that you're using in order to target a particular rural area, and you can show pre and post what deploying an internet backpack would do, what deploying a digital economy in that area would do, whereas they wouldn't necessarily have a bank, let alone a banking system, let alone an internet banking system. So now all of a sudden, when you combine what was being said earlier about the results of this higher connectivity and the creator economy is not, it's not secularized to any one particular geographic area. Once you're online, you're online. So if you have a particular skill set that you've been able to develop through all of these different initiatives, and now you're capable of being paid for it, you can offer that to anybody who is connected. And there's plenty of different websites out there that are trying to bring new creators into the fold. So you're combining what we already know and have proven that additional connectivity would bring. You are now creating a financial digital system that is not geographically restricted. And once that money comes into the economy in those rural areas, it's more likely than not going to stay there, right? These individuals are going to be purchasing goods and services from their neighbors, their small businesses. That then in turn is going to prove the so what for the constituents, as the honorable gentleman from Ghana just mentioned. So now all of a sudden you don't need that internet backpack anymore because you have a real world data that you have a functioning economy that is digitally sufficient, increasing in things like literacy, increasing in things like digital understanding, and proving that now a government can put something more robust in place in terms of addressing that for the economy. And then you take that internet backpack and you move it to the next site and you do the exact same thing over and over again. And the interesting thing is that in these host communities, I genuinely believe, and I've seen this happen, where you will get economies of scale start to grow. And as that is then going to influence how regulation is designed around things like spectrum allocation, around things like how do we determine where these flow of funds go. So I just want to kind of close in saying that aside from being absolutely astounded and just privileged to be able to hear all of my fellow panelists talk about these issues from their particular individual lanes, the amazing thing is the more we talk and the more we understand, the more we realize there's a tremendous amount of overlap here. And this is something that can be operationalized, deployed, proven, and then repeated again and again using the same resources. And that has massive value. So I'm going to turn it back over to you before I get stopped again, and thank you.
I'm glad that this has been taken seriously. Thank you so much for that, Dave. I think definitely, Onika, you did start quite well illustrating, the high literacy levels, how people's lives can be meaningfully changed, but also that juxtaposing, that comparative analysis of the pre and post, and showing how people's lives can be changed. A lot of the times it's theorized, and we don't see real people. We read. And it's almost like a fictitious place, but these are real people, real lives, and real communities. And also looking at economies of scale starting to grow, and how when there is that shift, that evolution, you start seeing how policy also starts getting, there's a shift in how policy is being drafted, that evolution in policy itself, especially with, the different subsections here in the ICT ecosystem, looking at affordability and connectivity, how there are overlaps and synergies, and just a little bit of collaboration could really go a long way. So I'm going to open the floor now to Nazar Nicholas Kiramu from Tanzania. Nazar, could you please take the floor?
I think we have been all over the place. Which specific area do you want me to talk about? Yes.
So I just like your input, really. So I know that you've done a lot of work with Internet Society and community networks, and I think we've had a little bit on what it looks like from a tangible perspective. We should be looking at meaningful connections. Maybe you can give us an input when you go into rural communities. I think I can even speak for myself with some of the work that we do. Do you maybe, if you say you go into rural communities, what are the challenges you face from the people themselves? A lot of the times there might be a bit of miscommunication with what you're doing going in. How do you get literacy programs started around it? They say you won't know what you don't know, so you won't act in accordance with that. So when you go in as a civil society body, what are the engagements you have? How do you start the conversations? What are the challenges you face?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I appreciate your question. What we have been able to achieve in Tanzania is to create a community network in an underserved area where people are complaining about the nature of the expensive of the data bundles that they buy. And the challenge is from the rural perspectives, where we are trying to scale our project, because we have been able to create one community network innovation hub, which combines really the connectivity and innovation uptake. especially for the young people. The challenge is you go to the rural area and you find, people want to connect, but now the level of, they have to choose to buy food or to, to be part of the community network. But like I said, if you open up the spectrum and enable spectrum allocation for them, it is easier to get rid of that heavy investment which we are talking about. And the issue for the rural community really is that first part of creating the infrastructure. And if you get partners to be able to put the infrastructure, then the rest of the work is easy, provided there is a technology that terminate to the center or to the community network innovation hub center. It makes it easier. But really, what we have experienced is having the cooperative way of doing things, just like in any African village. If you want to dig, if you have a problem of water, what do? You get together and try to see what to do. You dig a borehole, and then you put your resources together, and you dig a borehole, you get water. So we use the same approach of saying, you see, we come here, we are talking to you about making sure that your kids, your young people here, the schools, the office of the administration for the government has internet access, so that what you are doing here, your kids are able to get a better future through digital opportunities that exist on the internet, like learning, without actually even going to doing the extracurricular courses, without even going to the classroom. So we go with this, okay, violence. Okay. so basically, I cannot, just 1 minute. Basically, what we need to do, and my advice will be, building a road to go to the village, you don't need actually to know who is going to walk on that road. You just build a road, and people will use that road, to better their lives. And building the road is making sure we connect people in the villages.
Thank you so much for that. And I think that is quite apt. Community-based solutions, people coming together, and really understanding that as much as we're speaking about this, there will be basic needs, survival needs that people will really be considering. Where do we use our money? And not understanding that, sort of not having that convergence and understanding of real life, the situational analysis. So I'm going to open the floor for Dr. Daniela T. Smith, just to give her input on this topic.
Thank you, Zanyewe. As we continue the conversation from the theoretical significance of providing internet connectivity to the real practical significance of these interventions, I can speak about our research project, which was recently deployed in Costa Rica. Our research was funded by the Internet Society and by the Internet Society Foundation. And we had the opportunity to work with a local NGO in Costa Rica, Democracy Lab. And before deployment of the Internet Backpack, we had training sessions. We met with local health practitioners in Costa Rica. This is all online, virtually, because of COVID. So by the time the backpacks were deployed in Costa Rica and we went to Costa Rica, we had had a working relationship for more than a year. But I want to speak about our visit in May of this year to Costa Rica to show the real-life relevance of the application of the backpack and how effective it was in transforming lives. When we got to Costa Rica, we traveled to a really remote community, and it was during the rainy season, torrential rains, and we were traveling over a bridge that literally was almost flooded. And it was terrifying to have to travel to this very remote area that is really partially isolated because it's difficult to reach. When we got to that community, we saw community members coming together to use the backpack, which our research project was to deploy the backpack so that community members could have access to COVID-related health information from local health practitioners in the area. What we did not anticipate was that in addition to that initial objective, many of the community members, their children who were at university who were not able to attend their classes in the city, these university students were coming to this community center to use the backpack to do their class assignments and to actually go to classes online. And they said to us that this allowed them to continue their education. And children in elementary school and younger kids were also going to the community center to use the internet backpack to get online. After that visit to that community, we met with local firefighters who had been trained to use the backpack for emergency use. And what they told us was that in that region, there's severe flooding, and the backpack had allowed them to coordinate their efforts in rescuing people who were stranded in areas that government rescue operations were not able to meet. And so they were also using this community backpack, but they really emphasized to us the importance of having a backpack that they could use exclusively for emergency rescue missions. And after that visit, the final visit that I'll speak about was to another region that we visited an elementary school in a mountainous region, another remote area. It took 2 hours to get up the mountain, and again, it was terrifying because it was muddy. It was very scary trying to drive to get to that region, and many people actually, it is isolated because it's difficult terrain to navigate. When we got to the elementary school, it was a one-room classroom with one teacher who taught classes from first grade to sixth grade, elementary school children, all in one classroom. And we deployed the backpack outside in the courtyard, and the children helped us operate the backpack, so it is simple to operate. A sixth grader is able to figure it out as they did. When to end, in the classroom, these students for the first time were able to access the governmental online curriculum for the first time, using their internet backpack to get access to the internet and to access their courses. And it was transformational for me, and I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. That really, you painted such a vivid picture of the situation that you found on the ground. And I can only imagine, I think as Dave said, that comparative analysis, what before and after would look like, maybe after 3 years, seeing how compared to their peers, that development, that exposure That just sounds like something out of a movie, literally. But I mean, you guys are doing amazing, and I'm sure you all agree. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Honorable Naima just to give her inputs quite briefly. I do know that we're keeping you, so please take the floor, Honorable.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to say that I agree with everything everything my colleagues here on the panel have said, and I want to bring in a different dimension of the importance of ensuring that, you know, the civil servants, particularly if you're talking about school connectivity, the teachers are then able to use these devices, because oftentimes we focus on making sure that there's connectivity, and then we focus on making sure that there's devices, but then we forget about the most important people who need to be able to use those devices so that either the community or the students or the children are then also able to use similarly those devices. So my contribution here is to insist and to make sure that that goes hand in hand with digital literacy and digital skilling efforts, particularly for the last mile community, who then will be responsible of passing on that knowledge to everybody else. And on this case, with regards to school connectivity, I would like to make sure that we don't forget the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That was so concise but so relevant. A lot of the times we do forget, all the members of the value chain. I see that there's a hand up for questions that will come up shortly. I'm just going to give two speakers very briefly, Kwaku, the opportunity to speak, and then we'll open up to Yusuf.
Thank you so much, Zaniwe, and I'll just be very brief and to the point. I think most of the points we're making here about spectrum, also we need to take in cognizance of the regulatory processes and how our regulatory institutions work in tandem with the international institutions like the ITU, in which they are governed by international regulations for spectrum, for example, radio communications. And one thing that we also need to recognize is that most of our big telcos hold a lot of spectrum. My honorable member spoke about in terms of digital dividends and stuff like that. But I think whilst we're speaking about this connectivity and the work that we also do at African Open Data in terms of enabling all people to be connected, and as we've partnered with Syracuse here, I think it's important that across Africa, we all face this problem in terms of our spectrum regulatory institutions or our regulatory institutions in being able to be a bit more quicker in terms of being responsive to what we do. Some of them are open to discussions, especially in the work that we do, and we discuss with some of them. But you see that even regulations itself, once they've agreed, take such a very long time. And with the speed at which we have technology going on now, we want to appeal that, we are a bit more quicker in what we are doing on ground, and that our telcos, especially the mobile operators who have so much spectrum available to them, to also let go. We are begging them, please give us some backhaul also, because if we are having our connectivity and we're riding on your networks as backbone providers, we are not competitors, we are complementers. We are all in this for our purpose and for everybody's purpose, because at the end of the day, we're also paying for service. It's not free, and I appeal to the regulators here, I appeal to the mobile operators here to let's open discussions. This is not somebody stepping into your terrain and taking you off. We are in this together, and I hope that these discussions can go on. Yusuf.
Thank you. It's interesting. I'm the youngest of 8 children, so it's quite fitting that I would be the last one here today. I just want to really try to pull all this together, because I think that what we're missing perhaps is how are we going to actually implement Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063? And what is the role that technologies like the Internet Backpack can do to help us really not just implement these agendas, meaningfully implement these agendas, but also really create and facilitate for the social, political, and economic integration of Africa. Right? Like that's why I'm here. That's why I came to Ethiopia. That's why I'm passionate about these issues. Besides the gray hair and the receding hairline, I'm actually probably one of the youngest people on the panel. And so it's really important for us to not lose sight of what this will mean for children, for millennials, for those who are coming after, and what this transformation will be, not just to ensure that they have access to high quality education, not just to make sure that they have access to healthcare information and are able to understand and be inoculated from recognizing the types of issues that exist with respect to misinformation and fake news, et cetera, but how do we really allow our communities to thrive? How do we allow our communities to become independent and self-sufficient? How do we allow our communities to no longer rely on donor states to ensure that their access to the internet or access to resources is directly related to their relationship with these donors? How do we really truly enable ourselves to be independent and self-sufficient? I'm a Pan-Africanist. So I'm not going to be here to make you feel comfortable. I'm here to revolutionize us and get the idea that what this backpack can do for us as a community, what it can do, and the thought that was behind, okay, communities may not have access to power. Let's put solar cells on it so that you can be able to empower this without having to connect when you're in a rural village and you don't have access to those. If you can get and afford access to the satellite, congratulations. But the backpack is designed to ensure that you can, irrespective to where you are, leverage your SIM card and connect to the broadband, to the cellular towers. All of these issues that have been thought through with respect to the backpack, and I want to add another layer because Dave is here talking about crypto and the need for digital currencies. How do we ensure that we can use digital wallets to deploy access and funds to communities from a social welfare benefit and ensure that all of these things are comprehensively done? You know, as an Afrofuturist, I'm constantly thinking about what is the future for Africa from an African perspective, from a Pan-African perspective, from a Afrofeminist perspective. What does this mean to ensure that we're thinking critically about how do we include and integrate women at the fore of these conversations? Well, how do we make sure that now that we have the internet, we're thinking critically about what are the types of online abuse issues that will implicate women? It's not just enough for us to ensure that we have access to the internet. I mean, everyone here has spoken quite eloquently about some of the challenges and pitfalls and the nuances that are required. But really what we have to, I think, leave this conversation with is, in order for us to achieve the agendas and the aspirations that we've all collectively agreed upon as a global community, as an African community, as a part of an African diaspora community, in order for us to fulfill those realities, we need transitionary technologies to help get us there. You know, I live in the U.S., and, you know, I think there's a concept that all the U.S. is connected, and there are many rural parts. There isn't a business case to ensure that rural parts of Alabama have access to internet, because just the infrastructure cost to build that out is too much. But what this backpack can do is to be a transition. What this backpack can do is tomorrow you bring it to a village and now you're connected. Now you're meaningfully connected. You have sustained connection. And as a part of an ecosystem of the types of resources to provide for really the resurgence of a new African era, I think that this backpack can play a role. You know, I don't work for the company. I don't make any money off of talking about the backpack. I'm here truthfully and honestly because I think that this backpack will help us begin to transition ourselves independently and in a meaningful way. And lastly, because I know we want to make sure folks get an opportunity to ask questions, we have material below here that can explain to you about the details of how the backpack works. We have a booth. You can connect with us and we'll happily talk with you. But I think it's tremendously important for us to be thinking aspirationally about how this helps us get the means of implementation for these agendas and how it allows us to create the enabling environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Jess. Thank you. I was going to say, if you do not feel the vibration and passion, then you are not alive. Thank you for putting that so aptly, and I think that's exactly what this backpack is about. And you know, connecting the nodes. There's so many different aspects to connectivity, to being part of the cyberspace. You don't want to just throw this at people. You want to ensure that there's a safety element. You want to show that there's guidance. You want to show that you have literally, it's that meaningful transformation as you're speaking about, and that's all encompassing. And I'm glad that that is something that was brought up in this discussion. You've really summed it up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the floor. I saw that there are a few questions there. I just want to, I want to be fair. So I'm going to ask if we've got questions online. Let's start there. I have acknowledged you, sir, so you will definitely be on my list. But is that another one? Okay, we've got 2 here. We've got 3. Can I just start online? Theros, could you please guide us there online? So my colleague Theros will take us through that.
Yeah, thank you. I think so far there are no comments online. It's just few, not massive questions online, really. They are just comments saying it's a good panel. They love the conversation going on. So that's what we have currently, and we will come back.
Fantastic. So job well done to everyone up here. The gentleman, we've made eye contact. Please, if you go first. If you could introduce yourself and your question quite briefly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. My name is Mwendwa Kivuva from Kiktanet, a multi-stakeholder platform that deals in ICT policy. We have good experience in community networks. We run the LockNet project, Local Community Networks Project, connecting community networks to learn together across the African continent. And I want to contribute on this debate of portable internet, the backpacks. In Kenya, some years back, there was a debate to provide laptops to children. And that process was actually extremely expensive because after the children were given the laptops, after several years, some got lost, some broke down, some were stolen. And when that process was going on, the advice that was given by the expert was what they need to do to the schools, instead of giving children tablets or laptops, just set up computer labs so that even if the children go away, they finish school, the next team that comes can be able to use them. The most cost-effective way. Of course, the backpacks are good for small island developing states, emergency services, ambulance, sort of those portability use cases. But this backpack cannot solve the problem of connecting the next billion. You've gone to Africa, or you're in Africa actually. You go to these big cities. The way to connect communities is through what we know, like Wi-Fi, have last mile connectivity, provide access points where if people come with devices, they can use from that central point. So we cannot be here trying to sell a product that is sort of either commercial or patented as a solution to connect masses.
Thank you so much for that input. I do apologize for cutting you short. I'd just like to give the opportunity, but thank you, well noted. Good. If I could just please have the gentleman. I'm going to ask all the questions and then we'll just have the colleagues shoot back. So do you still have the question in the front? If you could please keep it as brief as possible, please introduce your...
Sure. Thank you very much for this important panel. I am Dr. Mohamed Yassine from the University of Lille in France, where I'm working on a project on global e-business for Africa, actually. It is global, but my focus will be on the Africa, and it is looking for finding easy and efficient way to connect the people, which goes in line in what you are doing, especially including the marginalized, the far or remote to reach, whether it is in rural areas or even if within the suburban areas or in within the marginalized areas within urban settings. Because, of course, the rural-urban gap in Africa is huge, but I can affirm that we need to have affirmative action to the excluded, especially the digitally excluded. And I believe that such innovative solution will boost and will be an added value to this community, especially if I want to put it in the local context, where I served as first Undersecretary of Federal Governance in the transitional government of Sudan, where we brought a prime minister from this building who was serving the global community, and we brought him to Sudan to make the transformation happen. And in my pipeline, I had a project, a donation from IDA, International Development Association, of 200 millions, at the core of which there was a project of digital transformation for the rural, or the far-reached, or the
Dr.
war-affected.
I do apologize. I'm going to stop you there. However, I do
Yes,
encourage you.
I want to just to acknowledge this, but also try from your part not to just to focus on huge institutions to finance it. Rural communities themselves can finance themselves, not to be depending on these big institutions, because at the end of the day, they will have the excuse of lack of resources, other projects they are suffering, and so on.
Absolutely,
And
Dr.
I
Moen,
acknowledge
I'd like
also.
to stop you there. I do apologize. I do encourage you to please just stay after the session. I really do have to open up the floor to other members, but your inputs are well noted. If we could please have the session afterwards.
So
So,
always we are just discriminated with this time frames when we come to important issues to be discussed.
I understand that, sir.
Yeah.
If I could please moderate the session, I'd like to give other members. We do have a time limit. There are other sessions going on. If I could please open up the floor to another member, we could definitely talk about this afterwards.
We are welcome.
Thank
Well,
you so much,
I
sir.
will go to the booth and discuss further with
Thank you.
the gentle professors. Thank you.
I do appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Lasisi Salami Lawal. I work for Nigerian communication satellite industry, with about over 20 years experience in connectivity across Africa. Part of just what I want to share and for us to look at on the issue of the backpack is for us to look inwards and ensure that we have, the 5 A's, what I call the 5 A's of ICT, if we must domesticate technologies in Africa. And the 5 A's are not just availability, accessibility, and affordability, but, adaptation and adoption of that technology. You get it, all inclusive, tropicalizing that device. I give you a simple example. The experience we have in trying to power, because when you talk about e-education, e-health, and all of that, it boils down to power. You won't be able to do all of this without power. So most of the equipments we use, 98% of the devices, IT devices we use, comes from outside the shores of Africa. Take, for instance, we were in the rural community to power telemedicine, and the modem, the satellite modem, is designed with, using 220 alternating current. But here we are with abundance of solar energy, and we wanted just having 12 volt from the truck. We were using 12 volt to power the device, but we had to go around it. You must probably have to use an inverter. You get it to do that. But what we are saying is there should be a way of designing some of these devices to use DC current to bring down cost of using inverter, because at the end of the day, that device itself is using DC. So here is solar, then to what? Inverter costing over $2,000, then again to DC. What I want to appeal to designers of hardwares in the ICT, particularly this backpack solution, to be able to give us simplified solution tropicalized solutions, you get it, that could allow these devices powered directly through solar. So 5 A's matters, and that's all just what I want to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that input. I do apologize. I'm going to take one more. If you could please keep it brief. The gentleman over there.
There's a lady at the
Oh,
back there.
I see. Is there? I do apologize. Sorry, sir. Please, I will take you personally. Come take down your question and liaise. Please take the floor, ma'am. Please keep it brief. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. My name is Ndinela Itumba from the University of Cape Town. And my question is, what are some of the sustainable funding models that we can adapt in rural communities when it comes to supporting community wireless networks to help with community wireless network resilience within the community? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I do apologize. We do have a session happening afterwards, and I am going to keep quite brief, so I'm not going to take any more questions from the floor. I'm going to let Kweku just take some of the questions and address it quite briefly.
Thank you. I'm just going to be brief. I want to appeal to our brothers and our sisters and our collaborators. We are very open. The backpack solution is complementary. We are not messiahs saying that we're going to solve all the problems. We've seen an aspect of the connectivity problem we're trying to solve. We're not trying to get anybody's. Listen, connectivity needs to be complementary. There are various platforms. We need to be more collaborative. We need to be more open. We need to be to connect with each other. Okay, whatever solutions that are available are good. We have another solution to connect the rural areas, and they're even urban poor too. So please, let's be open. Let's talk. Let's collaborate. At the African Open Data, we've collaborated with Syracuse University. So let's do that. I think Lee, you can answer to the satellite stuff, and we.
Thank you. I note I'm here as a professor. I was with the company. I'm not with the company. Nobody from the company's here in Ethiopia trying to sell you anything. First, I want to note that the world's leading software expert that designed that is Mate Alil in the Democratic Republic of Congo in Goma. The backpack exists because of the demand of Africans for it to exist. It was a research project that I was asked to present to a UNICEF event. In case of emergency, the Goma Volcano Observatory heard about it, and they started bothering me until I turned it from a research project into something we could ship to Goma, where it was, even the shipment into a conflict zone was challenging. So we're not here. There's no magic. I'm an old professor with gray hair. I've been around longer than the IGF has existed. I've involved in different areas of policy where to help the things work through. So we're here to try to help make a change but it's up to Africans to make changes for themselves. And I'll end on that note. Thank you.
Just 5 seconds, and I know we'll go. The brother here, thank you very much for your comment. The backpack actually does do what you were looking for, and so we can catch up afterwards, but the issues about the electricity, the solar, it connects directly to a battery pack that charges that. And so it's being deployed, as he said, in DRC since 2017. It's being done in Ghana right now. It's being deployed in Costa Rica. And I think the thought process is to make sure that we're thinking through those issues.
Thank you so much to our panel and Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation. I do encourage each and every one of you to go to their booth to ask questions, and I do apologize that there really were questions on the floor to my brother there in the front. But thank you so much for your inputs. I think they're quite invaluable, and without this collaboration, without getting really these gems from experienced people within our ecosystem, we definitely won't get anywhere. So I'd like to say thank you. If we can please give the panel a round of applause, and then we exit this venue because we're short. Thank you.
A few technical issues. That's the hybrid meeting. So first of all, good morning and please be welcome at this Open Forum 88. which is the open forum organized by the Youth IGF in cooperation with the European Union delegation to the IGF. My name is Julia Morenets. I'm the Youth IGF founder. I will be with you online, so that will be a hybrid meeting. The challenging one, as we had a few technical issues, but that's all. So that's a good start. So I'm the barrister in law in France, and I'm a former MAG member as well. I've been working a lot on cybercrime around the world with different international organizations and also national organizations to draft the cybercrime law and assist the countries. And this open forum is foreseen today to bring together the decision makers, so the member of the European Parliament delegation and the youth voices from the Youth IGF. And I would like to welcome and thank the distinguished guests that we have on stage, the European Parliament delegation. I would like to present to you just right now. We have with us the head of the European Parliament delegation to the IGF, Mrs. Mia Petra Kumpula-Natri. Please be welcome from the SND, from the European Parliament. You are the head of the delegation. We have with us Mr. Axel Voss from the European Parliament, EPP. Mr. Axel Voss, please be welcome. I'm not sure we need to introduce you more, but we will have the discussion on copyright. I know that this subject cares to you in a while. Please be welcome. I think we have with us as well as a part of the European Parliament delegation, Mr. Ivers Iaps, if I'm not mistaken. Please be welcome. You are from Renew Europe at the European Parliament. If I'm missing a few members of the European Parliament delegation, Mrs. Mia Petra Kumpula-Natri, please correct me and please introduce the members of that delegation in a few moments. So the objective of this open forum that was proposed by the Youth IGF is actually to bring the voices of the young, that I like to call them change makers, so the leaders of the Youth IGF and the European Parliament delegation on the Global Digital Compact. So as you know, the Global Digital Compact is a kind of continuation of the UN roadmap on digital cooperation proposed by UN Secretary General Mr. Guterres, and has 8 priorities. So the Digital Compact is the continuation and is gathering a kind of opinions from around the world on the future of the internet that will feed to the conference next year, as it was announced by the UN Secretary General Envoy on Technology, and will feed actually this conference and the vision of the future of the internet and the WSIS process. As you know, the IGF has been established by the WSIS process. So we can say in this sense that this future vision of the internet would also determine the future of the IGF itself. So the idea is actually to bring to you today the vision of the young people on the future of the internet, on the priorities of the Global Digital Compact, and also to have your reaction, actually. That's the idea. So the IGF 2022 is actually based on 5 priorities that have been selected actually from the 8 priorities of the UN Digital Roadmap. We will focus our discussion today on these particular 5 priorities. But of course, in order to have the discussion, we need to have young voices, we need to have Youth IGF representatives, and that's my pleasure to welcome them and to introduce them to you. A number of them are in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, on stage or in the room, and a number of them are present in remotely, as myself, in that Zoom room. So I would like to welcome João Pedro Martins. We do see you from Portugal. You are the Youth IGF leader from Portugal, present in Ethiopia. We have with us Razwana Moslam, Youth IGF leader in Australia. Ruana is present remotely. If you can say hello to us so we can see you, Razwana.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Thank you for joining, Razwana. We also have with us Samuel Miriam from Tanzania. He's remotely present with us. Samuel, please say hello as well so the members of the delegation can see you and all other guests.
Hi everyone, my name is Samuel Grayson Ngirima from Tanzania.
Thank you. Thank you, Samuel. We have with us as well Fabio Monet, the Youth IGF leader from Switzerland. Fabio has amazing point of view to share with you in a while. Fabio, please be welcome with us as well. I don't know if you are connected or not yet. All right, and we
I'm here, thank you.
Okay, we do see you. Okay, hello, Fabio. Thank you for joining. And we have with us Menelik Solomon from the Youth IGF Ethiopian leader, somewhere in the room on site, but not close because he said to me this morning, I will have a lot of pressure, so I can't sit on stage. So he's in the room. He will be also discussing with us. And of course, we have a number of other people present, dancing from Nigeria, Toko from South Africa, Valerie from Kenya, and others. If I can have the screen back, that will be amazing. Thank you so much. And we will start that conversation, but before we go on the 5 priorities and tangible views that these young change makers would like to bring to you, the members of the European Parliament delegation, to have this open and frank discussion, I would say, we would like to bring the question to Mrs. Mia Petra Kumpula Natri, the head of this European Parliament delegation, on why actually the European Union has so big interest in internet governance, in digital cooperation, and why the European Parliament and also the Commission are so strongly supporting the office of the UN Tech Envoy on technology. If you can just explain us in a few words, so young people also have this vision, European vision that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia, and thank you for all youth IGF participants. It is very honor for us to have a global perspective for this hour, as we normally operate 27 European countries. So for us, this is a privilege. Welcome on my behalf and my delegation members. We are 3 in the room here. So for us, having the Global Digital Compact is very much aligned with the values and principles that we are practicing in the European Parliament when we do set legislation also and set principles for internet. We understand the global view for the internet. It is not split, and it should not be. It should be open. It should be secure, and it should be accessible for all. But in the European Union, I can just a few minutes to tell, as your international audience, that we do our everything for the Sustainable Development Goals. It includes the climate. And if I mentioned what is the biggest issue in Europe now, it is the twin transition. And it means 2 things. It means the climate change and digitalization. This is where we put our budget, where we put our aims, and this is the core of our issues. So then when we read the social needs, when we need our internal politics among the 27 countries, we see the very same principles in the UN. And also when we do look at the internet itself to be open, free and secure, it is much what's happening online. Of course, before it comes to connectivity, if you have access to internet, and in Europe we have been talking about the digital caps, and we understand it's even more urgent globally to reach those 3 billion outside. But even in Europe, whether it's covering the countryside, 3G is not enough. You need 4G to have these applications running. And what will happen with the 5G and new technologies? We are already legislating also some principles for how to use new technologies. And if you remember one key word why we are legislating, we want also the disruptive technologies like AI to be human-centric. The applications of the technology should be human-centric. Not to look at the government power or not to look at the money power, but look how it will impact the citizens and people. So having all that, I think it's very interesting to hear your comments, and as very dedicated for the UN principles inside the European Union, also we want to work for the good global digital compact to be accepted in September next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Mia Petra Kumpula-Natri, for this, insight that gives, I think, the flavor to our discussion. We will discuss about these 5 priorities. I would like just to mention them, and then we will really go deep into our conversation. We will be touching upon connectivity, connectivity for all, and safeguarding human rights. We'll be speaking about the internet fragmentation, about how do we govern data and protecting privacy of citizens. We'll be speaking about security and safety, and of course, AI and innovative advanced technologies and innovation. I would like to start our first topic, which is the fragmentation of internet. And when we speak about the fragmentation of internet, that depends how we approach the question, right? It's a little bit up to you to tell us what is your vision. But I would like to start with this short film, actually made by João Martins on stage itself. So he's not only a technical person and the leader, but also a filmmaker, I would say. So let's check it, and I hope technology will work, and then we will be back to the question and to the discussion.
Hi everyone, my name is João Pedro. Today I'm presenting you an application that works for knowing if there's a lot of people near the beach that you want to go. This was developed by the Portuguese government, and it basically relies on your location and the info provided by those who are at the beach. And you can see the safety rules for attending the beach, which are also available in English, and search for the nearby beaches. For instance, I live in Mira, and after doing a little bit of a search, I can see that, for instance, Poço da Cruz has low occupation. And I can go a little bit further and ask for directions. So this is good because currently we have to stay and keep the social distancing. So that's it for today. See you.
All right, I hope we saw the video in Addis Ababa because we saw it well here in Europe. But João, so my question is the following: that's amazing. I mean, that app is amazing, and Mrs. Mia Petra Kumpulanatru just mentioned, the applications, But I have a question. Does it lead to this? Can this lead to the situation and lead to the situation when we have, this population very well connected using these apps and etc. And those actually they don't have the clue about about all these digital solutions, etc. And so at the end of the day, bring to the fragmentation of the internet, not from the sovereignty point of view, but from the usability point of view. That's my first question. And second one, unfortunately, we don't have any MEP from Portugal today with us, but still, do you think in Portugal all is going well with the digitalization and we don't need to do more, or it's not the case? So Joao, if you can comment, and then we will go back to the MEPs for their comments actually on that.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Julia. So my name is João Pedro. I'm joining from Portugal. First of all, thank you very much for enjoying my my local town beach, which is also very interesting to present you. To give you some, just first of all, some context on the video. So it was during COVID and pandemic times, and it was an initiative from the government to present the return to the beaches during summertime in a more safer way, giving all the people the possibility to, before going to a given beach, the possibility of knowing if it was too crowded or if they should try and find some place less crowded. This is basically the idea of the presentation, but I think it sets the theme for the question that Julia presented. So basically, I think it should be interesting to analyze this from both a local perspective and a more generalized context as well. So at a local level, I could tell you that maybe 50% of the people would have installed that application because they would rather go take their cars and just walk around and see if the park was actually empty or too crowded, and then decide to. So this also touches very close to the human-centric perspective that we just started a few minutes ago. But nevertheless, the question remains: if everyone was to have the application, would everyone also have the possibility to know how to engage with the application? And I think it touches, from a technical perspective, the challenge of making the usability of the application and the tangible value to the user available and clear from the start, which sometimes is not the case. And I think this application is just an example, but at the Portuguese level we also have other applications that are government developed. For instance, we have for the healthcare system an application called SNS24, which allows you for seeing your prescriptions, your vaccination process. It can even allow you to set meetings and appointments with your local practitioner. But at the same time, we also see it a little bit as the start of the digitalization process of these areas. Because, for instance, you'd still have to book an appointment, but then receive a phone call to actually put it in place at the local level. And this, for me, raises a lot of questions. So if you are taking the digital path, how easy and how generalizable will be also for the services that are run at national and international level to actually catch up with this, because we've also been using in Addis a ride-sharing application, very common for those of you that usually also use it at your home countries. And this is also the case, so we could actually book it, but then we'll receive instantly a phone call from the rider to really confirm the details and make sure that we did not had some problem.
Rashid from Tanzania. I would like to share with you some points regarding the impacts
I think you'll have the opportunity to share that with us in just a few minutes. Let me just conclude, touching the last question from the last point from Julia. So I think looking forward, the challenge will also be to also work, and for our context today here, at the EU level. So the application was sharing locations, and if you remember, during COVID times, we also put up in a protocol in place that was supposedly interoperating at an international level, in the EU level. And for me, this raises a lot of questions. From a technical perspective, are we ready to accept those protocols to be put in place? And more of a regulatory place and a regulatory perspective, are we ready also to allow those protocols to go live? So this is perhaps my first round of words, but this is really to set the theme for a proper discussion with also all of you in the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Joao. Indeed, that's, apologies for this interruption, but it's how it works when we have, we didn't test technical elements beforehand, but that's a funny thing. I think, thank you for giving this, point of view, but I think now we need to turn to the members of the European Parliament. I don't know if who would like to react, Mr. Vos, Mrs. Mia Petra, or the colleague as well.
Let me, Mia Petra, I will start with two remarks, because it was very good to start from the concrete one. One, I plead you, give on this word of the usability, you need some skills, at least to load an application. Even if you are connected, you have a smartphone and everything. So one plea, please teach your parents too, and especially teach your grandparents. I'm an engineer, I'm a digital politician, and I still need help of my son of 14 sometimes. And if I want to be on the social media, my girl is all the time commenting, oh, Mom, why don't you do this way and that way? So that kind of education is very difficult to bring to the schools or somewhere. So that's the easiest way. So please be active in your neighborhood with your close people. So also then they can be digital grandmothers. So I love it when I see that how they get connected and they are so happy. People at their 80s or something. So it's not that, oh, give them only paper, but just give them a little bit advice, install the programs, and they are connected globally, and that is wonderful. And the second one, it's more for our politicians' duty, so that you can start vaccination application or whatever, you need to trust the system. And who will be responsible for those? It is a lot on the politicians and legislation, so that the systems that public sector is offering needs to be secure, and there needs to be trust. And that is what you have to require from the governments, so that the systems on markets are trusted, and especially when it comes to the issues like health.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Vos, please. Yes. So.
Sorry. So I agree in general with what was said. I have two daughters, and also they are explaining to me how can I be more efficient in my life. I'm still typing messages instead of dictating it. So this is a question of generation, I would say, and also the openness of your minds, and so there should be a kind of a changing of mind settings with the older generations, but you as youth representatives here, you should apply immediately to everything, because this is more your future than ours at the end.
And that's why you need these digital skills. There is no way around. We will live on digitalization and you have to adapt it. But also here, and what Mia Petra was also saying, it's a question of education and the skills and media skills, and get a feeling for what can be done and what not. But if we are coming to some applications, especially the vaccine applications, I have a slightly different opinion, because everywhere, when everything what we are doing, the big elephant is in the room is the data protection regulation. And this is killing everything, because you can't really approach difficulties in a better way. So on this level of COVID crisis, etc., our discussion has only been how we can secure all the data instead of how we can better manage the crisis. And this is where I'm asking more and more for be open for balances. There are privacy tech in place to secure the privacy, to secure the individual rights, and on the other hand to move forward and have better results out of using more data. And also you can think about how to pseudonymize, anonymize, and also thinking about synthetic data. This is all what we can have. There are other possibilities, but the thinking of, I don't want to insult anyone, but the thinking in the European Parliament is only, and this is so easy, this is not a challenge in saying, oh, we have to secure the privacy of everyone, instead of thinking how we can balance this better. I'm always in favor of balancing, of differentiating more and making more possible. And this could have been done also with the application for the COVID strategy, but we haven't at the end. And this is what I'm thinking sometimes is sad, that we are not open-minded enough also for better solutions.
Thank you, Mr. Vos, for bringing this point of view. Mr. Eaps, would you like to comment on something, or we go to our second point, which is connecting all people?
Well, thank you very much. Just a brief comment. I think that we should put our today's discussion in a broader perspective. And the point which was mentioned by both of my dear colleagues is very crucial. This is about skills, but in a very fundamental sense, skills. We are dealing very much with development in all the regions of the world, and we all know the problems faced by many countries. From that perspective, I would say that 200 years ago in Europe, I'm coming from Latvia, which is Eastern Europe, we had to struggle for universal literacy. Right now, I think that the very concept of literacy includes much more than just your capability to read and write. It also includes some coding. In that sense, I think that promotion in all parts of the world of coding skills from the very young age is really a key, because I know from my own experience that, well, it can be a big opportunity to start early on with coding education, which creates a lot of very high productivity jobs later on. And from that perspective, well, skills, not just about the user skills, but also about the skills of how do you create software. This is a very big thing, and in that sense, I would really encourage this. We are working in the European Parliament on the so-called digital decade, which is about our digital development up until the year 2030, and it consists of 4 parts, and I think that they all are relevant also for the global digital agenda. This is first of all connectivity. which is a big thing, especially in Africa, where we have been listening a lot about this issue in the last days. This is about digitalization of businesses. In order to make the businesses more productive, you have to introduce new digital instruments like cloud, like different kinds of AI applications, and this is where, of course, the trust comes in, what was just mentioned by Mia Petra. This is about public services, all the public services being available on the internet. But the fourth thing where we really have this ambition in Europe to have something like 70,000 new ICT specialists produced every year is really a number which is quite big, but this is what our economy is going to need to go forward, because the development itself, the very concept nowadays includes very much this digital dimension, and the youngest generation, which are the digital natives, of course, have a lot of challenges in that, including security challenges that have been mentioned and that have been analyzed before, cybersecurity, fraud, and so on and so forth. But it provides also a lot of opportunities, and this is where we, politicians, have to come in and to make this thing really feasible and human-centric, not just about, let's say, some high-level politics, but then on the everyday lives where people start to use all those opportunities that are provided by the digital technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eaps. And we have to remind that European Union is taking really seriously the question of digital skills, of course. And as you just said, Mr. Eaps, maybe in a few years, actually, we will have the notion of digital skills will have evolution, and actually it will be completely common, to use AI application or create AI application as it was with the literacy that you just mentioned, right? But for that, we will need, of course, connectivity. We'll need to be connected. And that brings me to the second point, which is the connecting all people. And that smartphones will soon let users connect by satellite where there is no Wi-Fi or cellular coverage. So I would like to have the point of view from Samuel. We will bring him on stage in a minute, but first we have the video from Tanzania, from the same school where Samuel works. I hope the video will open well. If not, we might have just the sound. Let's check how it will work. All right.
Hello, Youth IGF. My name is Ramadan Ali Rashid from Tanzania. I would like to share with you some points regarding the impacts of higher satellite connectivity to rural internet users. The first thing is about adoption. The community needs education, especially on the new communication technologies, because they live in their own ways. Another thing is about the power. When you want to access internet, there should be a power supply. So some of the areas have no electricity. They use the solar panels in order to connect to the lights as well as their computers. Another thing is about the limitation. Satellite connectivity needs money. You should have the terrestrial receivers in order to connect to the internet, to access the internet. And the last is the costs. Satellite connectivity is very expensive. Some of the people may not be in a position of purchasing some devices in order to connect to the internet, as well as paying the fees for the service. Thank you very much.
That's the message we wanted to bring you from Tanzania, and we have Samuel with us. Samuel, please be short. We're 25 minutes beforehand. We're learning a little bit of time, so please, if you would like to comment, and then we will be back for the reaction from the members of the European Parliament. Samuel, you have the floor. Please be short, and please, of course, yes, introduce yourself quickly.
Okay. My name is Mari.
All right, I think we lost Samuel. Samuel, maybe we will be back in a few minutes to you, but first we go for the comments from the European Parliament, to the members of the European Parliament. I don't know if Mia Petra, Axel, or Eva have to comment quickly as well before we bring back Samuel.
Yes, thank you. When we talk about the internet to be open, free and secure, it also needs to be affordable. Otherwise, not everybody is on board and it will be scattered on that way. So there are different policies that the governments can do on the spectrum, how that will be allocated, how to require the coverage for the telcos. And then, of course, I very much appreciate the UN process on the Giga to get all the schools connected. So then you have also the connectivity in the village where you have a school. So that's very good start. And then knowing that often the coverage is already, like this country, I think something 75%, but the usage is 25%. So then again, young people, raise your voice that you want to get your connection, and then the users that you need it. And then it is, of course, also, I say that how to structure the markets of the telcos, for example, that there should be ways to get more people on board. We have had this challenge in Europe as well, but then we have the legislation, for example, for the companies who have most significant market power, that they have to share with the others, so we can get the competition going on, and then also talk to enterprises that a little bit less on the price for the connectivity, you will get much more traffic and more users again. So thank you very much for this comment. It was appreciated.
Thank you, Mia Petra, and thank you for mentioning the structure. Well, that this market needs to be structured. That it's actually we need to turn to the decision makers. And Samuel, you know a little bit about school because you are a school teacher, right? A young school teacher in Tanzania. So very quickly, tell us a little bit about the how is the connectivity in your school?
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Samuel from Tanzania, and I'm working as a
yes, Samuel, I think we need to be back later on to you because the connectivity is really, it's not really good, but we will bring, we brought your voice already and your issue to the members of the European Parliament. And of course we need to say, and we know you talked to us, you know, and you said that from time to time you need to walk a few kilometers, sorry, not only 1 kilometer to get the internet connectivity. So you really face this issue in bringing internet and this knowledge to your kids in your school. But thank you for that. We will be going to the second question, and actually I think Mr. Axel will appreciate, which is about AI and copyright. I would like to show you another video, another point of view. We have Rosanna with us. I hope, Rosanna, you are better connected. So to bring you with your comment on stage in a few seconds, we'll try another one on the topic of copyright and AI.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rizwana Muslim. Today I'm going to talk about the importance of our copyright laws regarding artificial intelligence created works. Artificial intelligence involves technology that does not simply process data at a request of a human operator, but which is able to learn from the data in order to make effective decisions and judgment autonomously. With the rapid increase of complexity of tasks, artificial intelligence can master. The predictability of its output is of increasing commercial significance. Where artificial intelligence has played an essential role in the creation of a work, there's still pathways for some copyright protection. Even with a very capable artificial intelligence, there will probably be a lot of rooms for human creativity. Can any of these be legally protected by copyright laws? Artificial intelligence is able to make functionally creative output in the absence of traditional human author. And protecting AI-generated works with copyright is vital to promote the production of socially valuable contents. Providing this protection is required under the current legal framework. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our beautiful Rizwana for bringing this topic of copyright and AI. And you know, AI is used to create works like magazine covers, for example, but current legislation doesn't always protect AI generated content by copyright, even it was created with a human help. And that's why we brought this question to Rizwana. If you would like quickly to comment what you just said, and we will go for the reaction from the members of the European Parliament after. Rizwana, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Julia, for giving me the opportunity. Hi, everyone. My name is Rizwana Muslim. I am from Australia. I've been working with Youth IGF for quite a long time now. So today we are going to discuss one of the vital issues that we have been talking for quite a long time now. It's artificial intelligence and the copyright laws. So a person who did not contribute, the common sense says, like, a person who did not contribute to a substantial effort in a generation of a work is not entitled to be credited as an author. But AI does not have any right under copyright law, and therefore there is no legal obligation to indicate that AI was used to generate the work. But also we might want to indicate that AI was used to help create a work to be transparent with the whole audience. So transparency, explainability is one of the main ethics or principles of AI. And then we have to make sure that we understand that even though it has not been created by someone individually, but the human participation can be there, substantially. So if AI created work could be protected by copyright law, who should be considered to be the author? So for normal youth perspective, we definitely think who has given the orders or who started to create the work, he should be given all the credits, or the copyright protection should be given to him. So this is what I think should be one of the topic that needed to be discussed. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And then I'm very excited to hear from you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Rizwana, for bringing this question to us, to the members of the European Parliament. I think we are definitely good experts. So we'd like to know the point of view of the European Union. We have with us Axel Voss. You worked a lot on copyright together with Jean-Marie Cavada. Mia Petra, you worked a lot on digitalization, and Ivers on AI as well. So I mean, we are waiting for your comment on how it's happening at the European Union, but also what you would like to answer to Rizwana.
So thanks for your questions, and it's always complicated to find the balance between copyright and also AI or digitalization. Normally, I would say copyright is not fitting digitalization any longer. Especially what we have done is to balance the situation between the biggest platforms and the creative industry, or the authors and performers, especially into a better balance. And we concentrated only on the big platforms here. And because we know creative people need to have also a kind of an income or fair remuneration. And this is also a kind of a fundamental right. You do not have to forget intellectual property rights is part of the fundamental rights. And it's important also to have, and this is what we have done. But AI, of course, can also be part of it in creating things, but so far the copyright is just focusing on human beings being creative, and then they will be protected. What we have throughout the member states of the European Union, we have exemptions for it. And this is not full harmonized, but it's somehow harmonized, but so that the younger generation can use parts of some copyright protected works and so on. But if you're creating something what is only artificial, then there is no creative part of a human being in it, and that's why we do not think so far, and this is or was judged by a court, by the court so far, that this is not have the level of protection what you need to be creative at the end. So I wouldn't exclude that we are changing our minds, or the judges or courts one day, but so far with copyright having in mind, you need as a human being creative, and then you have the advantage of protecting these. To detect copyright protected works, here we can be better, and here we can also have AI in place. So far, because of the fragmentation in the European Union, because every one of our member states is doing its own copyright or has its own copyright tradition, it was not, or we haven't been able so far in coming forward with these ideas. But this should be a kind of an idea what we should come up with, hopefully at least next term. But I think we can be better here also as a kind of a common market for copyright protected works. And this might be a kind of a good starting point with this idea. But AI is, of course, the booster of digitalization, and here also we can play a role in the copyright world.
Thank you.
Julia, let me have a very short comment also here, and greetings to Rosanna, to Australia. I am elected from Finland, and my Prime Minister is visiting Australia today, so it's also proof of the small world. On AI, we are negotiating at this very moment in the Parliament, and we'll be hopefully getting to the vote, what is the Parliament opinion on the European way of legislating AI. And I'm engineer myself too, so it's impossible. But we are not legislating AI, but we are legislating the use cases. And when it is about the AI that is used for something that is my fundamental right, whether I get access to the university, it's not enough to say because of AI didn't choose you. Or if I don't get a loan, or I don't get the social benefit. So even banks have to have some explainability, as you said, that why something very important is decided on my life. And that is the idea of the European AI law. And then I hope to see some spread and other ideas globally, how what is possible with the new technologies should not be causing more harm to the people, and this is our human centricity. Unfortunately, we don't have time for deeper discussion on this one, but we will continue.
Thank you, Mia Petra. I feel like we need to give the same treatment to Mr. Ivers. I don't know, very quickly, if you would like to react, or you give us the floor for another point we'd like to bring, a challenging one for you. Ivers, would you like to react quickly?
Thank you very much. Just a brief comment. I think that, well, we have to balance, of course, our precaution regarding the AI, which is completely justified, with not stifling innovation. And I think this is a point where we really need a global approach, because we all know that geopolitical players are playing against each other and competing with each other nowadays in developing different kinds of AI applications. I think that the EU should take the lead on the one hand, setting those rules that Mia Petra was talking about, but at the same time also providing the way forward. Providing a framework for sandboxes, for example, where you can develop new applications without violating those rights and limitations that we want to impose on them. So, well, there is a lot of room of innovation. And this is why I wanted to emphasize, because AI has a lot of threats and challenges, but it has also a very significant amount of opportunities, for example, in health, which was already mentioned, also on fighting climate change in many different ways. So, so this is our political task, to balance those opportunities with challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivars. We have 10 more minutes. We would like to bring to you another important point, which is the governing data and privacy, and take at least 1 or 2 questions, but let's be positive, at least 1 question from the floor. That's all in our hands. Very quickly, I would like to bring the question of the DSA, that Care to You, the Digital Services Act that has been published. And we would like to bring the opinion from the outside of Europe, namely Switzerland, the neighbor country, and would like to know how, actually we asked this question to Fabio, would like to know how this DSA will affect citizens and how citizens will be informed about, but also citizens outside of the European Union, very close to the European Union, let's say it this way. We have 1 minute video and would like to be back for your opinion and for your point of view just after. So let's go for it.
The Digital Service Act has been in force since 2 weeks ago. I have 2 perspectives for you to offer on this, one as a European youth and one as a Swiss citizen. As a European youth, I applaud the efforts of the European Union to improve the rights of users towards online platforms and social media. Specifically, I welcome the new additional rights that users have to challenge online content moderation, the new transparency regulation with regards to targeted online advertising, and the new rights that users enjoy to limit this targeted online advertising. As a Swiss citizen, I am concerned that a similar thing will happen as happened with the GDPR, namely that it will take a long time to implement this legislation also in Switzerland. So I urge the Swiss government to take swift action and to start an open public debate about the content of this new regulation so that Swiss citizens can very soon enjoy these rights as well. And as a joint message, as both a Swiss but also as a European youth, I would very much welcome collective redress options to be expanded upon in the future so that users get even more powerful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fabio. Fabio is with us. I don't know if you would like to react in a very short and to take like 1 minute, just to say something to the members of the European Parliament. Fabio.
Okay, let me see if this works. Yes, hello, thanks for having me. Yes, I was asked to comment on this from a Swiss perspective. So for me, it's really a question of collaboration, because I see that in the GDPR, this didn't really work well. So this is actually something I will address at the Swiss IGF as well, more to the Swiss policymakers. But I think it's also a more general point to expand this regulation like to the borders outside of the European Union, so that other countries like in worldwide also can profit from these kind of advancements. And also a big thank you actually from Switzerland, because I feel like our policymakers are not doing a good job in these things. And so, yeah, so I really hope that in the future they will start to get on this trend as well. Maybe, yeah, that's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Fabio. Well, we heard from Fabio. You got the opinion from the Swiss youth. Well, I mean, from one of the one of the representatives of the Swiss youth. If you would like to react, Mia, Petra, Axel, Ivers, quickly, so we can have a chance to get one question from the floor.
Thank you, and I think it's fair to say that this targeted advertisement was something added by the European Parliament to this legislation. It was a group of MEPs being so actively seeing that what's happening in the real life, for example, advertisement rules for minors. I don't want my daughter at the age of 10 having advertisement on how to sit on diet. It's dangerous, it's health dangerous. And this kind of legislation was not there. And they could still take that information that she was a little bit like taking pictures that do I look fat. So that there was a strong direct link from the civil society to the European Parliament that we need to do something. Self-regulation was not enough. And that's why I really much appreciate that you are hearing that and you are seeing that in the other parts of the world. So of course implementation is there, and we also see some more collaborative action from the platforms also, that when the voice is raised, you are active, some politicians take examples, then that could spread in the different legislatures to that how to protect this kind of online life. So to summarize DSA, the things that are illegal here, offline, in our everyday life, should be illegal online too. Whether it's the hate speech, whether it's misinformation, whether it's false advertisement, whether it's not protecting the minors, whether it's attacking women's online violence, and so on. So thank you very much for raising that one.
Ivers, Axel, would you like to react? You have 1 minute in common, I would say.
Well, my quick remark would be agreeing with what was said just by Mia, Petra, but regarding our Swiss friends, I would urge you to ask your decision makers to apply for full associate membership in the main European research program, Horizon Europe, which has a lot of digital dimensions in order to facilitate the role of Switzerland in the common European framework and common European development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ivers. Axel, would you like to react as well?
Yes, so of course, data protection is a key element in all these digitalization, so therefore we have to fight for it, and there might be other approaches around the world, but we have chosen this one, and this is a very strict one. So that's why I think if we can expand this to other regions, it might also be helpful regarding the transfer of data. Also, this is already a kind of an element where everyone has to think about, and that's why I'm not sure how how Switzerland might be also affected by these, but this is then also a decision by the national legislator, because the word was also said collective redress. In these data protection issues, we are coming more and more to these. We have done also a legislative tool for collective redress in place. I'm not sure if this is already in force in a place so that this is that already you can apply to these, but then the transition of these shouldn't take such a long time any longer, because we decided on this, I think, in 2019, so it should be already there. But collective redress might be an element, especially in the digitalization, because you're affecting a lot of people, and this might also infringe then the fundamental rights or the privacy of everyone.
Thank you, Axel. If you allow, we have 3 more minutes. We would like to take one question. We have Menelik from Ethiopia. Of course, we would like to also, we wanted actually to approach the question of a metaverse and cybercrime. You know, Interpol just created this metaverse space where we can raise and leverage the capacities of law enforcement, etc. Unfortunately, we don't have time to go to that subject, but I would like to call on Menelik, present in the room. Menelik, very quickly, you have 1 minute just to ask a straightforward question to the members of the European Parliament. Please take the mic and take the floor.
Okay, thank you everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, go.
Okay. Everyone in the tech industry have their own interest in want to make use of data they can get their hands on. Any data, they will be using it for their own purposes. How can we ever ensure the privacy of our data and develop trust with any of the stakeholders that are actors in the tech industry? Who can we ever trust in this environment? That's my question.
Thank you, Menelik. I think your question goes a little bit together with what we just discussed, about privacy and the TSA. Do we have Valerie as well in the room? So we take a second question and go back to the members of the European Parliament. Very quickly, Valerie, are you with us or not?
Thank you, Julia. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think for me, my question is, especially when talking about the legislations and the policy making towards things like the DSA, how are you involving the young people to understand what the DSA provides in the EU, but also as best practices that can be leveraged across the globe as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. We need to mention that you are from Kenya, right? And you are a young lawyer in Kenya, so where your question comes. So we will turn to the members of the European Parliament very quickly, because I think we need to make the room free after that. That's why we're rushing a little bit. I don't know who would like to start. Ivers, Mia Petro or Axel or Ivers,
So, Julia, I would like to start with the privacy question. Of course, digitalization, how we let it grow, and these last 20 years, it's a kind of an danger for privacy and personal data and fundamental rights. So that's why we decided on focusing on this element and how we can secure these. So you need at least a kind of a legislation, and to enforce this legislation and have a kind also of an oversight body, we choose the way of an independent data protection administration, and they can do its own job and not having or being restricted by someone of the government or whatever. So you need an independent body, but it's very crucial at the end that you have someone is in place to do this oversight and to correct, and that the companies can't do everything that what they like to do, and that probably what they can do. Here we need some frame in place, and this is, I would say, now very well known. But of course, if everyone accepting to the data processing, etc., then it's on the responsibility of the individual at the end. So it's always a kind of balancing all these interests, and that's why I think we are on a good way. But if you would like to implement something in your country, yes, make sure that you have an independent body in place and a very strong or strict regulation or provision that this is respected.
Thank you, Axel. Petra or Ivers, would you like to react as well?
Yeah, I will take then the second question, and understanding is always a good one, but also this DSA kind of legislation, it is requirements for the companies that then the users of the platform should be safer. So when you buy things online, the big platforms have responsibility to know who are selling there. So then you don't buy fake medicine or fake shoes or whatever. So also they should have some responsibilities, and not to say, I don't know who was it. if it was a real person or if it was just an internet site and you put your monies and you didn't receive any sneakers that you were paying for. So this kind of legislation is a strong tool. And I also refer to the AI legislation comparison that when you go to the pharmacy to buy a medicine, you should trust it without being a doctor. So also when you start using some AI application, you should have a basic trust that it is functioning okay. And this is the way we want to make it easier. And then we cannot legislate Africa, but we can legislate even big companies. And then you can challenge them also, because you say that you have technical ways to do that, because you do it in Europe for the 440 billion people. So this is kind of effect that I think we can deliver. I heard Meta answering one day that they don't believe other countries want to do lower level services, because they said that now what we put pressure gives a lower level services because they are not so much taking my personal information. Well, that's a question. Do I want to get so much specified that they know everything about me? So this balance is also up to the legislations here. So you can require more when you see that one part of the world is going ahead.
I think that's definitely the question and the recommendation for the parliamentary track, right? Where we need to bring these kind of questions where parliamentarians from all over the world are present. Ivars, would you like to say a few ending words before we wrap up very quickly?
Well, the time of original enthusiasm and optimism about the internet is over. And this is, I think, one of our main tasks as political decision makers, to ensure a regulation which would provide everyone, both in Europe and the wider world, with liberty, with individual rights, and with secure use of those technologies that are facing us also in the future, not just today, but also in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And unfortunately, I think we need to end this session. We tried this session to be, a frank and open discussion between the youth representatives and youth IGF changemakers and the European Parliament, members of the European Parliament and of the European Parliament delegation to the IGF. We wanted this to be substantive discussion, well, the discussion of substantive issues to, bring the voice on things that care and that we see in our daily life. So I would like to thank all youth change makers, all youth representatives, and all people and guests in the room, but also remotely. I would like to, of course, to thank the members of the European Parliament delegation, Axel Vos, Ivars Ieps, and Mia Petra Kumpula-Natri, for coming to speak to us. We hope you will continue talking to us, listening to us, and of course, repeating these kind of events together. Thank you so much. And I would ask all people present in the room in Addis Ababa. I will not be a part of those people, but still join the members of the European Parliament on stage for a family photo. And please continue the discussion at the IGF and have a great day. Thank you.
Por Observacom, por Hiperderecho y por la Fundación Wikimedia. Mi nombre es Lucía León, yo soy coordinadora legal de Hiperderecho y en esta oportunidad voy a estar moderando la presente sesión. En este workshop buscamos precisamente abordar el debate sobre la necesidad de regular las grandes plataformas, que es un debate que se ha ido incrementando en los últimos años. En primer lugar, por digamos, el creciente poder, sobre todo de las grandes plataformas, para influir en el debate público, en el funcionamiento de las democracias, en el ejercicio de la libertad de expresión, etcétera, incluyendo algunos temas relacionados que pueden demandar regulación, como es la privacidad de los usuarios, la protección de datos personales, etcétera. si bien entendemos que se trata pues de un debate global, encontramos también que tiene especificidades pues particulares en lo que respecta al sur global, y precisamente por esa razón es que buscamos traer esta conversación en el presente taller. El día de hoy vamos a contar con la presencia de 4 ponentes. En primer lugar, con la presencia de Raúl Echeverría, quien es uno de los fundadores del Registro de Direcciones de Internet de América Latina y el Caribe, el LACNIC, y que se ha desempeñado también como CEO de dicha entidad por 12 años. Ha sido también vicepresidente global de Internet Society y actualmente es el director ejecutivo de ALAI, la Asociación Latinoamericana de Internet. Asimismo, contamos con la presencia de Lilian Nalboga, quien es una investigadora en tecnología y una activista interesada en promover el uso apropiado de las tecnologías de la información para el desarrollo y para el empoderamiento. Ella tiene más de 10 años trabajando, investigando en las políticas de Internet e implementando proyectos de tecnología para el desarrollo en África. Asimismo, contaremos con la presencia de Paulo Víctor Melo, quien nos estará acompañando desde la plataforma en línea. Él es investigador integrado en el Instituto de Comunicación de la Universidad Nova de Lisboa, donde está realizando una investigación postdoctoral sobre tecnovigilancia y discriminación algorítmica en Brasil y Portugal. Es profesor del curso de Ciencias de la Comunicación en la Facultad de Diseño, Tecnología y Comunicación y es también coordinador del Centro de Comunicación, Democracia y Ciudadanía de la Universidad Federal de Bahía. Asimismo, también desde la plataforma online nos está acompañando Orlando Silva, quien es diputado federal en su segundo mandato y que en la Cámara de Diputados fue secretario de Participación, Interacción y Medios Digitales, presidente de la Comisión de Trabajo, Administración y Servicio Público, relator de políticas como la Ley de Migración, la Ley General de Protección de Datos Personales y la creación de la Autoridad Pública de Protección de Datos y la Ley Brasileña de Libertad, Responsabilidad y Transparencia en Internet. La estructura que vamos a manejar para el presente workshop es pues, intentar abordar algunas preguntas de política, ¿no? En rondas. Entonces, para la primera ronda, cada ponente dará sus apreciaciones durante entre 5 y 7 minutos y lo propio con la siguiente ronda. En primer lugar, queremos conversar un poco con ustedes, ¿no? Sobre cómo las políticas de moderación y las prácticas sobre todo de las grandes plataformas digitales pueden impactar de manera diferenciada en las distintas regiones del globo, así como qué principios regulatorios de moderación de contenidos y de procesos relacionados con ello podrían garantizar de mejor manera la libertad de expresión y otros derechos fundamentales en los distintos sistemas legales, ¿no? ¿Cuáles son los retos que la regulación de las grandes plataformas a nivel global plantea y cuáles podrían ser respuestas apropiadas y mecanismos apropiados para realizarlo, ¿no? Raúl, empezamos contigo. No hay traducción. Okay.
Lucía, perdona la interrupción. La gente está preguntando sobre traducción y si la sesión va a efectuarse toda en español. ¿Podrías indicar cuál es el protocolo para la sesión, por favor, sobre idioma?
Sí, yo tenía entendido que había pues, interpretación simultánea. A ver, un momento. Entiendo que los intérpretes están intentando ingresar al Zoom para que... We can also start in English if the others are okay with that. The other panelists.
She's okay.
Okay, she's okay with that. Okay. Okay then. Well, I can certainly repeat the first question in English so that we are on the same.
I think that's I translated.
Oh, okay, but for the audience, maybe. Well, we are trying to address how do the content moderation policies and practices of major digital platforms impact differently on different regions of the globe, and also what regulatory principles of content moderation processes can be better guarantee freedom of expression and other fundamental rights in diverse legal systems, and what are the challenges for the regulation of large global digital platforms, and what are the appropriate bodies and mechanisms to do so. So we're going to start with Raúl.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers, also to say hello to my colleagues in the panel, especially those that are connected remotely. I say hello to Diputado Orlando that we have already met in the past in Brasilia, and he has done an incredible job with the general law for Brazilian data protection. So it's very good to have him in the panel with us. Okay, this is suppose that we are going to talk about the perspective from the global south. So I can speak more about Latin America, but I think that the experience are very similar with other parts of the majority of the world, as it's now we used to say. Fortunately, we have. It is changing the expression in the international fora. It's changing the expression of global south to majority of the world that is much more representative of what we are talking about. And there are plenty of. I would like to focus on the principles for regulation and what are the things that we can do in this field. And we see a lot of proposals of regulation, law proposals, or decrease in developing countries, and usually they conflict with some human rights, but this is something very common, and while the proof for that is that while we have many times disagreements between private sector and civil society, most of times that we discuss law proposals in Latin America, we are on the same side because this point. This is related, but beside the human rights issue, there is another problem, that is the conflict with the development objectives. And this is what differentiates or should differentiate our regulatory approach from other regulatory approaches from other parts of the world. So we usually are put in front of the existing models, and we know that the US model is a business-driven model. And I'm not saying that is a bad thing. It's just it's the way that they present that, and we have also the Chinese model that is also business-driven, but with a huge participation of the state in the implementations of the policy, and we have a third model that is the European model, that is a model that is based on the protection of rights. But there is no one of those models represent really our interests. That's are protecting rights of the people, especially in Latin America. That's the region I can speak about with more properly. That is the protection of rights is something that is very important for us. Is essential in our culture, but at the same time, and there is no trade-off possible here. And this is something that we have to understand. We need also that the policies are compatible and aligned with our development objectives. That this is something different, for example, from the European framework. So, having said that, I think that's in order to be efficient with the time, the law proposals or regulation proposals should pass a triple test: a test on human rights, a test on development objectives, and a test also on what the internet within the internet community, technical community, is known as the internet invariants. That are those properties that are key in order to keep the internet as a valuable asset for the humankind. And those are global reachability, integrity, and I would add now no fragmentation. That is one of the objectives that the Secretary General of UN has proposed toward the Digital Compact. So the way that we can run that test or be sure that we pass those tests are first of all is to have the participation of all stakeholders, the involvement of all stakeholders from the beginning of the discussions. And so this is the way that anticipates that sometimes what happens is that after 1 year that somebody or a team or a lawmaker has been working intensively in designing a proposal, and so when the public discussion starts is when we realize that the proposal have this kind of problems. But we could have been much more efficient in the policy development if all stakeholders would have been involved in a proper manner from the beginning of the discussion. And efficiency is not a minor thing. The Global South or Latin America, in my case, we don't have abundance of resources, and many people think that developing policies is something for free, but it's not. It's very expensive. Expensive in terms of time, all the energies that we put on that, and also in the implementation. So in order to be more efficient, in a multi-stakeholder model would not only permit to have better quality laws, but also to be much more efficient and to have more time to spend on the important things. ¿Cómo estoy de tiempo? 1 more minute. Regulation, but it's beside what I already said, regulation is not the only answer to every problem, and we need innovative public policy instruments. And I heard this this morning in another workshop. I felt very identified myself, because this is something that I always say that it's not only regulations or laws. We have to be innovative in the way that we develop public policies, and we need new instruments like sandboxes, international sandboxes. That is, I think that is an innovative concept. Maybe we could work just with 2, 3, 4 countries and with a series of commitments in order to analyze and evaluate different kinds of policies. And we need also multi-stakeholder agreements on good practices that could be endorsed voluntarily by governments, private companies, civil society. So those are new instruments, but also we need also new kind of mechanisms, but I can speak about that in my next intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raúl. Lilian? Yes, we were discussing about how do the content moderation policies can impact in a different way according to the region, and also about what measures or what principles can be applied in order to better guarantee freedom of expression and other fundamental rights according to the diverse legal systems.
Thank you, and once again, thank you for inviting me to participate on this panel. At first, I was a bit lost in translation. I think I should add Spanish to my list of languages. But yes, like Raúl has already shared, from Africa, we have seen quite huge investments from digital platforms, and indeed, and where there's been huge presence, we've seen some sort of pushback from, say, governments in how these platforms are operating. Of course, the aspects of, say, violations, human rights violations, which Raúl has already alluded to. There's the issues of data exploitation, freedom of expression when it comes to, say, how are they enabling rights violations like pushing for, or enabling misinformation on these platforms. How is this regulated? Several scenarios have come out, and in most cases, we've seen most of these platforms, without mentioning names, has been, in terms of, enabling, maybe techie startup companies, digital hubs and that kind of thing. But again, there's the issue of labor exploitation. So the question we ask then is regulation. How can we regulate these platforms? And we've seen some governments have gone ahead to take it to the extreme, where we've seen blockages, like, blocking, shutdowns or targeted social media, blackouts. And again, I think just as happened, say, in Europe, where we've seen that these companies have been pushed to register, to have registrations and having offices, maybe this is something that governments from, say, Africa need to look into. Because one, we've always had a saying that most people experience the internet through social media. And as we get more and more people connecting, they will not go to, their first search will be probably through Meta-related platforms, Facebook and WhatsApp, before they would go to searching or researching about Google. So when you look at these aspects then, and you look at the violations or the moderations that are on this, at times there's that kind of, conflict between how much can be done with a platform. So I think the thing would be, if we are talking about regulation, one, we need to look to, can we push for registration, having offices in these, in the countries where they operate, because then that would provide the jurisdiction issues in case there are violations on these platforms. Where do we go? In Uganda, where I come from, we've seen issues of violations, and the other extreme, there are those that are genuine, but again, people hide behind the platforms. You don't know where to report a case. If you take a case to, say, law enforcement, there's the jurisdiction issue. For cases, you have to go all the way to Ireland to get that. And even when there are genuine crimes that are happening, there's that issue. So I think in terms of, say, looking at how do we enhance our experience on these platforms, first thing that we can look into is pushing for having physical offices, presences, by these platforms, the techie platforms in the countries where they operate. Another example that I would give, we saw there was a case in Kenya where there was scandals, again, I'll say the name Facebook because I think it has been researched about and has been used. There was a case, they had a labor exploitation issue, with the content moderators. So Facebook hired a third-party organization in Kenya to, hire content moderators, and there was lots of, labor exploitation. And these people could not sue Facebook because Facebook is not legally registered in Kenya. So when you look at issues of, say, labor rights and, data extortion and exploitation, I think this is where we should be pushing for regulation and registration of offices. Then that gives us some jurisdiction aspects when cases like this arise, and then making the platforms accountable in the countries where they operate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lillian, for your appreciations on that. We also have the participation of Paulo Victor Melo, who is online.
Olá.
Hi.
Olá, mundo. Olá, conseguem me ouvir? Não tive retorno. Sim, também.
Yes.
Primeiro, quero agradecer o convite feito para partilhar esta mesa com contribuições tão importantes, tão relevantes como as que já tivemos aqui, do Raul, da Lília, como teremos ainda também, certamente, no deputado Orlando Silva. Considerando que serão 2 blocos de questões, eu vou tecer aqui mais alguns tópicos introdutórios que penso serem importantes quando falamos em regulação das plataformas digitais. e, no segundo momento, entrar mais em algumas bases para uma regulação democrática das plataformas. O primeiro aspecto é que, no meu entender, em qualquer discussão que tenhamos sobre o ambiente digital, não podemos prescindir da compreensão, e a fala da Lília traz esses apontamentos também, de que há lógicas colonialistas em questão. Essas lógicas colonialistas, elas são visíveis, por exemplo, nas políticas de tecnovigilância, que segregam o espaço público, que reforçam práticas preditivas na segurança pública, seja contra negros no Brasil, seja contra negros e latinos nos Estados Unidos, seja contra imigrantes árabes e africanos na Europa. Mas essas lógicas colonialistas, elas também estão presentes, por exemplo, na extração ilegal de minérios na Amazônia, sobretudo a partir da invasão de terras protegidas por povos indígenas, e estão presentes também na produção de uma indústria de escravatura, uma indústria de morte, uma indústria de destruição ambiental, por exemplo, no Congo, para a exploração de minérios que são essenciais na fabricação dos dispositivos digitais, como smartphones, computadores, enfim. É importante lembrar que nós já tivemos crianças mortas em desmoronamento de minas de cobalto no Congo, e que 5 das principais grandes empresas de tecnologia do mundo foram acusadas de cumplicidade. Então, penso que, se falamos em regulação das plataformas digitais, precisamos, antes de tudo, entender a estrutura de sustentação onde essas plataformas operam, que é uma estrutura assentada no que alguns autores chamam de colonialismo digital. Entrando mais especificamente, digamos, em bases para uma regulação democrática das plataformas, o primeiro aspecto que eu quero chamar a atenção é das plataformas não serem palco para, não serem trampolim para governos comprometidos com o fascismo e com o autoritarismo. E não me parece haver um lugar mais adequado para falarmos disso neste momento, lembrando que o IGF, apesar de estarmos aqui, o Orlando e outros, de forma remota, mas o IGF ocorre na Etiópia. E foi a Etiópia um dos mais exitosos exemplos de resistência ao fascismo. Foram os guerrilheiros etíopes que não permitiram a invasão do seu território durante a Segunda Guerra Mundial pelas tropas de Mussolini. E o mesmo Mussolini, o projeto que ele encarnava, é a inspiração de políticos como o Donald Trump, o Jair Bolsonaro, o Victor Orbán e outros, que usam as plataformas digitais como câmaras de eco para promover desinformação e discurso de ódio. Não custa lembrar que uma das primeiras publicações do Victor Orbán no Twitter foi perguntar onde estava o amigo dele, Donald Trump. Ele mesmo me chamou assim no Twitter. Ele disse que estava sentindo falta do Trump no Twitter. Mas, bem, as plataformas, elas não são um lugar, não são apenas um ambiente de encontro entre amigos. Apesar de serem empresas proprietárias, apesar de terem acionistas, capitais próprios, etc., precisamos lembrar que elas atuam no espaço público digital. E esse espaço público digital, ele não é apartado do espaço público não digital. Então, tudo que se processa nas plataformas digitais tem repercussão na vida das pessoas, nas cidades, nos territórios. Então, me parece que, além de não ser palco para projetos fascistas, não funcionar como câmara de eco para projetos autoritários, não combina também com a perspectiva democrática de regulação que as plataformas sejam juízas do seu próprio jogo. Estamos aqui numa época de campeonato mundial de futebol. Imaginemos que se cada lance polêmico fosse decidido pelo time que se considera mais forte ou por aquele que joga dentro do seu território. Mas, infelizmente, isso é o que ocorre hoje com as plataformas digitais e de uma forma que desconsidera contextos e particularidades de cada país e que permite agressões a grupos minoritários, que facilita a circulação de desinformação, de discurso de ódio, de violência política. Um caso, para falar do Brasil, é o que tem ocorrido ainda nas plataformas digitais do Brasil, com grupos que têm atuado de forma livre e encontrado palco nas plataformas digitais, por exemplo, para defender golpes contra processos efetivamente democráticos. Então, é preciso dizer que a regulação não é uma briga contra as plataformas, mas ela é uma luta em defesa da vida das pessoas, que são as pessoas, né, são os seres humanos que têm território, que têm raça, que têm gênero, que estão nessas plataformas. Obrigado.
Muchas gracias, Paulo. Tenemos también a Orlando Silva online.
Bom dia. Me escutam?
Yes, sí.
Graças. Eu, em primeiro lugar, gostaria de saudar, cumprimentar a todos os que participam desse encontro, a começar do Raul, mas cumprimentar também a Lilian, o Paulo e cumprimentar todos que organizam esse importante fórum. Eu diria primeiro que regular a internet, sim ou não? Definitivamente sim, e é muito urgente, sim, porque a internet não pode seguir como um território sem lei, sem regra que valham para todos. Não pode ser um território que as regras sirvam apenas para sustentar lucros das big techs. É necessário um compromisso global com a regulação da internet. Isso é um aspecto que eu considero muito importante. Apesar da necessidade de termos leis nacionais, regras próprias de cada país que se adequem às realidades de cada país, é necessário, na minha percepção, a construção de princípios, conceitos, parâmetros, num plano global, num plano internacional. Eu tenho convicção que o novo presidente da República do Brasil, o presidente Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, que a partir de 1º de janeiro toma posse, terá na sua agenda internacional um diálogo necessário no plano global sobre regras para a internet. E creio que esse é um ponto de partida para a reflexão que nós fazemos. E mais, acredito que é necessário a construção de um modelo que incorpore agenda pública, agenda de governos, que incorpore a agenda das empresas globais, das big techs, das plataformas digitais, e que incorpore no diálogo a sociedade civil, a presença da sociedade civil numa mesa global para estruturar regras para a internet, parâmetros que devem ser internalizados em cada país, é fundamental para que nós possamos garantir o respeito aos direitos humanos. Não vejo hipótese no planeta inteiro da vida não acontecer com a forte presença digital. Óbvio, essa é uma realidade, e uma realidade crescente. Será uma realidade cada vez mais presente na vida de todos, na medida em que haja uma maior conexão do conjunto da população. O espaço da sociedade vai ter sempre uma dimensão virtual. E os riscos aos direitos humanos começam com os riscos à própria vida. Nós acabamos de sair de uma pandemia e que o lugar da internet foi um lugar de desinformação, muitas vezes, e essa desinformação produziu riscos e impacto no direito humano essencial, que é o direito à vida. E para a vida social, a liberdade de expressão é algo absolutamente essencial para a vida social. E o que aparece como um modelo fantástico para que todos falem, traz consigo riscos à liberdade de expressão. E o regramento deve ser garantido para que seja plena a liberdade de expressão. Isso exige que as plataformas digitais não operem segundo os seus critérios, mas segundo critérios pactuados publicamente, que garantam a liberdade de expressão. No debate feito aqui no Brasil, uma questão essencial é moderação, sim ou não. Há quem defenda que as plataformas digitais não possam fazer qualquer tipo de moderação de conteúdo. Na minha percepção, não apenas elas podem, como elas devem ter a moderação de conteúdo. Mas é preciso criar mecanismo de contraditório para que o usuário ele possa contestar aquela moderação, que deve ser feita mediante um ato fundamentado, que tenha justificativas. E caso se fira o direito à liberdade de expressão de um usuário, que ele possa ter, de algum modo, uma reparação. Então, é um exemplo de, ao tratar de moderação de conteúdo, de um tema que exige um conceito global, parâmetros e princípios globais e que podem se adequar às normas e às regras de cada país. Mas a garantia de direitos fundamentais, como, por exemplo, a liberdade de expressão, exige parâmetros que ordenem o funcionamento das Big Techs e normas em cada país. Concordo com o que a Lilian falou. É inevitável que nós tenhamos representações dos países, porque a lei nunca será extraterritorial, em que pese haver parâmetros internacionais, mas as leis são locais, de impacto local, e é muito importante que nós tenhamos presente isso. Outros direitos essenciais, como a privacidade, vivem permanentemente em risco numa operação sem regramento público ou com regramento apenas privado, que é o que acontece no tempo de hoje. E o que nós observamos é que a coleta, o tratamento de dados pessoais cresce numa escala geométrica, numa escala inédita e oferece permanentes riscos à privacidade. E uma última observação de um direito essencial que no mundo inteiro passa a ser um bem comum, que é a democracia. E o funcionamento de uma série de plataformas digitais pode significar riscos à democracia, riscos à livre informação de opinião, à livre informação de consciências e impactam nas decisões de voto. São inúmeros os exemplos pelo mundo e nós acabamos de sair de eleições no Brasil, uma democracia em consolidação, uma democracia bastante importante. 150 milhões de brasileiros participaram do processo eleitoral, votaram na disputa eleitoral. E o que se viu? Omissão por parte das plataformas diante de seguidos ataques à democracia e tentativas de influenciar, manipular a formação da opinião e do voto. Por isso eu considero a ideia da regulação, a ideia de uma cooperação internacional, de cooperação que envolva governos, Big Techs, sociedade civil, para que nós possamos colher as maravilhas que a internet pode nos oferecer para a economia e para a cidadania.
Muchas gracias por la intervención, Orlando. Efectivamente, pues venimos escuchando ciertos consensos, ciertas ideas en común en las que pues es claro que hoy en día la mayor parte de nuestras vidas tiene lugar en un espacio digital y, como decía, por ejemplo, Lilian, en muchos casos el primer contacto que se tiene a veces es precisamente con las grandes plataformas antes que con otro tipo de espacios, ¿no? Entonces, frente a eso hay distintas propuestas de cómo abordar el tema, ¿no? Por supuesto, Raúl aquí, por ejemplo, nos decía no necesariamente regulación como le estamos pensando, ¿no? Sino otro tipo de políticas, sandboxes. Luego me explicarás mejor a qué te referías con eso. Y de igual manera, pues, tenemos otras propuestas específicas también, como ver el tema de la jurisdicción, ¿no? Que es un problema importante también, y el de la tercerización de la moderación y otras cuestiones, ¿no? Para continuar esta conversación, quería también preguntarles cómo creen que las regulaciones que están teniendo o que se están discutiendo ahora en el norte global, en Estados Unidos o en Europa, podrían impactar en África, Asia y Latinoamérica, y cuál es el enfoque regional que la sociedad civil en estas regiones debería promover para asegurar que la regulación se alinee con estándares internacionales en materia de derechos humanos, ¿no? Raúl, empezamos contigo.
Muchas gracias. Bien. No, primero que, first of all, sorry, I had to switch to English. I would like to say that I insist that we need innovative public policy instruments, but it doesn't mean that we are against regulation at all. Regulation is needed. It's in every human activity, and also in the digital world, it is plenty of of regulation. There are a lot of existing regulation. So this is something that I would like to clarify. And platforms are subject to regulations on consumer protections, on personal data protection. And in fact, the law that the Brazilian law that the Diputado Silva was responsible to lead the discussion, and is one of the most exemplary data protection law in Latin America, and I think that's also outside of the region, and it includes a lot of protections to the citizens and restrictions in the way that the data is collected and it is used. So it's there are already a lot of regulation, and many platforms, due to the business model, are also subject to different kind of regulation. There are also regulation on content moderation. For example, there are a lot of laws around the world and in the region too, to moderate contents in order to protect the intellectual property, to control gambling and illegal activities and many other things. So there are already a lot of regulation on that. So the discussion, probably we should focus the discussion on how we move forward in improving those regulatory frameworks. And I will repeat that it's not only approving law, but also developing good practices, but also when we pass laws, we have to pass the test. I think that's my proposal, that what I already said in my first intervention, that we should be careful that the laws are not contradictory with the protection of human rights, many times even with the human rights that the laws try to protect. So there are a lot of unintended consequences of the public policies that are promoted in many times. And I agree. I think that's we could agree on almost everything that has been said in the first round with regard to the things that we want to protect, or the things that the challenge that we have and the things that we care about. The problem is when we try to put that on a project with a specific text, and this is when we see the real challenges, and the way that we should move forward is to start to get agreements on principles, general principles, and trying to going down and trying to move for concrete aspects. And one thing with regard to it is important to keep in mind that the platforms are in between two big thinking groups. One group that think that the platforms should do much more in content moderation in order to avoid the hate speech, digital violence, and many other things. Another group that think that should not be moderation at all. And so in a democracy, we have to consider all the point of view, even if we are not comfortable with them. And the platforms are in between of those groups, and this is something that is not. It doesn't depend only on the platform. It depends on the discussions that the society have to have. And So with regard to some specific aspects of that moderation, like things trying to solve the issue of fake news, one thing that we have to avoid is to criminalize the platforms. We have to discuss this at the same time that we discuss the responsibility of other stakeholders, like governments. Governments have huge responsibility on keeping a healthy public debate. Recently, the freedom of expression rapporteur for the Americas started an open consultation, an open dialogue, and in the justification of the dialogue, it is said that the public debate, the quality of the public debate in the regions has deteriorated a lot. So the rapporteur have said many times, I have heard him many times saying, we cannot expect to have a high-quality debate in the digital environment if the main actors of the digital debates don't perform that way in the real world. So the digital world is a representation of what we do. So we have to discuss a regulation of platforms at the same time that we discuss the responsibility of all stakeholders on those things. Just to finish, I say that's in the beginning that we need also new mechanisms. And I think that we have to think about that. What are the mechanisms where we can discuss many things? I understand what Diputado Silva said about the territoriality of the laws, but we need also agreements at the international level, and we need to think about how we can innovate and develop new mechanisms, new kind of mechanisms that could be more useful to achieve these objectives. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Raúl, por la intervención. Pasamos a la intervención de Lilian. Sure. We're trying to address how regulations currently under discussion in the US and Europe will impact Africa in this case, and what is the regional approach that civil society in these regions could move forward to ensure that regulations are aligned with international human rights standards?
Thank you. Interesting question, because one is, and I think that has already been talked about by the previous speakers, is these platforms are becoming very powerful wherever they are. And what more can we do to get around, like Raul said, there's already one side that is pushing for content moderation, there's a side that is known for content moderation. But then the thing we are seeing in Africa is the aspects of the regulation, or the call for the regulation, is known. There's the content moderation with rights, freedom of expression, hate speech, misinformation, and the like. But then there's also the issue of the economic value of these platforms. Like I already alluded to, that many people are going to these platforms as a way of marketing their produce. They are using them for business. It's their business platforms. They are enabling them to get out of the of the poverty basket. But again, where we see is, yes, at times we hear, especially from the very big ones, that they do not get that much of revenue from Africa. But every day I go on any of these platforms, I experience a social media ad, an advertising ad. And what we are seeing is we are having now governments who are pushing for regulation, but as a way of taxation. And again, how do we balance this, where a platform is not physically registered in the country? So from the civil society, yes, there's the issue of trying to push for guidelines. If we are going to go into, say, aspects of taxation and digital taxation, how should it be? I know already in the European, in Europe, these platforms do pay. They do register and they do pay taxes. In Africa, it's not the same. However, there are some countries, again, who are pushing for this, but then us from civil society, of course, there's the issue of dialogue, but the aspect of whatever approach we are taking, whether it is just moderating content, or we are looking at the digital economy and, the taxation, there has to be ultimate, respect for rights. Because when we are looking at taxation, there's the issue of, again, the issue of exploitation, labor exploitation. There's the issue of at what point do we get the tax, or do we get the value for, the ads? And at what point is the government not overstepping, in terms of trying to control how much the platforms can gain from, from the citizens within Africa? So I think there's the need for pushing for dialogue where you have, if there are any guidelines or principles that are to be followed, they have to be within the international human rights standards. But again, it is difficult. At times it's difficult because even when we have these conversations, it is hard to see the platforms, coming to be with you on the same table. What I've seen is there are those that are of interest, of course, like say the biggest platforms like, those run by Meta, Facebook, WhatsApp. They are doing some bit of engagement, working with different civil society organizations, building their capacity for people to understand how these platforms work. But again, there are those other platforms that have just decided not to, engage, and not mention here Twitter. Twitter is totally, almost, an office is opened and people are just fired. So there's that aspect of how do we get these platforms to come on the same table for people to understand how to use these platforms, at the same time not to abuse them.
Thank you very much, Lillian. We are kind of running out of time, so I'm going to pass very quick to Paulo Victor, who is online. Thank you very much, Paulo.
Vou tentar falar mais brevemente também para o deputado Orlando ter também a segunda rodada. Eu penso que, do ponto de vista do Sul Global, é importante que a regulação das plataformas digitais elas se deem de modo que não sirva para a validação de projetos autoritários de governos e, ao mesmo tempo, não sirva para que as empresas sigam determinando as regras do jogo. Então, penso que, especialmente em contextos de pouca diversidade, de pouco pluralismo, uma primeira base fundamental para a regulação das plataformas é a garantia de mecanismos que estabeleçam competição no setor, de modo a evitar a formação de oligopólios e de monopólios. É preciso lembrar que nas nações do Sul Global, as principais plataformas digitais elas conseguiram suplantar concorrentes desses países, fortalecendo o que é conhecido como imperialismo de plataforma. Então, é preciso ter garantia de competição no setor, o combate a práticas anticoncorrenciais, para se promover equilíbrios no ecossistema digital. O segundo é o que tanto a Lilian quanto o Orlando já falaram sobre o respeito aos padrões internacionais de direitos humanos, o respeito à liberdade de expressão e a proteção desses direitos frente à ação empresarial. A regulação ela também precisa considerar que esse é um mercado em contínuo desenvolvimento, em atualização, e também considerar as particularidades do ambiente digital dos diferentes contextos, por exemplo, de conectividade, de literacia midiática. O Sul Global, parcelas expressivas da população dos países do Sul Global têm índices baixíssimos de conectividade e de literacia midiática, por exemplo. Então, é preciso também que isso seja considerado na regulação das plataformas, porque se pensa outras formas de relação do público com esses agentes. Por fim, nenhuma regulação que se afirme democrática pode prescindir da participação ativa dos territórios e das comunidades nas instâncias de regulação e de governança do ambiente digital. Ou seja, a regulação ela precisa deixar de ser um tema de apenas especialistas e deve envolver também diretamente as populações que são afetadas por aquilo que na primeira intervenção eu chamei de colonialismo digital. Ou seja, como é que as famílias do Congo, por exemplo, que têm as suas crianças mortas na extração de minério que sustentam os nossos dispositivos digitais vão participar da regulação das plataformas? Como é que os indígenas Caiapó da Amazônia, que estão tendo seus territórios invadidos para extração de minérios, para a produção de dispositivos, vão participar também da regulação das plataformas? Então, de modo breve, me parecem bases fundamentais para uma regulação que se afirme democrática. Obrigado.
Obrigado, muchas gracias. Quiero darle la palabra finalmente a Orlando Silva, que también nos acompañó online.
Muito obrigado, uma vez mais, pela oportunidade, e quero apenas concluir a minha participação apontando algumas preocupações. Diferentemente do Raul, eu não vejo muitas regras, eu vejo poucas regras. Regras do ponto de vista da proteção dos direitos humanos e do interesse público. Poucas regras. E acredito que as regras que virão deveriam sinalizar, sobretudo, nas obrigações de transparência que as plataformas digitais precisam ter para demonstrar que, sim, respeitam direitos humanos essenciais. Esse é um aspecto geral que careceria de mais tempo para fundamentar, mas obrigações de transparência me parece algo muito importante. Segundo, o debate público tóxico ou não sadio, aí sim eu concordo com o Raul, que não é um problema das plataformas, a qualidade do debate público, eu alertaria para um aspecto, o aspecto do que aqui nós chamamos de contas de interesse público, ou da presença de agentes políticos, da presença de lideranças públicas. Esses agentes, essas lideranças, precisam ter mais responsabilidade e ter, inclusive, ônus, sanções, em função da forma como se conduz, já que são contas que têm um interesse público, já que são palavras que ganham uma repercussão maior. E eles são os principais, ou dos principais, também pela qualidade do debate feito na internet. No norte global, para usar as categorias apresentadas aqui no debate, que eu considero que deveria ser uma referência para o debate regulatório, que é a experiência alemã no combate a discurso de ódio. A experiência alemã no combate ao discurso de ódio, quando eles trabalham a lógica de uma autorregulação regulada, onde as próprias plataformas digitais fixam regras, seguindo parâmetros, seguindo padrões estabelecidos em leis, que são necessariamente mais princípios em função da natureza da atividade da internet, que é marcada pela inovação permanentemente. E regras muito detalhadas ficarão antigas muito rapidamente, em função da permanente inovação, que é uma marca da internet. Então, eu considero que a ideia de autorregulação regulada exige das plataformas digitais responsabilidade, mas os seus termos de uso, as suas políticas, elas não são definidas apenas levando em conta o seu interesse comercial. Leve em conta também o interesse público fixado na regulação da internet. É um capítulo à parte que mereceríamos trabalhar, mas creio que esse pode ser um fator que aproxima, inclusive, as diversas experiências de regulação pelo mundo afora, que deve levar em conta necessariamente a realidade de cada lugar, seguindo parâmetros internacionais. Muito obrigado pela oportunidade de aprender com vocês nessa manhã. Alegria enorme de ver meu conterrâneo de Paulo Vitor, rever o Raul e cumprimentar todos aqueles que participam desse.
Muchas gracias, Orlando. En general, muchas gracias a quienes nos han acompañado, a nuestros panelistas, por sus aportes, pues cada uno desde su contexto regional y también desde su propia experiencia. Creo que para todos es claro que en general el debate público pues debe mantenerse saludable. Creo que todos tenemos en claro la necesidad de respetar estándares de derechos humanos en cualquier tipo de regulación o política pública que se emprenda. Sin duda la conversación sobre el cómo, sobre los mecanismos específicos, sobre los principios específicos, pues es un tema no acabado, pero agradezco muchísimo que hayamos podido conversar sobre esto el día de hoy y les agradezco mucho también a ustedes por acompañarnos. Muchas gracias.
Ethiopia. The aim of today's session is to discuss the interlinkages between artificial intelligence, sustainable development, and connected challenges and potentials around governance and policy. And with this event, we would also like to foster exchange and networking between experts and lay the baseline for further activities on AI governance as part of the digital dialogues between different countries represented here today. So I hope you're all ready for an exciting discussion on AI and its role in development. It's quite warm here. I think some of you already have been sitting here in the room. I hope you had a chance to maybe at least have a sip of water, since I guess there was no opportunity to get some fresh air. And before we start with our first inputs, I'd like to very briefly introduce myself. My name is Onike Shronke-Soya, and I have the pleasure of moderating this session today. I work as an advisor in a project on migration at the GIZ African Union Liaison Office, also here in Addis Ababa. And GIZ is the German Agency for International Cooperation and Development. But enough about me for now, so I'd say we focus now on our exciting speakers who are here with us today, some of them also with me on the panel. And before we start with that, I would also very briefly like to guide you through our housekeeping rules. They should also be up here on the slide. So as you know, this is a hybrid event. While some of us are here in the room, there are many more participants who are joining online, hopefully, and tuning in from all over the globe. This is also the case for most of our speakers who unfortunately can't be here with us today physically, but you'll get to know them in a bit. And for those of you joining online, feel free to post questions or comments for our round of questions later on in the chat. And for those of you in the room, you can use the microphones in front of you. I think by now you're probably used to this. And also one thing to say now in the beginning, the room here is a bit big and pretty formal, so please, we hope that we can still have an interactive and engaged discussion today, and don't let the microphones intimidate you. So I would say with that, I would like to move on to our opening remarks. I hope our speakers are all with us already and ready to come in. And I would like to introduce the first speaker today, Mr. José Gontijo from Brazil, who's a member of the OECD Working Party, a network of experts on AI. He works at the Brazilian Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation as Secretary for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. In the past, he held positions in the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, as well as in the Ministry of Communications as Science and Technology Analyst and Project Manager in the Broadband Department, as well as Director of the Department of Industry, Science and Technology. So we have a definite expert on AI and digital technologies here with us. Mr. Gontijo, a warm welcome to you. And please, you now have the floor.
Thank you very much, dear panelists, dear organizer, and dear audience. It's a pleasure to be here.
I think we can't hear you.
Really?
Now.
Hello? Now? Okay. So good morning, good afternoon for you, I guess. It's a pleasure to be here, dear panelists, dear organizer, and dear audience. Greetings from Brazil. It's an immense satisfaction to participate at the workshop on global AI governance for sustainable development. I would like to love to be in person, but unfortunately, I had to cancel my trip to Ethiopia. Nevertheless, I'm extremely excited to share the stage today with all these distinct experts from all the world. I would like to thank you for your participation. And also thank you our co-host, the German Federal Ministry of Digital and Transport, as well the Secretariat for Digital Dialogues for organizing this workshop together with the Brazilian Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. I'm very happy that our cooperation continues by co-organizing this session. We selected the issue of AI governance because the application of artificial intelligence has advanced rapidly on a global scale. Alongside the technological progress, discussion about adequate governance approach is sparked widely. And my country, in Brazil, we launched the Brazilian Strategy for Artificial Intelligence 2021. Also, we are currently discussing a legal framework at the Congress for regulation. In this context, such as an European Union AI Act are forthcoming as well. We see a clear acceleration in this field and discussion in the global forum seems timely. Despite efforts in creating sustainable governance systems, it seems that the connection of AI to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals has not yet fully arrived in the policymaking, right? This is surprising given the great potential that is attributed to digital technology for foreseeing sustainable development. I'm convinced that aligning to the governance of AI with the SDG may be a useful compass in the policymaking to always and to improving our lives and the lives of generations to come. I'm confident that today's workshop brings valuable insights for all present stakeholders, groups, and that we strengthen our cooperation for sustainable development of AI. I'm very much looking forward to fruitful discussion. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Contijo, for sharing your welcoming remarks. And I would now like to immediately move on to the person on the left side of me, Mr. Heiko Wildner from Germany. He's a policy officer and advisor at the German Federal Ministry for Digital and Transport. And he's responsible for the bilateral digital policy relations between Germany and different countries. So also here next to me, a digital expert. Mr. Wildner, welcome. It's a pleasure to sit here next to you. And I kindly hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Onika. Thank you, Mr. Secretary Contijo, for your friendly words. It's a pleasure to see you again, and I would love to have met you here in Addis. We'll do that later in Berlin or Brazil then. Also, a very warm welcome from my side to our esteemed speakers and to all of you participating either here in the room or online. We very much appreciate your interest in today's topic, the global governance of AI for sustainable development. As had been said, I represent the German Federal Ministry for Digital and Transport, and as such, we have established with some selected partner countries a format that we call digital dialogue. One of the most successful one actually is the one we have set up with Secretary Contijo, the one with Brazil, a very active exchange. Our digital dialogues actually are meant to be a platform for exchange on digital policy matters. Our common objective is to shape better framework conditions for the digital transformation in our countries, for the good of all, for the people, the society, and also for the economy, of course. And very similar to what the IGF does on a much larger scale, we also include actively civil society, business, research stakeholders, and bring them in contact with government or political decision makers. We are convinced that many questions around digital transformation can only be answered through multi-stakeholder initiatives. In our digital dialogues, we discuss political topics, but we also support innovative startups and SMEs and address and help them to address topics of the future ranging from internet governance and data policy to emerging technologies such as AI. It is our conviction that balanced and transparent rules are needed for implementing AI solutions on a wider scale. And only by aligning those rules internationally can the economy and society truly benefit from this technology. Those rules must be made to give us trust. Trust, for example, in that the handling of our data is safe. Trust in the security of the AI applications. At the same time, these rules must give enough creative leeway so innovation can happen and can make its way onto the global markets. Here, the IGF is the ideal place for a truly global exchange on matters of digital transformation and internet governance, and our workshop actually is a good example of this, as we have speakers joining us from Brazil, India, Kenya, Mexico, and Germany, representing public and private sectors, as well as civil society and the tech community. I am now looking forward to engaging discussion among all participants. We rely on the thoughts, opinions, and questions of all of you today, so please feel invited not only to listen, but to be part of the discussion. Thank you very much, and back to you, Unike.
Thank you, Mr. Wildner, for your inputs. And again, many thanks to our first two speakers for opening our session today and providing some important insights from policy levels in Germany and Brazil. So before we start our panel discussion and invite our next round of speakers, we would like to also hear from you in the audience and listen to your own views and ideas on today's topics. Therefore, we have prepared a little online survey that we will now like you all to join. And the platform we'll be using is Question Pro. A bit more information on this in a moment. I would just like to say at the beginning that, of course, when we talk about digital technologies, there's always the risk of challenges and things maybe not going as planned, so we hope everything works out, but please bear with us. So now we would invite you to all use your mobile phones or tablets and do one of the following three. Either you scan the QR code on your screen, or you go to questionpro.io and enter the code 4248. You can also now see this on the screen above me. Or you click on the link in the chat. And this should then take you right to our little online survey. And in this survey, we would like to answer you to answer one of the following 4 questions. But I give you a bit of time to actually join. All right, so I hope that at least some of you have already found their way to questionpro.io. And the first question we have prepared for you is the question of what do you associate with the term AI governance? So what does that term bring to mind for you? And secondly, we would like to look at the question of the areas which you see to have the greatest potential for AI to contribute to sustainable development. The third question is related to your expectation for AI to have a rather positive or rather negative impact on sustainable development. And the last question looks at the risks that you personally associate with AI. So please share your perspectives and views with us, and we will then try and have our speakers comment on that and pick it up in their presentations. I'd say you have around 3 minutes or so to answer, but as we will come back to the results a bit later in our session, so we won't be presenting them now. If you haven't been able to finish or there's anything that still comes to mind, you can still answer until later on. But then you might miss out on our interesting panel discussion. Okay, so I've just got a little whisper from my tech guru, Janina, next to me here, who is supporting the whole technical background together with another colleague. And she suggested to move on now to our opening statements, and then we will hear from you a bit later on and present the results of your answers. So yeah, we would like to now move on to our round of experts. I will briefly introduce them and then invite all 5 speakers to provide brief opening statements. Some of them have prepared a slide for the opening statement that you will also see on the screen. Others haven't and will just prepare on the spot. So I would like to start with our speaker from India, Urvashi Aneja. Urvashi is the founding director of Digital Futures Lab, a multidisciplinary research network based in Goa, India. It examines the complex interactions between technology and society in the global south, and her current work addresses the ethics and social impacts of artificial intelligence, big tech, platform governance, and labor well-being in digital gig economies. Previously, Oneja was an associate professor of international affairs at the Jindal Global University. So Urvashi, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to share a stage with such eminent speakers, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. So I think I want to briefly make one point as my opening statement, and then I'm happy to kind of come back to it during the Q&A and the discussion. When we're talking about AI and sustainable development, and we're talking about the governance of AI so that it furthers sustainable development goals, often our focus is on the likely impact on AI for specific sectors, right? So we try and think about what benefits can AI produce for healthcare, what benefits can AI bring in agriculture, what benefits could AI bring for water systems, and then how will these interventions help us achieve the sustainable development goals. And I'd like to suggest that this kind of framing is, this is the framing that we often see, and this framing is too narrow. This framing risks us looking at AI in terms of products and in terms of kind of siloed interventions. But if we're thinking about AI and sustainable development, we need to look beyond these specific kind of interventions and look at the conditions of AI production and development as well, and think about the whole life cycle of an AI intervention. So what I mean by that, and I want to make 2 specific points around that we need to look at the question of how AI is being built. So the labor conditions, the impact on wages, the impact, and where in the world that labor is being sourced for to produce AI. A lot of it comes from the global south, and a lot of it comes from workers who are in poor working conditions with low wages. Equally, we need to look at the environmental impacts of AI. So we need to look at the kind of resource extraction that is required to build AI, as well as the energy consumption required to train AI and run AI machines. So when we're thinking about AI for sustainable development, I would suggest that we expand our understanding of it away from specific products and away from specific interventions and take this system view, because only if the production of AI is built on equitable labor relations and is sustainable in itself can AI contribute to sustainable development. Otherwise, there's a risk that it will produce or it will contribute to the achievement of specific sustainable development goals, and the conditions of its use could take us further away from the goal of sustainable development. So I'll leave it at that, and happy to come back to this and expand on it further during subsequent rounds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Urvashi, for sharing some of your insights already with us for now. And we look forward to hearing more from you a bit later. So I hear that the next person I was supposed to invite hasn't yet been able to join us, so please keep your fingers crossed. So I'll just move on to the third person, that is Ledenica Mackenzie Mendez Gonzalez. Ledenica is the Executive Director for Digital Inclusion at the Secretariat for Communications and Transport of the Mexico City metropolitan area. Previously, she worked as an analyst for public information at the Mexican Institute for Social Security, and she's an expert for social policy, telecommunications, and digital innovation. So please, Ledenica, I hope you can hear us, and I give the floor to you.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. It is an honor for me to be part of this initiative of the International Digital Dialects at GIC and to share this afternoon with you during this workshop. A respectful greeting to the German Federal Ministry for the Digital and Transport and the Brazilian Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. I want to thank GIC for the invitation. Greetings from Mexico City. Well, there is no doubt that artificial intelligence is a way to innovate in the public sector, but at the same time, it requires an increasing availability of data, as well as evidence of the interaction between governments and citizens. Like any process of impact on society, the implementation of artificial intelligence is mediated by legal frameworks and social rules to which it must respond. The role of the government should be to prevent the creation of new social and economic gaps of the deepening of existing ones. Therefore, it is required that in design of public policies two relevant elements to be taken into consideration: algorithm transparency and social licenses for the use of data. Both I want to add to the discussion here. The social license is the acceptance by the target population of the implementation of AI tool for a decision-making and or supporting system. To obtain it, it is necessary for the population to be clear about the benefit they will obtain from application of the tool, based of the AI, as well as for there to be transparency about data protection, the way to use the tool, and the measures to mitigate the biases detected. Regarding to algorithmic transparency, it works as an enabler of other values because it allows knowing what data it is used, who uses it, how it's used, and how it affects public policy decisions. When a system is transparent, it is possible to know if the data is protected and if the results are equitable. At this point, it's worth mentioning that not all public problems can be solved through AI, which makes it necessary for the leader and the design team of the intervention of public policy to have the skills of knowledge in order to be able to analyze the feasibility of the project, taking into account biases, risks, and result or negative impacts. The use of prediction based of AI presents certain moral and ethical dilemmas that must be addressed and consulted with the community. It must be ensured that design respect the rules of right existing regularity frameworks as well as democratic values and diversity. I want to close my first speech with some figures for 2021 in Mexico. For example, more than 57% of Mexican companies are exploring the adoption of AI, and half of Mexican professionals indicate that the pandemic has increased their focus on customer service in 47%, followed by the marketing and sales 37%, and process automation 26%. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lidenika. And again, we look forward to hearing more from you about the need to govern AI and also about transparency in the usage of data. So our next speaker is Kim Dressendorfer from Germany. Kim is a senior technical leader for IBM. She's an expert in data science and artificial intelligence and is focusing specifically on new solution designs which require high complex AI algorithms. She's a global AI ambassador from Swiss Cognitive and the founder of the A Woman in AI initiative, which is a platform to showcase role models in AI. So Kim, please come on stage.
Yes, thank you. And thank you so much for having me. I'm very, very honored to be part of this and be along all these amazing people. And thank you for the quick introduction. As mentioned, I'm coming from the other side, being behind the code and building many things. It's always quite interesting to see the two perspectives because, like, obviously, I see how many, like, you have to imagine I sit in these meetings and I like have to talk about issues what clients are going through, what they are facing, the fears they're coming with. And one of my jobs obviously is like take that fear and kind of explain what we actually do and what is behind that black box of AI and what kind of is also like our job at the end as developers. And I was thinking a lot about my opening statement and where I want to go with it and what message I kind of want to send. And I think the overall thing is what is like so important is as technology evolves so quickly, and those of us who are creating AI have the responsibility to be opening a box for everyone who's using it. And since most of us humans on this planet are nowadays using AI, they need to know how we're using it and what is exactly happening. So with this comes a big responsibility, because a lot of the data we are seeing and a lot of things we are opening up and a lot of data I see from clients is often with a lot of bias, and it's not as clean as we wanted to have it. And especially if you talk about sustainability and developing AI, it comes with a lot of responsibility. But what I also want to say, like AI governance and sustainability is not just about compliance and about regulation. It's also an opportunity to innovate and make a difference and grow something. And that's why I chose my slide here to kind of like also showcase what we're able to do and how we can change the world in a different kind of path, and how we can create new ideas and solutions to make our day-to-day life easier and create a new path for the future. And I absolutely agree with statements of my previous panelists that there are multiple ways on how we need to talk about AI governance, because there's not only regulations from governments and like laws, it's also something that needs to come down to every developer and everyone who's building AI at the end, because we have the responsibility and we see the data, and similar to other jobs, we have an ethical code we need to fulfill and need to make sure we act as in the most ethical way with dealing with that data and building those algorithms. Thank you. I cannot hear anyone speaking.
Me neither.
Okay. I mean, if someone's interested in those solution, we're using AI vision to like help detect some of the farming to kind of help the workers, make it more efficient, helping us. At the end, we want to help the animals to make sure they're healthy. And obviously, we're helping a lot with carbon emissions. As IBM, we are working hard on it. And our goal is by 2025 to be 85% with sustainable editing. But that's probably not a topic. Okay, they're still not back.
I think just we can't hear them. Maybe they seem to be talking, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a whole lot of that going on.
So I guess our mics work, not the one in the room.
Yeah. What is the slide on the pigs? I don't understand the machine learning to scale pigs based on photograph. What is that one?
So basically what you can do is you can measure if the pig is in perfect health, like if the weight is proper, if the pig's injured, and if they need more food or more water and all these kind of topics. So basically, if you look at those farms and there's a lot of animals and barely any workers who are able to have the time to spend looking and taking care of a lot of animals, because they just won't have the time. So yeah. Oh.
Okay, yes, now it's working. Yeah, apologies, but you could all see this is again one of the examples for when sometimes technology is not working efficiently. I hope the mic will continue to work. I think it was still breaking a bit, but it's also nice to see that our panelists just used that silence.
Yep. Mute again.
Yeah, okay, so I think now it's back on. Yeah, anyway, so I was about to introduce our next speaker on the panel. Also, thank you, Kim. I was interrupted when I wanted to thank you for your first opening statement. And now on our next speaker is José Gontijo, who you already met from Brazil. So I'm not going to reintroduce him, but will directly hand over to him for his opening statement. José, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Well, here in Brazil, we look into AI governance, going back very directly. We established the national strategy, and we really agree with all the other speakers that it's challenging how the government have to act, how the industry can innovate, how we can protect the private privacy, and so on. So what we did here in Brazil is establish a committee where we bring the industry, the academia, we bring the civil society, the many level of government representatives, and everyone together, we sit in one single table, we establish subgroups and discuss together what would be an action plan to try to make this balance between innovation and the good usage of AI and development of AI. In the Congress is running a legal framework discussing how to regulate, transparency, explicability, how to manage that, and there is a jurist commission discussing that. And the other hand, we have this technical group in the National Strategy for AI evaluating all this bill of laws to see how we can implement in a very good way, if need, the regulation on AI. Look into sustainable development potential. For sure, we have environment prediction, we have disaster prediction, we have the good efficiency of agribusiness, avoiding, for instance, in Brazil, we have a huge water reservatory in the subway, and we have a lot of agribusiness over it. How to manage that to avoid contamination of the water and things like that, contamination of the air. So AI, together with high performance computing, for sure can help a lot to implement that. But on the other hand, we have also AI applying to public safety, applying to many other things. At the end of the day, they will really impact on the SDG. The risk of AI, in my perspective, is AI is such a very, very great technology that we think about many potential, many possibilities to improve the world in the quality of life, the economy, to reduce the bureaucracy in the government. But we really have to take care that the countries that have the technology implemented in a very good way will grow very fast. But the countries that don't have will not have it. So the difference between the developing countries and the non-developing countries will probably increase. So we here in looking this international governance, look to GPA, IGF, UNESCO, OECD, we have to think how to mind this gap when the AI really application starts to be implemented. So we have this science diplomacy, that's an initiative that is happening in the world, a discussion between the countries, how to use technology and make it affordable and a disposal for all the countries, for all the administration, for all the society in the world to reduce this gap. The AI development in policy making is challenging because of that. Of course, we want our country to get involved and everything, but we have to move forward without let anyone behind. I guess this is the main challenge for us as public policy, for you that are discussing a multi-stakeholder committee, a multi-stakeholder forum, how to organize the AI implementation worldwide. Of course, we want to develop, to earn money, to make innovation and so on, but we really have to think also in this gap, how AI will be useful for everyone, not for a few. Thank you. I'm not here.
You're still on mute online. Sorry.
I'm not hearing.
We hear you somewhat distorted. There is an echo. We hear you, but very unclear. It's not, we cannot understand what you say.
But very, okay. So you cannot
better?
really understand what I say. All right. So
Now it's good.
feedback to.
It's okay now. Okay.
I can hear you, Nika.
For our session, hopefully, no. Yeah? Okay. So I see,
Yes.
sorry, but I see, I also look at the screen.
It's unstable. Sometimes on, sometimes off. It's not more, not anymore.
We can't hear again.
Maybe if you join through your notebook, then you get online, you will hear through your notebook.
Does it work now? Yeah, okay. I see a thumbs up. That was very quick, Jose. Thank you. Yeah, let's try again. A round of questions to all of you. I'll try not to say so much around that, so as you know, not risking that we lose you again or you lose me. So I would like to start with Ledenika. So it's a question for you. And the question is, what are the main components of a governance system for digital technologies, and what is the role of government in fostering digital technologies? For example, AI for sustainable development. So Ledenika, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Monica. So, as already mentioned, the AI based on information about details of the people at past interaction with state services and can personalize public services, thus distributing resources in more efficient way, for example. AI can make more accurate predictions, such as future needs in certain areas of services, or how a context might change due to a change in policy or another external factor. The use of models that allow of experimentation and testing of possible policies, options, and intervention to be implemented can also lead to early identification of unintended consequences. Due to the above, artificial intelligence, is built from personal data. The main elements to be considered by governments and other interested parties to ensure that the design of public policies is with a human right approach, as well as transversality and intersectionality for the real inclusion of vulnerable social groups. Only they can, I say, that AI can contribute to sustainable development. In addition, the professionalization of experts who design public policies with knowledge such as digital literacy, risk management of the web, of network data management, etc. It's a relevant element for the policy, the making policy process. So, in other words, I reiterate my argument from the previous speech. The use of artificial intelligence for the provision of public goods or service implies certain moral and ethical dilemmas that must be addressed and consulted with the community. So, I think that the human right approach closes the gap into the variety of the groups, of the social groups. It must be to ensure that the same respect of their work rights is existing regulatory frameworks as a wide democratic values and diversity. For the time, it's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ledenika, also for sharing your views on what the role of government should be in fostering digital technologies, especially with respect to human rights. I now going to jump the order a bit, and thank you so much, Jose Gontijo, for staying with us. We know we have to leave in a little while, so I'm going to now ask you to come in with the next response to the question we have for you. So as a representative in the Global Partnership for AI from Brazil, and as a steering committee member, what role do you attribute to multilateral initiatives and fora, such as GPAI or IGF, in coordinating governance approaches? What do you think are their strengths and their limitations? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's challenging. When you think about multi-stakeholder approach, I'm also a coordinator of the Brazilian Steering Committee of Internet, CGI. And it's challenging when everyone is at the same table. But at the end of the day, when you have consensus, passing through the debate, all the things that we know that happens in this kind of forums, we have a very strong position and a very strong path to be followed. It's challenging to find the consensus, but if you have the open mind, if you have the really desire to have something to be made, we really can find a good path. And look into CGI, look into the Brazilian Steering Committee as an example, and IGF and all those forums that internet has. We copy this in these policies in Brazil, in the digital AI strategy, in the national digital transformation strategy, and all the forums that we have implemented, the National Internet of Things plan, we implemented this multi-stakeholder approach. What happens is, I give an example such as the more ancient one, the National Internet of Things Plan. It started in 2012. From there to today, we passed 6 ministers. We have 3 presidents. We have an impeachment in the middle. We're moving from Bolsonaro to left party and right party, and the policy keep going because we have all these multi-stakeholders together. We find a path, no matter what happens, no matter what politics happens, the industry, the academia, and civil society get together and push it. And then no matter who will be the government, they will follow. So it's challenging because it takes a lot of time to manage this, to find the common consensus. But when we have that, no one can stop it. So looking to AI and SDG, I guess we can move in the same direction. It's hard. Sometimes we have conflicts, and everyone have to have patience, have to have the good will to find the consensus. And I do believe that the multi-stakeholder approach is the best choice, specifically and most important for AI, because of my past words. The distance between the countries will increase if you don't have this feeling to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your response, and also for, you mentioned patience. Thank you for your patience also with some of the challenges we're having today. Thank you for your presence, and also for underlining again the need for consensus in a multi-stakeholder approach in governing AI. So I would now like to invite Kim to share her response to a question. And the question is, from your perspective, Kim, what is the role of the private sector when it comes to AI for sustainable development?
Huge role in like one sentence answer. I think every company has the duty to work on their developments and their AI stuff. And obviously I'm a little bit biased when it comes to that view because I'm from IBM. So we're helping from both sides. So obviously giving that technology, making sure that people can use AI, and also having the perspective as a developer to make sure like I build sustainable and ethical AI. And when I just like look from that view from a developer itself, I think it's quite important to have those ethical conversations with your team to make sure everyone is aware of what they're doing. And every time I like have an ethical discussion, I'm like always kind of like explaining, well, a doctor has an ethical discussion, has to go through an ethical kind of forum to make sure they are okay from an ethical standpoint. And I think something like that should be in place for everyone in the private sector. I mean, I'm lucky that I have that at IBM, but it's not the standard, which is something which is quite shocking. And if we look at other companies and companies we are working with and helping with, I think what is important to make like governance around AI is that we look about the AI life cycle, because just like, not just like one person who's building it. Because if you look at the bigger picture, right, you have the business owner, you have the data scientist who then keeps moving it forward, and you have the model validator, then you have the AI operation engineer. There are so many people involved in one algorithm that it's hard to kind of like grab one specific rule. And I think that's like the one thing that is the most important. Like, a rule doesn't fit at all, because we have so many different sectors. We have health, we have insurance, we have automotive, we have so many different kind of areas where AI is in place, and all these different areas have different kind of AI and different kind of models behind it. So it's hard to just like grab it in one model. But what we kind of have is like we call it the fact sheet. So we go ahead and say like, okay, what does the business owner actually know about the fact and the purpose of the governance and of the AI model that he wants? Then the data scientist, what facts about data transformation, features, and performance does he have? Let's put that into place as well. Then the model validator, what about fairness, privacy, functionality, transparency, verification? All these kind of stuff is facts that he knows, right? And then the AI operation engineer, he like knows about the drift, the learning, the monitoring. So there's like a lot of things that come in place. And what IBM developed is like the fact sheet. So you can put all these data in it and all these information, all these facts, and collect them and make sure like whatever we use again, it's sustainable and governed, and it can be reused. That's the thing, right? We talk a lot about transparency and opening the black box, but if you don't know the facts about your algorithm, where do we go?
Okay, thank you so much, Kim. Also speaking about the ethical aspects of AI and the need for rules. I'm sure that people have questions, and I'm looking forward to your next input. So I think what you elaborated on relates quite well to the question I now have for Urvashi. So you have intensively studied the intersection of technology and society, Urvashi. What are, in your experience, the challenges for a sustainable use of digital technologies such as AI?
No small question, huh? That's a huge question. I think sorry for the noise in my background. I think there's multiple challenges, some of which have already been spelled out by the previous speakers, and I mean, we have to maybe to try and think of like a kind of framework to slice up these challenges. I think we have a range of kind of political challenges. We have a range of economic and social and kind of environmental challenges, if one wants to use some kind of framework like that. I think on the political front, I think one of the challenges that we see is that state actors often have weak knowledge of how these systems work, also because these systems are so complex. And that ends up meaning that they're often reliant on private sector players in terms of figuring out what AI can do, where it can solve a problem, where it cannot, etc. And of course, some of these private sector players are well-meaning, whereas others are looking at it from a kind of commercial perspective. And equally, the lack of capacity within kind of state actors, particularly in the global south, makes it much harder for them to regulate this space and to develop the kind of institutional structures we need to be able to regulate it. I mean, even in industrialized economies in the European Union, for an example, enforcement is an issue. And so transplant that to newly democratized nations or countries in the global south, that's a bigger issue. I think on the social front, what we see obviously is that, like Kim had already pointed out, issues around kind of data bias and what that can mean in terms of kind of discriminatory outcomes, exclusionary outcomes. And bias is not something that we can just do away with. I mean, we can clean as much data as we want, but that bias is reflective of the bias of human society, of us as individuals, and it's a necessary part of how things are. And so I think it's more important from the kind of social perspective, rather than trying to eliminate that bias, to actually be very upfront about where discrimination is likely to happen. It will happen, where exclusion is likely to happen, and instead to be able to designing kind of mitigation measures and building people's capacity, who are the end users, to be able to manage that, rather than assuming that we can get to this kind of perfect endpoint where some of these challenges around bias and discrimination can simply be eliminated. The same goes for questions around privacy. Not so easy to deal with the privacy challenge or privacy problems in AI systems. So instead, it's more important to think about the systems that we need to develop to address those. And that requires, recognizing that these are that they are going to be imperfect solutions. There isn't a simple, easy, kind of clean answer to how we address these problems. The labor issue is something that I think doesn't get enough attention and issue in conversations around AI governance. Much of the early kind of work around machine learning, I mean, if you look at, and Kim will correct me if I'm wrong, and please do, but like from my understanding, even the big kind of ImageNet data set, which was kind of informed a lot of kind of computer vision and other machine learning algorithms, the labeling of that data set was done by kind of low-wage workers in the global south, and that kind of trend continues, right? Like the self-driving car that is in Germany, the training for that is being done somewhere in Kenya, so on and so forth. So there is a kind of labor dimension to this, and then which spans across kind of geographies that we need to think about, even beyond the kind of more typical conversations we hear about labor around kind of job displacement and disruption, etc. And the fourth impact, I think the ethical conversation we need to think about is really the environmental impact of these technologies. And that's something that I'd mentioned in my opening remarks as well. I mean, I think the cloud is already one of the largest emitters, and it's absolutely fantastic to hear about IBM committing to kind of building kind of green technology in the years to come. This continues to be a challenge for developing countries. Until we get that kind of AI and climate configuration right, we will have we'll have a number of new ethical dilemmas to address as we go forward.
All right, thank you so much, Urvashi. And yeah, with that, we close our first round of questions. And I'd like you all to give a great round of live and virtual applause for our speakers here today, and for sharing some of their insights and views. And we would like to delve a bit deeper, but before we do that, we also want to hear a bit more about what you actually responded to our questions and what your views are on the role and potentials of digital technologies and AI for development. So let's wait for the screen to change. So, okay, I'm gonna try. Perfect. Someone is actually enlarging the font because it's a bit hard to read from here. So, but one of the clear responses now to the question of what do you associate with the term AI governance here in our word cloud very clearly is the issue of standards. So the need for standards and regulation. Then also the issue of cybersecurity and cybersecurity threats. Generally, the question of security around AI and also fear is what I can read from here. So I'm not able to really read many more of the terms you shared with us. But I'd say it's pretty clearly clustered around those in the center. And I would like our speakers to now, when they come in for the second round of questions, to really pick up on those, and really let us know also, did some of those responses surprise them? Was it expected? Is that what they usually hear? And would they agree or disagree? So if we now move on to the second question about the areas in which you, as the audience and participants here, see the greatest potential for AI with regard to sustainable development, there is a relatively clear tendency. So that the greatest potential for AI to contribute to sustainable development is in the area of global productivity and economic growth. So I think there's a very clear tendency. The other two areas were actually not rated very high, so including social equality and inclusion. So apparently you do not seem to believe that this is one of the greatest potentials. Doesn't mean it's not one at all. And the last one is with regard to climate action and environmental protection. So it is mentioned, second rated, but definitely very clearly in the direction of productivity and economic growth. So again, speakers, please keep that in mind when you now respond to the other questions following. We'll move on to the third question, and that is related to whether you believe that AI has a rather positive or rather negative impact on sustainable development overall. And wow, this is a very clear tendency. So after all that has been said in the beginning about cybersecurity, threats, fears, you do believe that it has a positive potential and that the rather negative impacts are not so high. So that's a good thing, I believe, and also informative for our discussion to follow. And last but not least, the question of which risks you associate with AI. So we do see here digital war, illegal surveillance, the misuse in litigation spreading thin. Then the social impacts it can have, although it doesn't say which ones specifically, then also human rights violations and threats to employment and work, so joblessness. I think we'd leave it at this now, and as I said, this should now be all something that our panelists hopefully have answers to. But first of all, thank you all for participating in the survey and sharing your views. And now I would like to just open round of responses to our speakers. What are your initial reactions to the survey responses? And as I said earlier, is there anything you found surprising? Is that something you often hear, the responses we just read here on our screen? And would you generally agree or disagree? Of course, it was a lot of things that have been said, but I would leave that to you to decide now which aspects you would want to focus on. So, any initial reaction?
Maybe I can say something. I am extremely happy that everyone is excited about AI and there's not a lot of negative stuff or like expectations, and that the positive is overwhelmingly higher than the negative, which is absolutely, for myself, always happy because like obviously it is, I love AI, I love so much about it, and I think the fear when it comes to AI, and like obviously the workforce is a whole different topic of people are being scared, and I think the overall fear when we talk about AI, I mean, like it's probably also some stigma that comes from movies like an Arnold Schwarzenegger as Terminator walking around as the absolute AI superpower, stuff like that, which always makes it hard and gives a stereotype to specific AI solution, and it makes me extremely happy that people are getting more trust in it and like seeing the beneficial solutions we are building with it, and so that's like one thing that is happy. And obviously, I get the fear of people being afraid of workforce and people are jobless and losing jobs. What I always try to like say, like, we're not even there yet to make AI as strong to that people are losing jobs. And the thing is, what AI is there for is to make your day actually easier. That's what I always try to kind of like promote, because like at the end, what we kind of can do with AI is cancel out repetitive tasks, which are very spending a lot of time with. And I mean, just like for example, like I have some stuff on my laptop and installed, which like makes my life easier, like email automations. I have some stuff that organizes my whole knowledge base and like helps me as much as I can to just like make my work life easier. And this is like one of the great stuff what we can build with AI.
Thank you so much, Kim. I'm not sure if there is any other initial reactions at this point in time. I don't see fingers raised immediately. Yeah. Urvashi, sorry, I didn't. Yeah.
No,
didn't see it.
Fine. I didn't.
Please come in.
I could respond to some of the survey and also some of what Kim was saying. I mean, I think it's interesting that the survey with the participants says that AI will contribute to economic growth and development, or economic growth. I think that was the question. And that's possibly true, but we still have to establish a link between this model of economic growth and sustainable development, right? That link still needs to be established. So we might have more economic growth, but that does not necessarily mean sustainable development. Also, I think the issue with thinking about AI in terms of kind of benefits and harms and in this kind of manner is that we're not asking for whom and how those benefits and harms are distributed. So, you know, what we've seen over the past many years is growing levels of income inequality. We've seen a few geographies and a few select companies benefit tremendously from technological innovation, but we are still to develop systems that can adequately distribute those gains, distribute those technology gains to people in other parts of the world. So I think that's what we need to recognize, right? Like these things are possible at the same time. Like it's possible for AI to bring these kind of productivity gains and efficiency gains and help us save time, etc. But there is a whole other part of the world, which is actually the majority world, that does not even have internet access, that is in some sense comprising the supply chain of AI production that is not paid enough, is not paid adequately to actually contribute to building these AI systems, and that value concentration and value extraction is happening in very select few places. And the issue that I have is that many of the kind of promises of AI, and I mean, I think Kim is spot on to say that, you know, we can't have these kind of generalizations on it, right? AI is a huge kind of catch-all phrase, and it means many, many different things. We're seeing a lot of really beneficial applications in kind of B2B places and in enterprise systems. But the impact for sustainable development, I think, still is a question mark. It's a hypothesis still that needs to be proven, and it hasn't been proven yet. And one example I'd like to give is that when we talk about AI and sustainable development, we often talk about the promise, the future promise, right, which we're yet to see. But some of the harms are already evident. And forget about the global south. Think of somewhere like the UK, somewhere like London. You have a delivery app called, I think it's called Deliveroo, right? Deliveroo it's homeless people who are on Deliveroo so that we can all get our food 10 minutes faster, 15 minutes faster, right? That gig work that is happening, that algorithmic management of these platforms, that's the real everyday manifestation of AI systems. So the harms are already in our face. They're already prevalent. And some of the promises with regard to sustainable development, I don't mean broadly, like I agree with what Kim was saying in terms of kind of business and individual, improving kind of individual efficiencies and business efficiencies. But in terms of that hypothesis, the link between sustainable development is not yet proven, whereas the harms are very real. So I think we need a little bit more skepticism, and I think we need to think a lot more strongly about the governance frameworks that are required to kind of steer AI and govern AI in a way that those development outcomes and that development potential, which is real, can actually be realized. But current kind of trajectories, I don't think bode very well for realizing this in an equitable fashion across the world.
Can I step in there real quick? Because I mean, everything like you say is absolutely true. And my question is more like, I just come back with you for a question. I hope that's fine as a panelist, because I get it. And I mean, like you mentioned, like there's a lot of places in the world we still don't have any internet, right? But the usage, I don't think it's in just AI problem we have here, because it's like it has nothing. The AI on top of it is just like, you know, just like the like, it's just another part. But at the end, like whatever happens, I mean, like there's enough things. Google has a whole factory of workers who type in queries every day. So the search engine works faster for us in case we exactly use that query, you know, like all that stuff. I mean, we have so many labor workers. I mean, fashion industry is a huge topic, right? When we talk about this kind of topic, and to use it in, I don't think AI is yet a problem of that, because the great thing of AI is like as soon as you have the internet connection, obviously you can build it yourself. Like the advances of what you do with AI, you can just use it yourself. Like there's not this like huge discrepancy of like, okay, if you don't need money to build AI, all these tools are for free, it's open source, you know. If you have this, like you can teach yourself on YouTube how to code and how to get the GitHub repository and build your own kind of solution and make a product out of it. I also think, like, obviously I get the negativity, but on the other side, we also could see the potential we have in teaching yourself the skills and making your own business with it and getting, like, making a profit out of it. And I think that's something which is quite a different what we have in other kind of professions, which is a huge kind of new spectrum which we're opening up.
Maybe just briefly, thank you so much for also very lively interacting with each other. I think that's beautiful. And many of the topics raised by our audience have also been already raised in your contributions. So I'm just wondering, Urvashi, do you want to briefly respond to that? And then also Ledinika, if you want to, you can come in, because after this, let me just announce it now, I would also like to introduce our fifth speaker, who had a bit of technical difficulties in joining us, but is now here with us, so that we also save some time for Davis to join us. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, just very quickly to reply to Kim. I mean, I don't think we're kind of arguing at odds. I think we're kind of just approaching it from a different kind of starting point. So, I mean, I think the potential is there. I think my comments are more to kind of caution us that it's not a silver bullet, right? Similarly, like just like the fashion industry, right? Like the fashion industry has created jobs for many millions of Bangladeshis, but those jobs are pretty crap jobs. Right? So is that the kind of future that we want for work? Probably not. Is that the pathway to get there? That's a value question, right? So I think it's more like, let's learn from those industries, let's learn from those mistakes so that we can realize this potential, right? And we can leverage that potential and actually harness that potential for societal good and realize what you're talking about.
Thank you, Ovaji. And I see a thumbs up from Kim, so it seems like she's agreeing. So I have to admit, Ledinika, if you want to say something, please, can you raise your hand physically? Because it's very hard for me to actually see the screen from here. If not, that's also okay, and you can maybe, yeah, come in a bit later. Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, so quickly. Well, I am happy for the relevant findings in the audience. For example, the cyber security, it's a relevant element to the in artificial intelligence, economic development, and on the other side, risks, social impacts. For example, AI can be a detonator to the economy, but on the other hand, I can generate gaps between those to reuse technology and those who do not, because it's not only about preference or provision, about services or about what a movie I can see or what food I can eat, but also about providing services to citizens regardless of their social class or economic group. To all equally, I consider that AI is an element to democratize access to public services. So I believe that we must go and take care to the base, that is the data, the sources of their analysis, their protection. For that, I believe that protecting personal data is the most important part to the AI. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lidenika, for also sharing some of your perspectives now on the discussion. And now I hope that with us is Davis Adiano from Kenya now. I can't yet see something on the screen,
yes.
but I think
I'm here.
yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. So Davis, will you give me just a brief second to introduce you, and then I would like to hand over to you for the opening remarks. Okay.
Fantastic.
Yeah, perfect. So Davis Adiano from Kenya is the Director of Programs for the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, based in Nairobi, Kenya. Previously, he worked as the Global Partnerships Regional Director for Africa and the Civicus World Alliance as Senior Advisor of Data, Accountability and Sustainable Development. He also worked for development initiatives as Senior Manager of Strategic Partnerships in Data Use. So I will like to hand over the floor just in 1 second to Davis. And also, Davis, since you unfortunately missed part of the discussion, but we had a question prepared for you, we would like you to, hopefully freestyle a bit and then also come in directly with your response to that question. So, and it's related to the role of global society when it comes for AI for sustainable development. What do you think is the role of the global civil society? Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and apologies for joining late. I had some technical challenges on my laptop, and now I'm joining on my mobile phone. And so these are just some of the challenges that come with technology sometimes when you most need it. It's a pleasure to be here, and the only problem is I stand the risk of repeating everything else that the wonderful panel that had been prepared has said. But I'll come in from the perspective of non-state actors. I work with the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, and non-state actors or civil society is just one category of partners that we work with. We work with governments, and just today I was in a validation workshop for artificial intelligence guidelines that we are developing for practitioners here in Kenya, and the AI community has actively participated, not only in the process itself, having conversations about what would be relevant for them as practitioners, but also looking at very specific aspects related to, at the very bare minimum definition of terms, and going into more opportunity to inform. We are talking about the future, and I heard somebody also mention this, but the future is now. For us who are living, and for us who are experiencing life, the future is now. And so, and the technology is here, but mostly it's in the hands of the private sector. So there's a great opportunity to, create bridges that connect those who are way ahead and those who are still struggling to really understand the concept itself, but more importantly, aggregate and think about very specific objectives around social good that we think that everybody can contribute to. I will pause there, or do you want me to just continue to respond to the question itself?
Yes, sure. You can just continue. Mic is yours.
Oh, fantastic. There's two things I think when it comes to civil society and the AI. One is the day-to-day living, livelihoods, experience of life, experience of normalcy. Sometimes when we talk about AI and the conversation around AI, we go into this abstract world where we get into concepts, opportunities, technology, infrastructure. Civil society and other non-state actors engage directly with communities. They experience challenges firsthand, be it on the development side, in terms of either marginalization or there are certain times when resources are actually limited, or when it comes to the right-based approach, shrinking civic space. Civil society and intersect and interact with people on a daily basis. They understand firsthand challenges when it comes to poverty, when it comes to hunger, lack of education, lack of basic skills. But they also see the evolution of society in terms of the changes that people experience, on a day-to-day basis. Now, having that lived experience is a critical ingredient, in my opinion, when it comes to AI, because when you talk about training data sets, when you talk about training algorithms to actually reflect societal norms, practices, and to respond responsibly, because it's also possible, like we know with AI right now, for people to push you into a direction, things that are not really relevant to you, just because you Googled a particular keyword. But we know that, with civil society and other actors, bringing them into this conversation ensures that you're getting firsthand in situ experiences and data that then helps you to respond much more effectively to the needs of ordinary people out there. And I think that's one component that lacks in a lot of these conversations, because we're looking at training data sets, cleaning data sets, and ensuring that there's a certain level of standard when it comes to AI. So private sector on the other side really knows exactly what the strategic objectives are, and they target the algorithms to meet the strategic objectives. So in a similar fashion, we have to think about AI or responsible AI for social good, and target AI for social good and target it into the needs and the relevance of daily lived experiences of people across the world. And that is the only way that we can create incentives for people to see value in this emerging technology, see the benefits, but also at the same time safeguard against potential harms that may come as a result of the use of these existing and emerging technologies. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Davis, for your doing everything at once, giving your opening statement and responding to the question. We're very glad that you managed to join us now after some time. And now I guess we're a bit behind schedule, but still have time for some questions. So I would like to first check here in the room. Is there anyone with questions? I do see a hand up already, and I see another hand here. So please, I'd like to ask you here in the back.
Thank you for the session. I think it's very exciting that these topics are raised. And I come from India, Global South, and I think fundamentally I always go back to the question of data ideologically in advancing the sustainable development. So currently the data is, to a large extent skewed, and the development of these applications, development of AI in general is in North. So I think one step, sort of loop back one step in terms of let's start discussing the sustainable quotient in a sense when we have good baseline, or at least larger participation of data sets from the Global South, and then these conversations will actually evolve much wider acceptance in the sustainability criteria to begin with. So I take Urvashi's point on GPT-3 and others, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much. It's just a comment, no remarks to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment, and I think, yeah, maybe if we don't have a full time for a round of responses from our speakers, I hope at least in their final statement they can pick up on any aspect raised by the audience here that they would want to pick up on. I saw another hand raised earlier. Please come in.
Thank you very much again. I'm sure everybody knows me a little bit. My name is Ayalo Asfaw Shubashe, born here in Ethiopia, and I'm from Australia and New Zealand. Currently, I'm researching on how to move from physical fiat currency to fiat digital currency, or central bank digital currency with digital banking and paperless services. Currently, as we all know, one side, the rapid technology innovation such as blockchain, AI, NFC, NFT, and quantum computing are generating big data is difficult to manage, which is lack of effective, efficient data governance management mechanism or tools. With increased unemployment. For example, in Australia, almost all shopping centers and big businesses using checkout machines where employees working there. And the government is not taking any action and unemployment is increasing. On the other hand, the technology creates tools such as IoTs and EOTs with AI performing tasks faster than human operation, processing transaction in the banking sector and in the shopping center, and selling ranges of community products. My question is, what are the future plans to accommodate the two different aspects of outcomes of AI leverage and global AI governance sustainable development? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your question. Could you maybe switch off your mic? I think it's still, I'm not sure if it creates an echo. Thank you so much. So yeah, back to our speakers then. There was a comment bit related more on the overall topic of data, and then yeah, a question that was just posed now, which I think is actually very much summarizing, at least from my point of view, the discussion that we now had on the two different sides of the coin. So I don't know, any of our speakers, is there an immediate reaction to the comments and questions from the audience? Please just come in.
Maybe I'll just respond to the data point. I think that was Gaurav, I'm not sure. But I mean, I just to say that, you know, I mean, I could not agree more. And we do need to kind of have that data in place before we start thinking about sustainable development. And if I look at the Indian context, I really see India actually in a process of digitalization. We're not really at the point of kind of AI. We're still digitalizing, we're still collecting data. And so, you know, to kind of end on a positive note as well, like, I think that's a real opportunity. It's a real opportunity to build curated data sets, to build data sets that address specific problems, that are representative, that where the problems that are being that we're trying to solve are defined by communities, etc. So because we are at that digitalization state and because we don't have that data yet, we can turn this into an opportunity to actually build the data sets that we need to advance sustainable development.
Thank you, Vashi. Kim, Lidinica, Davis, any responses? Anything you'd like to share?
Cannot agree more. I mean, like, if you look at the data, right, and if you look at AI, it's basically the prediction we write is just data from the past, right? And we gotta make a prediction how the future data might look like. So everything regarding to data is the most important thing, and it comes to quality above quantity. Don't like that's like one thing I always have, like, just more data doesn't mean it's better data, because at the end we somehow need to teach a system to understand that data. And the other thing, I think, if I can't remember the other question, I'm really sorry.
There was a question a bit more on how you want to align, or how you would, you know, envision to align those two sides of the coin, sort of the potentials and the risks related to AI that were anyway outlined. So, but maybe if you want to come in again on that aspect.
there's always, I mean, like in every revolution and everything we do in the past, and there has been shifts regarding specific new innovations, regarding new steps where humanity is going through. And I mean, it's always interesting to kind of compare what we are in and which phase we are in right now with the past. I mean, there's many revolutions we've been through where jobs might got shifted, new jobs, but also more jobs get generated. I think the overall, just in AI development, I think there's 500 million more jobs coming in only the next couple of years, and there's many more new jobs getting generated. So there's always like the one side of like, yes, there might be some repetitive jobs that might change, but new jobs are coming. And I mean, like, I don't think my job would have been existing if AI wasn't there, you know, like that's like for me, like where I'm coming from. But it's obviously beauty and pain is quite close to each other. And I cannot imagine the fear some people are living in, which might have the fear of like losing their job due to AI. And so I can't imagine the pain, obviously. But I also need to see the future and where this is going. And especially with new generations coming in and new generations using AI and the new trend, how fast and efficient, how convenient technology needs to be, and what we need to build to make it fitting. Like there's an interesting quota. If Amazon is down just 1 second, they lose 20% of transactions. And you can think about that number, right? Of how much money that is for them. So now just imagine any other technology like that has downtime. Like it needs to be quick, it needs to be efficient. Like a lot of like tools we're using, apps, just like they cannot be down because people are just not using it. So that's like another perspective we see. So it comes with generation shift is happening right now. So that's something we also need to think about.
All right, thank you so much, Kim. And unfortunately, we have very little time left. So I think we won't be able to take up the questions that were posted in our Zoom chat. Nevertheless, maybe something for future discourse. And now I would like to invite all of you, all of our panelists, to give a final statement. So basically, we give you the opportunity to express one wish. Yeah, and that's related to the question of 10 years from now, where do you wish to see global AI governance? I'd like to believe that Kim already gave us the answer just now, but I'm not sure if there's anything else she wants to add. You have 1 minute each, and I would like to start with Urvashi.
Maybe in a word, I'd like to see more participatory AI governance.
Okay, thank you so much. That was amazing and summarized it well. Then maybe next, Ledenika.
Thank you, Nika. Thank you, everyone. My wish is that we have worked together, all people, governments, social society, academy, and all social vulnerable groups. I can to consider youngs, childs, adults, no, because everyone are in the digital ecosystem. So it's my wish. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ledenika. Then Davis, can you hear us? And do you want to express your wish? So I do not see Davis on the screen. I hope he's not dropped out again. But if so, Kim, I think it's your floor again. 1 minute, please.
I wish that every developer team is as diverse as we walk through the streets, and we have the same kind of what we see in the developing room. So I like in 10 years, I hope every developer room is completely diverse. And obviously my absolute wish is no bias in any system.
So I think that's a very beautiful closing remark. We don't have much time left, so I would like to thank all of you for your participation here in the room and online. Again, thank you for your patience with our technological glitches of different sort. And finally, thank all of our speakers, Urvashi Aneja, Davis Adieno, Ledenika Gonzalez, Kim Dressendorfer, Jose Gontijo, and Mr. Heiko Wildner right next to me. So thank you all, and I hope this conversation will be continued in the future.
Thank you.
services that are having more significant impacts on people's lives. And we see this, for instance, in the use of AI for assessing whether somebody is going to have a chance at having a job interview or not. Or we see this in the way in which AI is involved in governing the electricity supply, in switching between renewable resources in order to be able to manage the sort of the downside of renewable resources, which is that they are dependent on the environment. But if you can combine them through a smart grid, you can easily compensate for that and make them just as environmentally sort of weather, etc., resilient as any traditional energy source would have been, but actually more resilient because of the distributed nature of them. So we are seeing these technologies such as AI becoming increasingly important for us to be able to have beneficial outcomes and improvements in our lives. However, that of course, together with this real world impact that the technology has, comes the potential that if the technology isn't built to the best possible specifications, if it isn't living up to the kinds of quality requirements that are really needed in order to serve that kind of a application, then problems can arise. We see these problems in, for instance, to go back to the human resources type of case, in the form of discrimination bias issues. We see these problems in reliability issues. We see them simply in a failure to sufficiently understand what exactly it is that the model learned, and therefore not knowing exactly how to interpret the outcomes. So in order to try to address these types of issues, and we've seen this earlier in things like the increasing use of online data about people and the data privacy legislation, we're seeing this move to creation of new regulatory frameworks to try to provide citizens with a basis for which to say, yes, I can trust that I can engage with these technologies without needing to be an expert in them, but that would allow me to actually do a personal assessment of everything. There is a basis for me to say a trusted third party or a trusted process has assessed that this system is of sufficient quality, addresses all of the human rights elements that need to be addressed in order for it to be proper to use this technology in this particular space, so I can engage with them. Now, as we are seeing the growing discussions in various countries and also in intergovernmental institutions around how best to try to approach the regulation of these kinds of technologies, we also need to be thinking about regulation in itself. The mere existence of a piece of regulation is not really enough to provide that trustworthiness. What you also need is a reliable and consistent process behind assuring that compliance with that regulation is achieved. And so that is where the whole ecosystem of assurance and certification comes into play, which we will be discussing today. And so we will be looking, through our international panel that we have here. We will be looking at some of the developments that are happening around AI regulation in the EU through things like the AI Act, in Canada through things such as the Digital Charter Implementation Act. We will touch on some of the activities in China as well, with the regulation of online content and recommendation systems, but also what the international organizations are doing. The guidelines on ethical usage of AI that came out from UNESCO, the work that UNICEF is doing to look at making sure that these technologies are used in a way that recognizes the rights of children, the work that OECD is doing to bring together different member countries to coordinate between the way in which they are approaching regulation, but also the work at the Council of Europe to set up guidelines and rules around human rights respecting uses, human rights and democracy respecting uses of AI. There are many other areas where regulation of AI is on the table, it is being discussed. But as I said, they cannot live purely in the space of creating of the regulation. There needs to be the supporting framework as well. And so this is where, for instance, organizations such as the technical and procedural standards developments, the ISO, IEC, ITU, IEEE come into play to provide clear guidelines that industry across the globe can refer to in order to understand this is leading practice for addressing questions around how to do risk management, for instance, around addressing how to classify different types of AI systems in order to be able to know what kind of challenges they might pose, how to do robustness assessments of neural networks, how to approach questions around transparency of machine learning systems. So all of these really need to be working together in a coherent way in order to provide people with what it is that the regulatory approach is really trying to achieve, which is an ecosystem of trustworthiness, a way in which people can know, yes, this piece of technology is trustworthy, I can engage with it without having to second guess at every stage whether or not it is actually performing correctly. Or this other piece of technology, yes, it looks to have great potential, but it hasn't been assessed. So I can engage with it, but if I do so, I may need to take some other precautions. I need to use it in a slightly different way than one that has gone through this kind of a assurance and certification process. So with that general introduction to the theme of today's discussion, I would like to start introducing my fellow panelists. So we have John Higgins, who will, I think actually the best thing is if I just, we go through this, through the round and I let each of them introduce themselves. That way they can also highlight how their work addresses to the theme of today's talk. Maybe I will be going last, but just for those who might be curious, I'm Ansgar Kuhn and I'm the Global AI Ethics and Regulatory Leader at EY. I'm the proposer of this panel, and it is my absolute pleasure to be able to share this panel with my distinguished guests. So I'll hand over first to John Higgins to introduce himself.
Thank you very much, Ansgar. Hello, colleagues. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. I thought in my few opening remarks, Ansgar, I might just cover three things. A little bit about my history that helps me and hopefully you understand where I'm coming from, what shapes my opinions. Second, the sort of things that I'm involved with now that are relevant to the question, the exam question you've set us, Ansgar. And third, just some of the issues that I build on some of the comments that you're making, some of the issues that we're dealing with today, and in my mind that raise more questions than provide answers at the moment. So the relevant bits of my background is that for many years I represented the tech industry in Europe as the Director General of Digital Europe, and that's contributing technology industry perspectives and points of view into the European policymaking process. And before that, I did very much the same thing in the UK. In the course of doing that, one relevant project that I got involved with was a European Commission Strategic Policy Forum, looking at the digital transformation of Europe's industrial base as industry and not-for-profits and relevant parts, I suppose, sort of economic engine of Europe, the digital transformation of that. And just to sort of, as it were, make that real, one of the things that I continue to be involved with today is with cities, European cities, over 100 European cities in the Intelligent Cities Challenge, where these cities are trying to, amongst other things, use digital technologies to tackle cities' challenges. So it's great to see it from the policy making process at the Commission through trilogue down to what's actually happening on the ground in cities, and I think that's really has helped shape my view. Today I do a variety of different things with universities, professional bodies and think tanks and so on, and a couple of the things that I'm involved with that I think are relevant to the question that we're trying to answer today. First of all, concern the practicality of providing this sort of trustworthy assurance within the AI value chain. It became clear that a number of companies who were beginning to gear up and think about, well, how do I comply with the regulation as it emerges from the EU, but also the implicit societal demands, which the EU's AI Act is one. The value chain that we're providing them maybe as subcontractors or third parties, they need to be confident that they too complied. So if, for instance, I'm using data sets provided by somebody else, how do I know that the data sets aren't biased? I can't know that myself because they're not mine. So how do I get that assurance? Or if I'm using an algorithm from somewhere else, you mentioned transparency. Ansgar, it's one of the most difficult things, I think, in AI, transparency. How do I know? How can I be confident what this algorithm does and how it will react in different circumstances? And people who are going to be, as it were, putting their business on the line, saying, yes, I comply, I'm putting something on the market, I'm bringing something into service that meets the requirements. I need to be confident that others in my value chain that I'm working with. And so we've been looking at that as a piece of work, and that's what's in a sense shaped some of the thinking that I can contribute to today's questions when we get into it. The other thing that is relevant to this debate is that for the last year or so, I've been the president of the UK's professional body for digital practitioners, with 70,000 individuals who are practitioners who all want to be professional. And by professional, we mean have ethical values, have the competencies, and understand that they're accountable. So we can all be good, competent practitioners, but there are a body of people, and as I say, it's in the UK, 70,000, there are similar bodies around the world, who actually want to demonstrate that they conform to ethical value and ethical framework as well, and actually sign up to one. And certainly we've been exploring what's the impact of individual professionalism on being able to provide trustworthy systems, and you can compare that to other professions like medics and so on. We rely very much on knowing that people they've signed up to a set of professional values, ethics, and so on that enables us to trust the deliverables, not just trust them, but trust the deliverables. So those are two pieces of work. Now, so those are the first two things I wanted to cover. Finally, to, as it were, the problem domain that you described. I mean, if I just take the European example for a moment, where are we? Well, we're in a position which we in Europe called just beginning the trilogue phases. So there are 3 European institutions involved in policy making. The Commission are like the politicized officials who come up, once having been instructed by the member states, they come up with the thing. And in this case, it was a communication on AI. And then the 2 other bodies, so the Council of the member states that comes together, they start working on it to put their own imprint on it, generally driven by slightly different dynamics. And then the directly elected parliamentarians, the MEPs, they start getting together in various committee structures, and they too get into it. And the three, I mean, God knows how Europe works, but it really does. These three bodies come together and you end up with a final thing, which is these days more commonly a regulation, which becomes law in every country. Or it could have been and still sometimes is a directive, which has to be implemented in local law. But anyway, they come up with a thing. Now, when I describe a process even casually like that, you can see it's quite a lengthy process, and we've been talking about this for quite some time. And in the meantime, society's awareness of something that you will often hear people saying, "Oh yes, of course we need regulation of AI." Well, okay, why? Well, because the horses have been frightened by a number of different things where things have happened, often public authorities' use of AI, that has caused outcomes that have made the public go, "Oh, I don't like that. Something needs to be done about that. I want to be confident that there's something around this." So you've got increasing societal demands for something that creates confidence in what they're doing, and you've got a process in Europe for sure that's still got some way to go. In parallel, you've got international standards bodies developing standards, and of course the way European regulation often works is that they go hand in hand, and that the regulations implementation will be by reference to some standards, European or otherwise, but they are also some way off. So we're in this situation, I think, that over the next 2 or 3 years you've got increasing demand, but you haven't actually got anything to pin it to. So in that situation, what can be used to fill the gap? And is that the role now of some sort of trust marks that don't have necessarily have government backing? There are lessons from other places that tell us that those can work quite well, trusted trader schemes, or even, I wonder, just the dynamic these days of user feedback, the crowdsourcing assurance, could that provide something? But the question I think I leave on the table is, how do we fill this gap? Can we have either industry-led or civil society-led certification that people could sign up to as a demonstration that they are providing something that complies with something? I mean, what does it comply with is, of course, got to be worked out in that. But I think the question is does something need to fill the gap? I think it does. What is it? And I hope that that's the debate that we're going to go on and have, Ansgar.
Excellent. Thank you very much for this introduction and also for putting that question on the table. Before we go into addressing that and other questions, I'll hand over to Edson Prestes to introduce himself. And perhaps you might also want to start touching on that question a little bit by referring to some of the work that you've been doing around AI ethics principles and those kinds of elements, which, to my mind at least, seem to also be playing somewhat in that space of an initial approach to how can we think about what does good development, good engagement with these technologies look like, and how can we signal that also to people outside of your own organization. So over to you, Edson.
Thank you so much, Oscar. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's my great pleasure and honor to be here with my distinguished fellows. Before I start my speech, I'd like to provide some background because I changed my career in some years ago. So I'm a roboticist. I got my PhD in robotics, but I am working with technology since 1993 when I got my bachelor in computer science. But around 6 years ago, I joined the global initiative on the ethics of AI, and I realized how important it is to discuss ethics in the AI. Because before that, I did not have so much discussion about the ethical implication or the impact of human rights of emerging technology. And because I'm in the global south, and because most of the politics or political decision is not centered on the citizens, I realized the impact on the global south would be huge. And before that, because of that, I started working on the ethics of AI and also in human rights in the digital age. And I joined after that several initiatives in the industry and also multilateral organization. In the industry, I'm chair of IEEE 7007 ontological standard for ethically driven robotic automation system that focus on creating a standard that contain several ontologies that guide us about how we can thinking of creating an ethically aligned robotics automation system. In this standard, we have different sub-ontologies that contain aspects related to the norms and ethical principles that are very relevant when you discuss ethical AI or ethical robotics. If you're thinking about a robotic system, we're thinking about a system that should be follow a set of norms, a set of principles, like protect citizen, like guarantee physical integrity, and so on. And also in this sub-ontology, we have aspects related to the data privacy and protection, ethical violation management, transparency, accountability. So in this ontology, you see concepts related to the liability, responsibility, ascription, history of data, data per se, and so on. So we think this sub-ontology could help us to provide some guidance in very relevant aspects of regulatory mechanism. Like if you want to regulate some technology, it's necessary to understand the technology per se. In that particular sense, the ontology provides this understanding because they break this domain in several components and link these components. Like I know the transparency, it's very important, but transparency came from data. And transparency could be provided in different kind of formats. Like we could have a transparency provided in the text, in the video, in the audio, and so on. And also the transparency try to mitigate some particular concern that is dependent on a particular audience. And according to the information provided by transparency, I can also ascribe responsibility that could be shared or not, and it could imply a particular sanction. Observe that this understanding is very important for us if you want to create fair regulation, because you can have a clear picture about the domain and also can list or highlight some important concepts that are relevant for the domain. But this ontology or this standard is relevant for other proposals, and not only to understand the domain, but it's relevant when you want to make different nations or different stakeholders to communicate to each other. That is very relevant. Observe that this domain, it can be seen as a human body, okay? Where this different part of the body are a different part of the countries, and this part of the body has different stakeholders, and the data flows like a blood. So if something happens in the specific part of this body, it will affect the entire body, okay? So it's very important for us to have a clear communication, clear and precise communication. Otherwise, if something happens on one hand, we cannot deal with this problem when this problem or this infection is transmitted to the feet. So this clear communication, it's important, and this ontology provides that because of the nature of the ontology. So the nature of the ontology provides this clear communication, so that leads directly to the human and institutional capacity building. That is very important. Different from the countries in the global north, some countries in the global south do not have still capacity to deal with the AI problems. We do not have this capacity at that moment in some country in the global south. And also in this country, we do not have a strategic plan on AI, or we do not have a clear understanding about the different impact of AI in the citizen's life. And also because of the nature of this ontology, we could create some tools for tracking the development and also for monitoring the impact. Imagine that you have the different nations talking the same language, and you have a software that represents the different ontology. I could this way to share information like okay, we have a specific system that focuses on face analysis that leads to the impact on some marginalized community. And this impact affected more Black people than white ones. And the regulation or the legislation that were employed in that particular scenario were this and that and that. So observe that this particular problem could happen in Brazil and not happen in US or in UK. But why the UK or US needed to expect this problem to happen to take an action? Why not to understand what is happening in the other part of the world? So using this ontology, I could also create a governance framework that is multi-level, focus on different nations, but focus on regions and in the global scale. In that sense, this standard is also aligned to the other efforts that I also am involved. I'm involved also in UNESCO. I'm a member of the ad hoc expert group that create the recommendation for artificial intelligence. And one of the recommendations that we proposed in this document, it was to all AI governance mechanisms are inclusive, transparency, multidisciplinary, multi-stakeholder, and multilateral. So using this framework, or the ontological framework, I can allow the participation of citizens, non-government organization, industry, to discuss the domain, to discuss the issues, to discuss about how to mitigate those issues. And also, if you are speaking the same language, you could share this information across different means. And you could also engage in people from different segments of the society, because as we know, the industry, non-government organization, government, civil society has just a partial view of the domain. Like for myself, I'm talking for myself. When I was working only in robotics, I'm focused on the robotics. I'm focused on accuracy, precision, repeatability, but not focus on social aspect, cultural aspect. So it's very important to have this holistic view about the domain to see, okay, this technology will impact on the democracy. This technology will impact on the values of the society. This technology will impact on the education, and consequently, it will impact on the industry. This technology will impact on the right to life, because if the industry does not understand this impact, we have some machines that will decide if someone will live or not. So if you have this understanding, if you have this governance mechanism that is multilateral, is multidisciplinary, transparent, we have some fair regulation. But observe that it's simple to say, okay, you can have a fair regulation, but what exactly is a regulation? What exactly is a certification? It's just to check box, say, okay, this system has a transparency level 3. It's focused on a specific target user. It's safe. we need to go further, because we need to have a more holistic evaluation of this domain. And also, I'm involved in the United Nations Secretary General High-Level Panel on Digital Cooperation, where this panel that I'm a member of proposed some mechanism to strengthen cooperation in the digital domain across nations. So the idea is to mitigate potential issues and also to promote the domain in the benefit of the society without leaving someone behind. And we propose some recommendation, and one recommendation is very, very relevant for us, and it's aligned with this other aspect that I raised before. Because when thinking about the technology, we try to focus on particular problems like discrimination, misogyny, focus on environment degradations, of interference in the information that we receive. But we need to think in the more abstract level, and not only in the problems. In that sense, it's important to think about what elements are relevant for us, what elements are important. And this is perfectly aligned with the different human rights instruments that were proposed, like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but also some conventions. Convention on the Right of Children, Convention against the discrimination against women, and so on. So how we can make this reflection about this principles that appears in this document to the digital technology? How can we map that? In the work that we developed in the high-level panel, we propose a review of the human rights instruments to the digital age. How can we apply these instruments to the digital age to make the technology in the domain per se more oriented to the citizens, more oriented to the humanity, to the planet? So that is my short introduction. It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, Asgar. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Edson. And I think you've sort of sketched also quite nicely the breadth of the kinds of issues that come into play here. And I think a number of points that perhaps we may come back to in our discussion now, such as the role of multi-stakeholder fora and how best to involve the breadth of stakeholders that are needed in order to be able to really deal with technologies of this type that bring with them both from the technical side complexity, but potentially more importantly from the social side complexity in the very many different ways in which they impact on society. And so we need to be bringing together the various stakeholders in that space in order to be able to create the good frameworks that will be able to actually provide the kinds of safeties and guarantees that people need. But also, I think, very important how you were referencing to human rights instruments and both their role, but potentially also that this might be something to think about when we contemplate the question about how to get to a global level kinds of agreements and a cross-border way of thinking about these issues. But before we go down that route, I would like to introduce the final panelist from our team here, Ashley Casavan. So I'll hand over to you.
Thanks so much. Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here and participate in this conversation. And thank you, Ansgar, for your work in organizing such an important topic at such an important inflection point in history. My name's Ashley Casavan. I'm the Executive Director of the Responsible AI Institute. I am very interested, and I have been throughout my career, in this intersection between policy, also application to practitioners, and the role that social technologies play. And so from that perspective, I, up until recently, have been a public servant. I worked in local government, and then I moved to the Canadian federal government, where my previous position was leading efforts related to strategy and policy development for the Government of Canada on the government's use of data and the government's use of open source technologies. And then finally, that led me into this path around artificial intelligence. And even though it didn't seem all the time that it was coherent to be able to think about all three of those things together, I'm seeing a lot of really similar actors and stakeholders in this space to be able to have really important discussions that are really related to a lot of the things that both Edson and John have spoken about already. And so from that perspective, my experience in really thinking about the implications and potential issues related to the use and management and governance of data as it relates to digital technologies made me quite interested to think about some of those implications from, again, a public service perspective that Edson was speaking to. And I think what's really interesting about some of the examples that he provided is that independent of where we exist in the world or the different types of services that governments are providing, we're all really experiencing some of these same challenges and questions for ourselves around how these technologies can both enable better service delivery, better access to important information for people, but also how do we manage them in a way that is meaningful and mindful of people's human rights and privacy, security, et cetera. And so from that perspective, I became really interested after we developed in Canada the first national government policy on the government's use of AI systems, ensuring oversight, appropriate oversight of those, called the Directive on Automated Decision Making. And from that perspective, we set out 9 requirements. Many of you that are familiar with this space will be familiar with the concepts because while we were, I think, quite early on in establishing these types of policies, we really crowdsourced these ideas from subject matter experts all across the world in terms of thinking through these different implications that these systems carry. So that includes things like ensuring that there's appropriate governance and third-party review of these systems, making sure that there's a human that's kept in the loop in the process while we're still understanding the implications, ensuring that there's notification that you as a person are actually using a system that has artificial intelligence components. And then one that we hear about quite a bit is around, that's really connected to protecting human rights, is related to bias and really making sure that, again, in some of the examples that Edson provided, that these systems are operating in a fair and safe way for people. And so from that perspective, I think that it was a really interesting bar to set in terms of thinking through how we can put those principles or concepts into an actual policy that then would have requirements and have implications for compliance. However, and why it led me to what I'm doing now is that when we were seeking to implement this in 2019, when we went and spoke to the practitioners that were experimenting with different types of AI systems, they said, okay, well, what standard do I follow? What do I need to do in order to demonstrate compliance with these objectives that you've put there? We don't disagree with anything, but we really need to understand what does good look like, to put it in a very plain way. And we had spent so much time thinking about what the requirements should be and what the oversight should be, and how do we take all of these different principles that are out there that international organizations, John mentioned, were starting to think about this at the time. How do we take those and put that into a comprehensive policy? We really didn't get to the guidelines or the standards that were needed to really help practitioners then be successful with those objectives. And so that question really sparked my interest in standards, obviously coming from a background of data architecture. Prior to that work, while I mentioned that I've worked at this intersection of policy and data and social technologies, that came about because I was involved in, or I led the development of Canada's Open Government Portal. And so it was a very practical application of collecting data, managing data, and then trying to release it to the public in a way that's meaningful. And from that, I got to see from both a builder and a user perspective, some of the needs for standards, standards around licensing, standards around if you want people to, it's one thing to release the data, but if you don't have a standard license, it's really difficult for the public who you want to be the users of that data to then combine data from Canada and data from Brazil if we have a different operating procedure. And so from that perspective, when this question was asked to me around standards, I was like, oh yeah, when I was a practitioner, I also wanted to know that. And we all just want guidelines or guardrails to be able to follow in order to actually comply with these concepts, which in many circumstances can be quite abstract. One of the other things that was really interesting when implementing the directive is that Canada's a federal government has 256 odd different lines of business. And so we don't often think about governments as businesses, but if you put it into that, they're really large multinational corporations that are that do everything from transportation. So Canada has Canadian Rail, and we were really trying to think through how to avoid train derailments. And so monitors were put on trains. We also were thinking about making sure that people were getting access to benefits a lot easier. And then we were also had things like the National Capital Commission that wanted to alert the public on weather predictions so that they could come visit Ottawa, the capital of Canada. There's a really beautiful canal in the wintertime for those of you that haven't been, and people like to skate on it. But dependent on the weather, and we're seeing more and more with climate change, that the canal's actually not open that regularly. And so people plan these winter vacations expecting something. And so there was this really lovely idea to be able to help to predict when the canal would actually be open. That said, these are 3 examples of very different types of applications. And again, lines of business, if you kind of think about it from that perspective, and they carry different harms associated with them, some being more significant than others. While the weather prediction is very nice, the worst case scenario is it's going to ruin somebody's vacation. Whereas we want to make sure that there's accuracy related to train derailment. And we also want to make sure that there's fairness related to the fairness and accuracy related to the delivery of benefits. That's one of the main priorities or main objectives of government. And so from that perspective, to have a catch-all directive for all of those different types of lines of service, that was really, really difficult to put one sort of standard around this. And so it became really clear to me, and we're starting to see this now with the drafting of legislation in other countries, the need for context-specific both regulations, but also then standards to support that effort. And so that then led me to the current work that I'm doing. I took a leave of absence from the federal government and joined what is now the Responsible AI Institute. And in that capacity, what we're focused on is building a certification program that is context specific for different types of AI systems, recognizing that, as per my previous examples, they all hold they all have different types of both opportunities, but then challenges or impacts or harms that are associated with those systems. So from that perspective, I'm quite interested in how can we take and draw upon a lot of the work that I did in Canada and my fellow panelists have been doing, and really convert those concepts into then standards that have really specific thresholds that say, okay, this is what good looks like for medical decision-making systems. This is what is acceptable practice for notification when there's a conversational agent that's being used, whether it is the government's 311 call center or whether it is your local telecom company. We should really kind of have those same expectations of service levels. And so that's really where I've seen that standards play a very significant role. One challenge, though, with standards is that based on the requirements that I was talking about earlier, I didn't even go through all of them. As I mentioned, there were 9 of them. That said, that each of those contain different objectives, and then each of those would rely on different types of standards. And so what I found was really challenging is that we needed to really, instead of having a patchwork of different standards for everyone, put that patchwork together for practitioners. So again, really thinking about that from a practitioner's perspective. I want to do the right thing, but I also need some help in navigating what that right thing is. And so I also need to balance time and cost and all of the things when developing these systems. And so to have a guessing game of what good notification looks like or what a good bias test looks like is not very fair. And so from that perspective, that's where I really got interested in private governance and then certification programs that would then be kind of the umbrella standard for all of those different standards. So we can say, if these are the 9, 6 high-level objectives, whatever they end up being, that we are agreeing upon that we're trying to meet, here's the path forward for meeting those. And so what we've done at Responsible AI Institute is we've been working to create a comprehensive certification program. We've started in the domains of employment, health, and finance, because we saw that that's where there were both opportunities in terms of increased use of systems in those domains, AI systems in those domains, but also we saw that those have potential implications on people's health and livelihood, and so wanted to really think about those implications in a meaningful way. And then we really put forward a methodology to kind of map all of these different challenges that exist. And I had the great opportunity to do something for the second time in a relatively short period of time. And so I learned a lot from how we had built the algorithmic impact assessment that was a very important companion to the directive on automated decision making, and thought about how I would do that better. And so from that perspective, we've built this, what is a certification program. It's a conformity assessment scheme is really what it is, which is a set or a suite of those different standards that then have context specificity for those domains that I mentioned. What was really important to me, and again, the background that I had in data standards was very helpful, because I recognized the importance of doing those through a formalized process. So as was mentioned by both John and Edson, having government approved standards, government approved conformity assessments was important to me from the very beginning of this initiative. And so I've been working closely with Standards Council of Canada to submit our scheme through that process. One of the things that we recognized was really important was to make sure that there's harmonization across different regions. Technology doesn't have the same boundaries that other types of tools do. And so it's a harmonized review with between Canada, the UK, who also has a harmonized review process with the EU and the US. And then we're looking to expand that to other regions. Interestingly enough, because this sits within the ISO framework, there's now a requirement as of January of this past year that all conformity assessment schemes will have to have a harmonized review across the International Accreditation Forum. And so there is, I think, overall a sense that as our world becomes more globalized, it's really important that our standards become globalized as well. Obviously, different regions, as particularly when we're talking about socio-technologies, have different types of implications. And so different regions might have different subsets of these standards. And so we're really trying to think through that with various different types of pilots. And so in addition to my role as executive director at Responsible AI Institute, I am a co-chair of Canada's newly formed AI Standards Collaborative. And this was an initiative that was announced in the 2021 budget. And it's a recognition that in addition to supporting broader AI development in Canada, that there need to be some guardrails that are put around these applications. And in particular, what was interesting was their emphasis on the need to develop conformity assessment schemes. And so with that hat on, I am really trying to help to advance some pilots. We haven't started those ones yet with other regions that will be able to do some comparison between these conformity assessment schemes, see what works in some regions and see what doesn't work in others. And so we're really seeking to understand how we can get to at least a common set of practices so that, again, a consumer or user of these systems has both trust and assurance that those systems are doing what they say that they're going to do, and that they're protected when they're using them. And so, as I said, we've started in just a couple of domains or a few domains right now. We're really trying to get our methodology down pat in terms of how we develop it in a very systematic way, making sure that we're mapping to great work that's been done at UNESCO, at OECD, World Economic Forum, et cetera, other types of international organizations that have been putting a lot of thought into this, GPay, where there's experimentation that's happening, and then leveraging the existing standards that are either in place or in development at ISO, IEEE, et cetera. And so from that perspective, once we have completed that mapping, then we have established external working groups that really provide us with good feedback from a subject matter's point of view in terms of what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, and how we can really make sure that those systems are meeting this idea of safety and trustworthiness and fairness that we're looking to understand, or that we're seeking to achieve. And so from that, once we have this methodology in place and it's tried and tested, we'll be able to scale and expand to a lot more domains and a lot more regions. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley. And again, you also covered, I think, quite a broad range of the various ways in which mechanisms that can help people to gain some levels of how do I know whether or not I can trust this system or not, and certification being one of those that you pointed to, but also the different roles of how government services being one type of application of AI that obviously touches on so many people, and that where people don't have a choice to opt out, need a specific level of attention and thought behind these things. I think one element that was especially interesting, and I think somewhat touches also to an inherent tension, was the point that you were making about context specificity, which is that on the one hand, of course, the way in which you are using the technology in different application contexts, but also in different cultural contexts, brings with it different kinds of requirements, different kinds of things that you need to be paying attention to. But then at the same time, given how broad these technologies go, we need to be thinking across contexts. We need to be thinking across countries and regions to provide a coherent way of addressing this. So how do we deal with this kind of inherent tension between the context specificity of the problems and the breadth across which these technologies are being used? So just in just a minute, after I do a short introduction around my background, we will be opening up to questions. So I do encourage the audience to also already start thinking about that. And if you have questions, to start putting, either put the question into the chat or raise your hand. So myself, I am the Global AI Ethics and Regulatory Leader at EY. I sit within the global public policy function. As such, my primary sort of role is to engage with the policymakers and make sure that we can communicate in both directions. What are the particular concerns that policymakers have? What are the particular concerns and ways in which industry is using these kinds of technologies? And obviously, EY, as a professional services firm that is both engaged in doing assurance, be it financial assurance, but also increasingly providing assurance and assessments for technologies, and also is heavily involved in consulting, including technology consulting. Specifically, we have a framework around trustworthy AI. Providing trust is really at the heart of what EY is doing. And also, as such, of course, engaging with and understanding what are the mechanisms by which trust and trustworthiness of the technology, but also of the organizations that are using these technologies, and as John pointed to already, the people that are in those organizations that are running these systems. How can, what are the best mechanisms that we need to be thinking about? And what are the procedures that we need to be putting forward in order to do consistent assessments of that? I think one thing also to think about from the policymaking perspective, and this is not just for the policymakers, but also for the industry and for civil society, if we don't think through sufficiently how do we actually translate the regulations into application, into successfully building towards being compliant with them, then we will see failures of these regulations. And those will then also trigger people expressing discontent with the way in which these technologies are being used. And they will be demanding new pieces of legislation, new pieces of responses to that, which is what leads to sort of reactive regulation creation, which tends to be less detailed in the way in which it's crafted than sort of more the deliberative approach where policymakers have more space to understand the problems from multiple dimensions before getting into this. And so we need to be thinking, how can we provide the right kind of information through multi-stakeholder platforms, through communications channels? What is the best way in which we can make sure that all parties understand what the challenges are, but also what are the ways of addressing those challenges that will work and will be implementable? So I will keep my introduction short in this way so that we have more time for the discussion. And so please do, I do invite everybody to raise their hand or put questions into the chat. But while we are waiting for that, I wanted to put forward a first question for the panel, which is, as we're looking at this landscape of developing regulations that are happening in different countries, in different spaces, and we are also seeing some attempts to try to create something that goes across individual countries, like the work that Edson's been involved in at UNESCO. To what extent do you see that there is actual fragmentation, or are these different regulations going in the same kind of directions? And sort of what can be done to minimize that we go into different directions and that we can actually get a space of addressing the challenges of the technology coherently across different domains and countries, so that we can implement them successfully in organizations that work across borders and in tools that are being used across borders. So happy to open the floor for responses or other challenges.
I'm happy to just chip in to get the conversation going. My sense, and it is only a sense, having looked briefly around, is that there is a global convergence. Maybe global is a bit too strong, but there is a convergence. So when you look at and of course different countries approach it in different ways, but there is a convergence on the sort of main things, the transparency, human on the loop. And so if you look to the US and you look, say, to law firms and say, what guidance can you give me? Or you look to the UK, to the Centre for Data Ethics and Innovation, and you compare all those guidelines, they seem to me fairly similar. So I think there's a convergence at some level, but I'd be very interested to know what the other two panelists think about that. But I think there's a convergence going on.
Thank you so much for the question. I also agree that there is some convergence. For me, I'm not worried so much about the guidelines per se, because guidelines are not enforceable, are just recommendations. But when you think about the regulation per se, I'm a bit concerned because of the fragmentations that may have across the globe. That is something that we need to worry about. If we have a fragmentation, we do not have you can in fact prevent some international trade. We can prevent about how to mitigate some global issues related to the cybersecurity, for instance. And so we need to think about how you can foster some cooperation across nations to create common regulations. Just an example, what UA consider as a high-level risk AI system. This classification is similar to Canada, is similar to Brazil. We have the similar classification. It's possible to sell some high-level risk application or medium-level risk application easily to Brazil. If we do not have this harmonization in terms of concepts, we do not have a clear understanding, and we also can create some problems in international trade and the mitigation of potential issues. So that is something that we worry about in that fragmentation.
Yeah, so maybe I'll just add to that. I think that's the point that Edson's making is one of the stated purposes of the Canadian AI Act. So increasing international trade, both internationally and then nationally within the provinces as well. And then also ensuring the protection of individuals. And so from that perspective, I think that there's obviously different cultural norms. There's obviously going to be different oversight, even implications within nations. I mentioned earlier Canada's rail system. We have a rail system, but we don't have a passenger rail system in the same way that many other nations do. And so these are things that there's just different types of services and oversight requirements that exist. And so I recognize that there can't be a specific one-to-one between all of these different regulatory objectives. However, I think that the intent can be really aligned. And then this is, I think, why it's incredible to harmonize at the standards level, because even though the regulatory frameworks might not be exactly the same, they can be close enough, or there can be aspects of them that are common across different types of jurisdictions that then allow for the interpretation, the translation of those through common standards to really have the effort of government, civil society, academia, and industry build sensible standards that demonstrate compliance with those stated objectives, still keeping in mind those differences, inherent differences. And I say that too because we're talking about this at a national level. Obviously, given the setting of the UN, that's the focus, but we are also seeing a lot of regulations that are coming out at state and local levels across the world. And so again, to avoid having this patchwork of different types of compliance requirements, that becomes, I think, quite important. But even from 2018, when we saw the release of a lot of principal documents, we're all kind of edging towards a very similar type of objective. And so, but as always, the devil's in the details of how we do this. And I think that by having conversations like this, having then this group of experts working together on really thinking through what those implementation factors are, then we can get to those objectives of both protecting people, but then having international trade on be viable.
Great. So yeah, what I'm hearing is that, yeah, on the one hand, on the high level, there is quite a bit of general agreement on what should be and what should not be. If we look at things like the AI principles, pretty much all of the major AI principles are cohered around the same kind of set. But when you, of course, get into the details of regulation, there's different histories, different ways of lawmaking in different countries that lead to differences in the specifics. However, there's, every piece of regulation really deals with how is the technology being used and having impacts on the people, on the citizens. And the technology being used, there's two parts to that. One is how the technology actually functions, and the other is what are you doing with it as a business or a public sector organization or some other kind of organization. And sort of in a way, on that technology side of how does the technology actually function, which is where you are primarily referring to things like the international standards that are being developed around this, you may actually be able to largely refer to the same set of standards, because the difference that you get is less on between the different countries. That difference is less on this, how do you build the technology, and more on the, is it okay? Do we think in our particular culture that doing biometrics and face recognition for certain kind of applications is acceptable? Yes or no? Some countries have different opinions on these kinds of things. And so then you're saying, okay, well, we have a standard around how things like face recognition technology should work, but then whether it's okay to use them in this context, that's a different matter. But of course, in that case, you always need to be looking at the national. So there's, I see an interesting dynamic there between the role of the standards, which is sort of more the technical, the body of technical experts that are creating that, and then the legal side, which is the cultural norms of the different countries.
Yeah, maybe Ansgar, if I can just add something to what you said that I think is really, really interesting. I feel like there's a lot of discussion and maybe a misplacement of the role of both standards, but then also regulation, or like the distinction between them. And I say that because when we're thinking about standards and putting some guardrails around appropriate use, it's not that determination of whether or not you should do it. It's the assumption that this is being done, and therefore, if you are going to do it, this is how that should function. And trying to kind of keep the lid on some of these things. I think that the role that regulation can play is making a determination on whether or not there's acceptable use within a certain nation on things like facial recognition systems for policing or biometrics, et cetera. And that's a decision of that country to make. And so I think that there's that inherent difference there. And often we get asked, are we going to advocate for a certain type of technology not to be used? And that's not the goal that I see standards play. Maybe my fellow panelists disagree, but we're really thinking, okay, if this is already on the market, how do we ensure the protection of people from that system that exists?
I entirely agree, and I'd go further and make a distinction between, as it were, policymakers. I mean, policymakers are supposed to be using their fine judgments to decide what society wants, and then encapsulate that in the law, which the regulators then put in place appropriate, mechanisms to enforce. But one point that's always worth remembering is that, and it took me a little while to realize this when I was in Brussels, is an awful lot of the focus of European regulation is harmonization across the internal market. So when you talk to senior officials and commissioners about their main challenges, it's stopping member states going off and doing their own thing, and therefore fragmenting the market. So in a way, it's quite a good model to look at for the challenges that you get with harmonization. Of course, Europe is a subset and has similar values, but they're not identical. You only have to think about the different values in just pick some, Hungary and France, or Spain and the Nordics. I mean, you get there's a wide set of different societal values. So it's a good model to look at. How do you harmonize a set of policies, first of all? Do we accept facial recognition by use of facial recognition by police authorities or not? Those are, and the European Union does have a mechanism for driving those things and gradually and eventually getting to an opinion. So I entirely agree, and it's not the role of standards. I mean, what standards can do is help policymakers understand whether something can be achieved or not, for sure, because the technical experts get together and they help inform the policy making process from an achievability point of view, amongst other things. But I entirely agree. It's not the role of standards bodies or standards setters or norm to do that. Got to leave the politicians with something to do.
That's quite interesting to listen to you, John, because that is very aligned with our proposal about the AI governance mechanism. It's necessary to be multi-stakeholder, multilateral, multidisciplinary, because the government do not understand technology. What the government understand about AI, the details of AI, what is the AI, by the way? So it's necessary to have the participation about something that work on the ground, that something that someone that will be impacted of the technology. That is very important. Otherwise, you have the fragmentation of the market. In terms of how you can deal with the different regulations, that only reinforce the idea of a multilateral mechanism. Otherwise, you have a regulation that was developed in Canada, a regulation that will be developed in Brazil and the UK. We need to create some compatibility between this regulation. Imagine create a compatibility, a document for each pair of states. It will make no sense. It's necessary to have a global organization that can coordinate this process. This document that was created by the ad hoc expert group was negotiated by the experts, by the member state of UNESCO. It was pretty challenging. We expended 2 years to produce this document, but that happens. They agree on the vision, they agree on the action, but now they need to implement those actions. So I believe a multilateral organization like UN is the best place to do that, because they can convene power, they can put in the same table the different stakeholders to discuss the technology, but leave it in also the opportunity for the regional, the local government and stakeholder to also express their view about the domain. Like Ashley mentioned, it's necessary to have a framework that is global, but you need to deal with the specificity. So in my view, we need to think toward regulations or proposal of global regulation or global policies at the global level, but can be instantiated in the local level. In the similar way, we need to have some mechanism to observe what is the impact of technology in the local level, and also try to identify how this technology is impacting in the different part of the globe, and try to create a generic impact assessment that could be used across the globe. So this multi-level structure is necessary to avoid fragmentation, to foster cooperation, and to create something that will not block any kind of the development across the world. Like I mentioned before, the AI domain does not put limits. In fact, we do not have the limits for country and for stakeholder in the digital domain. We do not have this limit. Thank you.
Great. I think one of the important elements there also was when you were talking about the need to have agreed upon assessment frameworks, because even if we're going to have different countries saying, yes, we agree to the general guideline direction that you're having, but in our particular context, we feel that X or Y is acceptable, but Z and alpha are not. If everybody has a equal assessment framework, so that the piece of technology, the kind of application is being developed in this country or the other country, it is being assessed in a similar kind of way and reported on, the outcomes of that assessment are reported on in a similar kind of way, that will make it possible for people in every other country to look at it and to understand whether or not they feel that it would be appropriate for them to be able to use it, even if you say, in that country we think this is okay, in that country, in the other country we don't. We have the same way of assessing it and being able to understand whether this particular kind of technology is appropriate. I was wondering if you, or maybe also Ashley or John, through the kinds of work that you're doing in this kind of space, are aware of activities that are happening towards developing these kinds of common commonly agreed upon assessment frameworks for impacts, risks, compliances of AI systems or applications.
Yeah, there's a ISO standard. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Edson.
Please, Ashley, please go ahead.
There's an ISO standard that's forming. It will be guidance related to best practices related to the development of them, recognizing that there will be context and cultural distinctions that need to be made. We're really advocating for there to be within the appendices some examples of those systems. And then those assessments. And then at OECD, there's efforts underway to do risk classification. And so again, similarly, at this point in time will be definitional and looking at what are common practices related to it, but the intent ideally is then to come up with a tool for how that evaluation is done. One thing that I would say that we've done some work on is really thinking about how they're emerging. And so what we did in Canada with the algorithmic impact assessment, what we're doing now is more quantifiable. And so you have a qualitative assessment version of that impact assessment. And then there's qualitative, which is looking at it in a way that we saw it with Ada Lovelace's pilot with the National Health System in the UK around having a common set of questions, but those being a free text field ultimately, where it was more about having the dialogue. And there's pros and cons to both of these. I think that one of the biggest challenges is that with the qualitative approach is that while it's more thorough, you have some challenges related to the scalability of that. And so I think that there's some emerging trends, I would say, but not any standards yet in this space.
I do not have any work at that moment in the impact assessment, but I have some work on the development of ontological standards. And the idea of the ontological standard is exactly that, to enable the interoperability among different systems. So in general, we propose some high-level concepts that could be instantiated locally. Like when you're thinking about a robot, it's a generic concept, or an agent is a generic concept that could be specialized in the system that is used for medical application. And we could also use these agents as a subclass of the agents that are used in the industry domain. One of the main benefits to have this structure is all information that I collected from the industrial application could be shared in the medical domain. So in terms of a generic impact assessment, we could think in this direction to have a generic impact assessment, and we have the specialization of this impact assessment, this different level of impact assessment, based on the culture, based on the region, and so on. So every time that I need to see if the impact assessment proposed in one region is compatible with an impact assessment proposed in another region, we check just the parent that gave rise to these different impact assessments. So the ontological engineer can help by this. Observe that is a very technical, is not political, but you could develop some technical structure to be used for political purpose. That is the purpose of the standard that created. It's focused on the industry, but could be used by the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I see the time has flown by as we've been discussing it. I think we could go on for quite a while longer. There are many points that I still wanted to pick up on, even just on this question about how to do assessments that are commonly understood. I would love to go into also the question about picking back up on Johnson's point regarding the individuals, the certification of the individuals working in this space. How do we do these kinds of assessments? Unfortunately, the time has already passed. So I do hope everybody has benefited from the discussion that we've been having today. If you are interested in continuing to engage with us and in this space, please do feel free to reach out. I believe the IGF platform has a way to contact other people here. I will also just put my contact details into the chat here for anybody who would like to reach out. And if others in the panel want to do that as well, please feel free to do so. With that, I fear I need to close the panel. I thank you all very much and hope to see you at next year's IGF. Thank you.
Oh,
Thanks,
thank you.
Thank
so
you
much.
very much, Ansgar, colleagues.
Thank you.
Great panel.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.